Date of the interview, 17/09/2016. Place of the interview, Detention Center, Libya. Age in years, 21. Sex, male. Origin, unknown. I was working on Pepsi Street in Tripoli. Nobody knows my whereabouts. I sleep outside. The treatment is better, but not the hygiene or the food. The women are mainly from Nigeria. One woman, 19, is from Nigeria. She has been held for more than a month. Another woman, 21, is also from Nigeria.
Aquila, 2nd March 2017. Male, 23 years old, from Bangladesh. Victim was working on a building site in Libya and was not paid for a number of months. He asked for money but was regularly beaten by his owner. Finally, he insisted on payment as his mother had become very unwell in Bangladesh. Unfortunately, his owner shot him in the lower left leg, then beat him. It appears that it took around 15 days to be transferred to the government hospital. However, inconsistencies as to the actual time frame, where he was an inpatient for a number of months, undergoing 4 operations. He has been unable to work since the incident. On examination, he is finding it difficult to mobilize and will need further medical input when he reaches Italy. He would prefer not to have his name or face made known to media, but he was happy for his testimony to be voice recorded. Refer to MOH and UNHCR.
Date of the interview, 17th of September 2016. Place of the interview, Detention Center, Libya. Age in years, 26. Sex, male. Origin, Nigeria. I have spent more than 3 months in Libya. I was caught as I was coming down to Tripoli. I left home to go to Sepha. I paid approximately 250,000 Nigerian naira. Interviewer, more like 725 euros. I was kidnapped in Sepha and held for money. My family paid after I was given a phone to make a call. The kidnappers beat me with a pipe. They were men from Ghana. I got sick in Sepha. I had malaria and had to go to a hospital in Sepha. I'm an artist. I rap. I want to be a rapper. I rap and sing. I left home to have a career in music. I met a girl from Nigeria in Sepha. She is pregnant with my baby, but I have not had any contact with her for the last 2.5 months. I cry when I remember my mom. I believe I was beaten because of the tattoo of a cross on my arm. I have a cross tattooed because I am Christian. I was beaten to the point of death with a wooden stick by 3 people. I am better now, but I want to go back home. Embassy officials came. The water and food are wrong. I have lost so much weight. In prison, they have not beaten me up. I cannot lie. I wish they asked for money for me to be released. I haven't called my family.
Aquarius, 18th of March 2017. Male, 34 years old, from Ivory Coast. The interviewee has a wife and children in Ivory Coast, where he's from. He left because he wasn't able to make a living for him and his family, so he decided to join a friend in Libya. As soon as he arrived, he was imprisoned. In prison, I met another man from Ivory Coast. We became friends, but they killed him in front of me. They would beat us every day, and they made us call our families while they were beating us because they wanted them to listen. A man went to the prison and met the interviewee. He told him that he would pay his ransom, but he would have to pay him back by working in his house. He accepted. That man said he would pay me half a salary and keep the rest as payment. But he didn't pay me at all. I stayed with him for 2.5 years, but I wanted to leave. He knew it, so the day before I left, he took a nail and tried to stick it into my foot by hammering it. Although his torturer did not manage to hurt him as badly as he wanted, the interviewee has a small open wound in his foot. He took the rubber boat the same night he suffered this violence.
Aquarius, 5th of October 2016. Male, 27 years old, from Eritrea. I left Eritrea in 2014 because of dictatorship, no freedom. I transited through Sudan and planned my trip to Europe there. In 2010 I tried crossing the border before, but got caught and sentenced to 2 years in prison. The prison in Eritrea was worse than the camp in Libya. There were no bathrooms, a lot of diseases. So many people died in front of my eyes. On the Independence Day, after spending 11 months in prison, the government set me free as a show of mercy. I paid $3,300 for my trip from Sudan to Libya. On the way, in the Sahara, we got hijacked by people from Chad in connection with the Libyans. They brought us to a city called Kufra in Libya. After 2 weeks, they moved us to Beni Walid, a storage owned by a Libyan. Once we arrived to Beni Walid, I'd been told I need to pay $5,500 now, and not $3,300. Because we got kidnapped, the price went up. I had to call my family and friends to deliver the money. In Eritrea, there is places where you can drop the money. Eritreans are managing the Beni Walid storage. I saw them kick out some Ethiopians from the camp because they couldn't collect money from them, so they throw them outside. In Beni Walid, they hit us with sticks, shot at us, and at night they called the girls, and we all knew what it meant. Those Eritreans managing the storage have no connection with us. They do not care if we lived or not. All they care about is money. They beat you for a simple mistake, and the beating is a way of communication and giving orders. We had boiled pasta for 4 months. I witnessed 3 Somalis dying in the storage because of diseases, being weak, demoralized, and no access to healthcare. We were so many in this camp. I would say 1,000 to 1,500 people. No place to sleep. When you lay down, you lay on your side and not your back, because you do not have enough space. No wonder we got diseases. In addition to all that, we didn't wash properly for 4 months. Interviewer, and he showed me the infected scabies he was suffering from. I never expected Libya to be that hard and harsh. I thought it's going to be like Sudan and the transit will be quick. One day, without notification, around 6 p.m, they just asked us to prepare ourselves and put us in big trucks and drove for 12 hours. We arrived to the coast and stayed in storage for 2 weeks. In the boat, I was in the lower deck. I couldn't breathe properly. Lots of people fainted and begged to be taken to the upper deck. My wish from this journey is just to have access to education, to live in a country where there is democracy and freedom, and I'm treated equally as a human being.
Gargaresh, Libya, 12 May 2022. Female, 28 years old, from Eritrea. My name is Interviewer, she mentions name. I come from Eritrea and I'm 28 years old. I have been arrested in Ethiopia by a Sudanese militia, which brought me to Libya in Al-Kufra, in a prison run by militia. I stayed there for 8 months. There were around 60 people with me. The militias were torturing us to make us pay money, asking our family to pay an intermediary. They were filming the beating to send the videos to our family and to encourage them to pay. They sent 4 videos to my family and they sent them to me. There are 4 videos, but I deleted one of the videos where I was half naked. My family paid them $8,000, but nothing happened for me. They were 3 militias who raped me almost every night. They were from Sudan, Chad, and Ethiopia. Interviewer. Notes about the videos shared with us. Video 1. A woman dressed in a tunic and veil stands in front of a concrete wall, her hands resting on the wall. A man, whose body is only partially visible, stands next to her, with a wooden stick in his left hand and a curved stick that appears to be made of plastic in his right hand, which he uses to strike the lower back, buttocks, and thighs. The man appears to be dressed in a uniform top, on which a rank gallon can be seen in some of the images in the video. Some words, unidentified language, are heard during the video, which seems to be spoken by the person filming the scene. Video 2. A woman wearing a dress, a tank top, and a veil stands in front of a concrete wall, her hands resting on the wall, which seems to be identical to the previous video. The person giving the blows is not visible. It seems that the same curved plastic stick is used to strike her lower back. No words are heard in this video. We can see the shadow of the person filming on the ground. Video 3. A woman dressed in a tunic and veil stands with her back to the wall, her face clearly visible and identifiable. A person whose 4 arms are only visible is slapping her several times on each side of her face. The shadows show that a metal sheet overhangs this wall. The person filming apparently says some words, unidentified language. A short software analysis showed that those videos have been deep cleaned, so that no metadata are available. The format of the video seems to show that they are filmed by a telephone. The cleaning indicates that these videos are then processed on a computer before being sent to the victims' families. All 3 videos were created on the 6th of March 2022 at 9:28 p.m. This is certainly the time when the processing was done, not the time of the recording. Testimony continues. Then another militia, I think they were Chadian and Sudanese, came and brought me with other prisoners by car to take me to Bani Walid, in a safe house. It was during the first week of Ramadan. There were around 200 people there. The militias also tortured us to obtain money, but I could not pay this time. Then they gang raped me one time during a night. Some other detainees paid $3,000. I stayed there for 1 week until the police intervened to arrest the militia. They told us they came to protect us. Interviewer. This information is matching with the military operation conducted by the 444 Brigade on the 9th of April in Bani Walid. They brought us to a detention center in Tripoli. I think it was Abu Salim. I stayed there for 1 week. It was the second week of Ramadan, and then they let us go. I joined a friend in Tripoli in a house in Gargaresh, where I'm living now with other Eritreans.
Aquarius, 17th November 2016. Female, 12 years old, from Côte d'Ivoire. The interviewee is the only girl who survived the shipwreck, which counted at least 99 deaths and left only 23 people alive. She left due to forced marriage. Her husband was constantly raping her and ill-treating her. She could not take it anymore, and she decided to leave. She planned her trip with a friend who had a husband in Italy. They were travelling together, but she drowned. The shipwreck. When they left, the engine already had problems. It was making a strange sound. The passengers did not want to leave in that condition, but they were forced to do so. The rubber boat left around midnight. After 3 to 4 hours, the boat was already full of water. Panic spread. A big wave made the rubber boat capsize completely, and everybody fell in the water. The boat left in a day when Aquarius was expecting no departures at all due to the weather conditions. Due to the strong wind, the rubber boat quickly drifted away, and only those who could swim managed to reach it again. The interviewee cannot swim. She does not remember how she managed to reach the rubber boat, but she did. The survivors managed to turn the boat on the right side and climb on board. More people were hanging on the sides of the tubes by the rope. Many tried to go on board again, but they were pushed away by those on board as the boat was getting too full and unstable. They waited in this condition for 5 to 6 hours. When rescue occurred, panic spread again, as people were trying to be rescued first. The rescuers threw life jackets in the water for people to wear and hang on. She managed to reach the rescue boat by holding on the life jacket of a man who could swim to the boat. She helped to identify the corpses of 3 of the 4 victims transferred on board of the Aquarius. All the women. She cannot sleep. As soon as she closes her eyes, she has flashbacks of the shipwreck, and she hears again the last words screamed by the people drowning. She is terrified by the sea. During her permanence on Aquarius, she never left the shelter. She could not stand seeing the sea. She had a scar under her eye from someone who scratched her in the attempt to survive while drowning. Right after being rescued, her respiratory ways were sore due to salt water. Same for her ears. Her whole body was aching due to the massive effort she made to survive.
Aquarius, 4th of July 2016. Female, 22, with her son, 3 years old, from Nigeria, severely burnt by fuel on the boat. I come from the Delta State, based and lived in Kano in northern Nigeria. There was fighting there. Boko Haram was killing people. I've been in Libya for a year. It was not nice at all. There is no freedom in Libya. I worked as a cleaner in a family house and I was paid. I lived in a neighborhood called Al-Hashan, eastern Tripoli. Police comes to your home. My son was with my sister. I was at home. Police came to look for someone where I lived in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. and they just took everyone. I was taken to Tariq el-Seka prison, then was transferred to Garaboli. I was held for a month. Men and women were held separately. Severe overcrowding in Garaboli. No space to sleep. They beat you, for example, if you make noise. In Garaboli they sell girls. They point to girls and take them away. Women do not come back. I've seen it several times. When we were transferred, men raped women in the bus. In May 2016, the center was visited by a medical team and the UN. Not sure how I got out. Someone took care of it. I don't know how much we had to pay.
Aquarius, the 4th July 2016. Female, 23, Ivory Coast, Fuel burns. She says she's Muslim. I stayed in Libya for a year and a few months. My husband was selling chickens. African women do not come out of Libya. My husband went to the pharmacy to fetch some medicine for me and never came back. I have not heard from him for a month and a week, and finally, on the 7th of April, he called me and told me he's in Italy. Bandits arrested him and put him in jail. His head was covered and he was taken to the sea. The landlord where we lived kept coming to ask for the rent. I could not pay. He helped me and I got on a boat to join my husband. I did not have to pay anything. In 2011, my mother died and my father wanted to marry me to an old man I did not know. I escaped and people were helping me. I met my husband in Niger. We've been married for 2 years. How am I going to find my husband? Aquarius, the 4th July 2016. Female unaccompanied minor, 15, from Ivory Coast. Not clear what she's referring to, 2004 or 2011. She cried twice as she was recounting her story. She says she's Muslim. I've been living in Libya since Gaddafi's time. My father died in Ivory Coast during the war. We are 5 children. We crossed the desert in a truck to reach Libya to be able to eat. They arrested my older brother and shot him in the foot. He disappeared and we didn't know where he was. My mother works as a cleaner in Libya. As she was in a taxi, she has been abducted by bandits. An uncle in the house tracked her down and paid for her to be released. Black women should not be in the streets or risk being killed. We were taken to the sea by young men. I was waiting in the hall on the beach with my mother. But in the end, they said there was no room for my mother and that she would join me later. I wanted to stay with my mother, but they threatened me to kill me. I was taken out of the hall. I was searched and a man tried to undress me. I screamed for help, but an old man came and put me back into the hole. I was in the hole with my little brother and little sister, but we were separated. I've tried already 3 times to take the boat. Aquarius, the 4th July 2016. Female, 18, from Bamako, Mali. She is 8 months pregnant. Her husband, 23, is on the boat as well. They stayed in Libya for 2 years. I got married at 16 and left for Libya after my marriage. I lived in a neighborhood in Tripoli. I only worked for 2 months in Libya as a cleaner. My husband worked in a shisha cafe. He's never been arrested as he worked night shifts. He's been trying to leave Libya for the last 6 months because of the baby. We pay to leave Libya. I'm hoping to work and earn a lot of money. Aquarius, the 4th July 2016. Female, 31, from Mali, but mother is from Ivory Coast. When asked who are there, she answers the Arabs and the Tuaregs. When asked to describe the facility, she said it didn't look like a real prison. My family died and I left Ivory Coast during the war. I lived in Mali for some years. I then crossed the desert to go to Libya. I was beaten in the desert because I was sick in the car. They beat you and you don't even know why. I stayed with a woman who helped me in Tajura. I then moved to Yamasega. Once at 3 a.m, men arrived where we lived. Everyone is armed in Libya, and we never know if we are dealing with the police or another group. They were in black uniforms. In 2016, I was held in Tarek el-Seka. People were then sent to Garaboli. I was held for 11 days and my partner helped me get out. He paid. I was not beaten or touched. When I go out, I thought Libya isn't easy and I decided to leave. My partner organized everything. We left at night at around 10 p.m. I want to rest for a couple of days and then fast to thank God. I want to live a little.
Aquarius, 4 July 2016, female, 30, from Ivory Coast. I left about 2 years ago and came to Libya. No problem during the journey. I worked in a family as a domestic worker and later I worked as a hairdresser. I go to people's place. I was arrested in a raid in Tajura where I lived around 1 a.m. I was held at knife point and raped by 2 men and now I'm pregnant. I am married. What could I do? My father is dead and my mother has nothing. I have nothing. I haven't told my family anything. How do you want me to keep this baby? I don't even know which of the 2 men who raped me is the father. I was held and was raped by 2 men with knives. I was held and was raped by 2 men with knives. They put the knife on me and threatened to kill me if I would struggle. Now I'm pregnant. I cannot keep this baby. Aquarius, 4 July 2016, male, from Eritrea. I left Eritrea when I was around 8. I moved to Sudan. I was born in Sudan, but we moved back to Eritrea when I was 6 months old. I lived in Port Sudan, where I went to school. I studied computer sciences at university, but no prospect of money, no future, no health. My parents are from the border area, and while they are Eritrean, they also hold Sudanese citizenship. So do I. But in Europe, I will introduce myself as Eritrean only. My grandfather on my mother's side is in Eritrea. In Sudan, you need a lot of money to go to university in order to dress well, have money to have coffees and teas outside, eat outside. I left university and started working in a factory, then in tuk-tuk collection. This is the first time I try. I do not know anything about Europe, but I know it is better than Africa. I paid $600 to leave Sudan for Libya. I went through Khartoum and Rubiana. It took around 10 days. Then I went to Brak al-Shati, 5 days all by car, and then to Bani Walid. There were thieves on the road and they abducted us for money. There were women from Somalia with us. Paid the Samsari $2,000. His family in Sudan paid the Samsar's partner 2 months in Libya. If you cause problem, they beat you. For example, oversleeping, wanting to go to the toilet and speaking. They would beat us with a hose, electric cables, or a stick. I want money. If I can get it legally, this is great, but if needed, I will steal or be involved in traffic.
Aquarius, 4th of July 2016, male, 20, from Eritrea. I was born in Eritrea but grew up and lived in Sudan. My father is quite old and I had to leave school to help my younger brother's siblings. We were watching and dreaming about life in Europe. I travelled from Port Sudan to Libya via Khartoum and Beni Walid, also via Brak al-Shati. I spent 6 months in Libya. It cost me $1,000 to cross the desert and $2,000 for the sea. My family in Sudan paid. I had to stay 6 months in Libya for my family to gather the money. I came to work to help my family and younger sibling. I was not beaten because I followed all the rules. Interviewer. A group of 5 men from Bangladesh, in broken Arabic. A group of 5 from Bangladesh, 2 said there are 17 and the oldest was 26. They went from Bangladesh to Dubai and then Jordan, from Jordan to Libya. They stayed between 3 and 4 months in Libya. Racket in the street when they see you are not from Libya, so racket is not just Africans. They paid the money at home, not very talkative. Interviewer. In the women's shelter, we started with a group discussion, 7 women from Ivory Coast and 2 women from Cameroon, in French in the back room of the shelter. The women had a lot of questions about what we do, NGOs, the position of the European Union, whether the EU knows about how they are treated in Libya, whether the detention centres are run by NGOs or others. It appeared later that some posters of the EU, IOM, UNHCR are displaced in detention centres, and they were under the impression that detention places were run by these organisations. MSF position and work explained. Interviewer. Women stayed in Libya for different periods, from 1 month to a year, 3 months, 5 months. Interviewer. The journey they described took them from Ivory Coast to Burkina, Niger, Agadez in Niger, and then Seba in Libya. Aquarius, 4th of July 2016. Female, 24, from Ivory Coast. My father died. My uncle was taking care of my mother and siblings. I fled on 9th of October 2015 because I was at risk of circumcision. My uncle had found me a husband who demanded that I am circumcised. I have a cousin who would have died as a result of female genital mutilation. Once the husband pays the dowry, parents have to circumcise the bride-to-be. At school, we were taught that female genital mutilation is not good, but it is important for the parents and a sign that you are married. I have a younger sister who is 14 and who is living in San Pedro. I left school after my father died. I arrived in Niger where I met a Libyan woman. I don't know her full name. She talked to me about earning 1,000 dinars in Tripoli and that she would pay for my travel to Libya. She took me in her car and dressed me with a niqab. On 20th of April, I came with her to Libya. We were stopped at a police control checkpoint, and they realized I am not Libyan and made me get off the car. The Libyan woman left. Those who arrested me were in brown military fatigue. I was taken to Suleiman prison for women. Many women, pregnant women and babies were all held there. All were African. We even helped a woman to give birth. We were fed macaroni cooked in some yellowish water. An old man whom I called was nicer. He would bring us milk and would pay for fruit juice for us. He promised to help me to return to my country. He took me to his place to help his wife. He had a son with some mental issues who was violent. I worked for them for a week. As the father left the house, the son turned violent and I escaped while taking the rubbish out. I went in the direction of the market and a brother told me that black people have to hide. He took me to a Libyan who wanted money. I did not have any money, and I ended up having to call my family, who did not know where I had been since I escaped. I called my brother, but he asked me to never call again. My family was putting pressure on my mother and was suspecting her of helping me to escape. On 4th of July, the man told me to leave, and I did not have to pay. There was stripping, searches, and fondling. I was not raped. This was not my first attempt. The previous time, the boat had a hole.
Aquarius, 4th of July 2016. Female, 24, from Cameroon. I lived in Algeria with my husband. We were welcome in Algeria and were not raped or brutalized. In Algeria, I could not get a job because I was not Muslim. We were told it is easy to go through Libya to reach Europe. We arrived in Libya 4 months and a half ago. We paid 200 dinars to go to Tripoli from Algerian border. Before arriving in Tripoli, we were taken to a house with a lot of weapons. 8 or 9-year-old kids were asking if we wanted to go to Libya. They find clients for smugglers. We were taken to a second house in Gargaresh. We spent a month there. We slept on the floor, did not have food. We paid 1,200 euros each to cross the sea. My sense is that we pay Libyans to launch us while others are waiting for us to intercept us. We were stopped and taken to Zawiya prison, and I lost track of my husband. Interviewer. She later came back to MSF to explain that there are 4 Zawiya prisons, or 4 sections. The 4th one is less strict. Nigerian men work with the Libyans and take us to houses to sell our bodies. Vendre les fesses. They can resell you for 1,500, 2,000 dinars, both men and women. The NGOs, they give us blankets, shampoo, toothbrushes, out-of-date toothpaste, soap, a bucket, a small mattress, and a towel. They also give out-of-date medication. Even their paracetamol had expired. The reality is that they take them away from us. Black people in Libya from Gaddafi times buy girls to take them to connection houses, brothels. Women have to work at the connection house to pay their debts. NGOs are supposed to help us and get us repatriated if we want to. We don't have enough to eat. They just give us spaghetti with some tomato and oil, not even an onion. There is a Pakistani who works with the director of the administration, and if you want to be released, you have to call your parents to ask them to pay money and send it to the account of the Pakistani man. If you don't have money, you go to the connection house to be fucked. Busy. The Libyans beat you up and they are violent. They don't use condoms in connection houses. Men are taken to Zawiya or to a bigger prison in Seba. If the prison is saturated, full, or if you don't have money, they put you in containers or in a truck and they pretend you will be repatriated. In reality, they cut their Achilles heel and abandon them in the desert. This is what happens if you are detained and you cannot pay. It costs 600 dinars to be released from Saba. Men are also subjected to rape. Men are also sodomized if they try to escape. I have seen a lot of things. If you try to escape, they shoot at you with a Kalashnikov in the knees. I have been raped. I want to address all young women and girls who want adventure. It is better to save money and ask for a visa. My family is poor and I never had a pair of shoes before I was 15. They even rape pregnant women. When they smoke hashish, they get wild and force you to smoke as well. An Arab is like a kid. If he wants to kill, he kills. I have been traumatized by this country. I have been raped in the desert in front of my husband. I was also forced to give a blowjob and my husband was forced to say it was good. Interviewer. When asked who did that, she responded, "They all wear military fatigues and carry weapons in Libya. It is difficult to say who is official and who is not. They make women lie down on the ground and they fuck them, busy. One after the other, in front and behind." Interviewer. vaginal and anal intercourse. And your husband has to say, Mia, Mia. Interviewer, literally 100 over 100 Libyan expressions to say all is good. Rapes started 3.5 months ago and last time was a month ago. Interviewer, see information below, however. I did not know they were such savages. I regret very much coming to Libya. A woman cannot walk alone in Libya. You have to move in a car and be covered. I want to learn to read and write. When Libyans in prison or other prison-like places realizes that a black person understands Arabic, they kill him. You need to hide you speak Arabic. They tell you, Tala, interviewer, come in Arabic, and you are gone. Every night they would come and pick girls. Women from Cameroon had the reputation of being not wild. Nigerians are obedient. Women from Cameroon are better as domestic workers. I was able once to enter the cells for men to look for my husband. A Libyan asked to fuck us, Pese, me and another detainee together if we wanted to go on the boat. This was organized through a Tunisian who was detained as well. I had to accept because I have no money. They say that if we speak in Europe about what is happening in Libya, the women and girls still in their hands will pay. Once an NGO visited us. A Libyan guard stood behind them and made the sign he would slaughter us if we speak. I got sick after this ordeal and my lower abdomen hurts. I want a health check. My son is 7. Sometimes they would film us as we were raped. Will my son watch his mother being raped online? They say we are crossing the sea to become prostitutes in Europe and they will show us how it is done. I am extremely worried for the girls left behind. You have to do something. You should go to the camp and film.
Aquarius, 7 July 2016. Female, 28, from Ivory Coast. My father has 4 wives and my mother is the first wife. We were 2 sisters and 1 brother. As my mother is not living with my father, we are not well perceived and respected. I was then asked to marry with a relative. I was ill-treated by my husband. He was treating me as a slave. He was beating me. I would wake up at 3 a.m. to clean the house and take care of water for his children, for them to leave for school early. His children did not respect me. We were sleeping in separate rooms, and maybe he was ill-treating me because I did not have children. I eventually fell pregnant, but the doctor told me that it was a risky pregnancy and recommended no sexual intercourse for 3 months and no strain. My husband demanded a photo, and after all the grinding, I started bleeding. He told me to rest. I ended up seeing a doctor, but he refused to buy the recommended medication. I miscarried 2 days later. I fled and returned to my family. Trying to flee, I burned myself. My father told me to return to my husband. It was as if we were enemies with my husband. He would have sex with me and dismiss me. A woman wanted to help me and told me about boats for Europe. My first attempt to get on a boat was during Ramadan. We were arrested on the sea by the Libyan Navy and I spent 4 days in jail. I tried again on Malan Sea. I paid 300,000 CFA francs for the journey. Aquarius, 7 July 2016. Female, 22, from Nigeria. Interviewer. Transfer from the dignity and only seen by the medical team. To be completed by medical team. She was educated and reached the third year of secondary school. During journey from Nigeria to Libya, she said that 3 men in the car asked for sex and eventually forced her and another girl to have sex. She appeared stable and did not cry. She was referred by the dignity. She's 2 months, 8 weeks pregnant, as a result of rape by the 3 men believed to be the smugglers. Experience of arrest in Libya. She spent some time in a camp, but she did not stay long in Libya. She was traveling alone. MSF prepared a certificate for termination of pregnancy. The woman has 7 days to think and then can have abortion on a public health facility. Just before disembarkation, she asked about risks if she has an abortion. MSF stressed the possibility for her to ask for protection. Aquarius, 4 September 2016. Female, 30 years old, from Cameroon. I left Cameroon 1 year ago because of Boko Haram. Boko Haram destroyed my life. I lost so many of my family members, and this is when my nightmare journey full of torture and sexual abuse started. I fled Boko Haram to my neighbor country, Nigeria, only to be caught again in the hand of Boko Haram and to be raped for 2 months. From there I escaped and crossed Nigeria-Algeria by the Sahara. We were 3 women and 1 man making this journey by foot for 3 weeks. Only 2 of us made it. Once we arrived to Libya, we met a guy that was nice to my friend and me and offered us food and shelter. Soon enough we have become his servants, and he raped us and made us sell our bodies to other men. Since we were very obedient, the man gave us to another young man that speaks English and Arabic. I don't know if this man gave money to have us. The young man told us if we accept to be raped repeatedly by him and other men for 4 weeks, he will put us in a boat to Europe for free. And 4 weeks, my friend and I had been raped and beaten. My friend was too weak and couldn't handle the sexual violence and abuse. She passed away and I was left alone. I do not have hope for the future. I feel I've become an animal. I'm no longer a woman. I lost taste in life. But today, I thank God so much that He had put me in your hands, in the hand of NGOs. Today is the most beautiful day of my life. Thank you.
Aquarius, 4 September 2016. Female, 35 years old, from Cameroon. I've been robbed and had to accept the fact that I'm going to be robbed so many times so I can get in this boat. I left Cameroon because of Boko Haram. I have 2 daughters. I don't know where they are. In Libya, they treat us like animals, like dogs, like pigs, and we are not human to their eyes. A woman should not exist in Libya. I will never go back to Libya. I would kill myself instead. Aquarius, 4 September 2016. Female, 20 years old, from Ivory Coast. I left Ivory Coast because of poverty and got trapped in Libya. In Libya, I had to work as a nanny for 2 years for a Libyan family that did not pay me, only offered my food and shelter. I was treated badly by the family, beaten, and had no liberty. I finally surrendered by the interview to God and decided to escape and get to the boat. I want to join my aunt in France. Aquarius, 4 September 2016. Female, 20 years old from Ivory Coast. I was forced to work as a nanny in Libya for more than 2 years. I wanted to provide to my little girl that I left back home, but found myself trapped and forced to work in the Libyan family. I tried escaping once. The police found me and put me in jail. I have been beaten and witnessed a lot of violence in this prison, and after 1 month, I was back to work as a nanny. I finally escaped and walked so much, and with the power of God, I saw this boat. I begged to be put in, others were begging too. I didn't know where the boat was going to, but I did not care as long as I can go out of Libya. Female, 20 years old, Ivory Coast. I worked as a nanny in a Libyan family that was nice to me. Salary was not so good, but I managed to collect 350 dinars to pay the boat. Libya is very dangerous. Even if the family was nice, I couldn't go out by myself. Not even to the grocery shop. Everyone is armed, even kids, and everything is possible, and you can be shot even by walking in the street. Aquarius, 4 September 2016. Male, 17, and male, 18, both from Eritrea. We lived in Sudan for 1 year and worked to pay for our journey to Libya. Once we arrived in Libya, the Arabs put us in jail for 5 months. We had to call our family to send money so they can let us go. My family had to sell lands, our farm animals, in order to us to pay for this journey. I paid 3,500 Libyan dinar.
Aquarius, 13 September 2016. Male, 21 years old, from Ivory Coast. The interviewees are siblings. One sibling left Ivory Coast to Libya in order to make this journey to Europe, but he was not able to give any news to his family. After 2 weeks with no news from her brother, the other sibling decided to also do this trip and to search for her brother in Libya. I left my country to seek a better life for myself. I come from a poor family and my country do not offer me any work opportunity or even stability to be able to study. I planned my journey before leaving and crossed Burkina and Niger by car. Once in Libya, I worked in a farm and fed the animals. One day on my way back from work, and when I say work, I mean forced work, where one day you may get paid something, but most the days you're grateful if they only give you some bread and water for the work you're doing. And so a group of armed people arrested me for no reason and took me to prison. In the prison, they beat you for everything. When they want you to go to sleep, they beat you. When they want you to wake up, they beat you. When they want you to eat, they beat you. Everyone is armed in Libya, even children. Once I had to beg for my life and ask mercy and forgiveness from a 12-year-old boy because I spoke with my friend while I should have kept quiet. After 3 days in the prison, I realized I either die there or I tried to escape. I escaped with 3 people through a broken wall. It was the scariest thing I had to do, but I had no choice. Once out of the prison, I called the person in charge for my trip to Europe. He picked me and brought me to a place where almost 250 people lived there. The place looked like a chicken coop. They gave us one piece of bread every 5 days, and I stayed there for 2 weeks. I want to tell all my African brothers to stop coming to Libya. Libyans do not consider themselves Africans like us. They hate us. Even if you're a Muslim, they do not care. Stop coming, otherwise your dignity will be mocked and you will be tortured. Aquarius, 13 September 2016. Female, 30, from Ivory Coast. We come from a very big and poor family. In total, we are 12 siblings. In my country, it is very hard to find a job, so we decided that my brother will make the journey to Europe to have a better life and be able to help us. Since he left, we stayed 2 weeks without any news. We are very close with my brother. I couldn't handle not knowing where he is or what happened to him, so I decided to go and make the same journey. I was in a very big car of 2 tons. I do not know which country I crossed or even how many days it took us to arrive to Libya. Once in Libya, I couldn't find my brother, but I understood why he did not give any news. In Libya, a black person cannot have a phone on him. They search you all the time. They steal your things, and if they find a cell phone on you, you can even be shot. I stayed in a women camp. It was horrible. Arabs came every night and choose mostly Nigerians and just take them for the night. Some come back, some do not. And we all know what it means if you're picked. I used to pray all the time. If you pray, you have a higher chance that they will not pick you. So I used to pray all the time, out loud, and thanks God I have never been picked. The day they took us to the boat, when I approached the boat, I could not believe my eyes. My brother was already inside. I started crying and thanking God. I'm so happy I have found my brother. I wouldn't recommend anyone to make this journey, not even my enemy. I will never be able to forget what I witnessed and what I experienced. It is almost unbelievable and can only be described as a horror story.
Aquarius, 5th of October 2016. Male, 28 years old, from Eritrea. I left Eritrea more than 6 years ago. My dad was in military, and I left school for military. Military in Eritrea is not like other country, it's forever. In Eritrea, I had been in prison just because they suspect me that I was planning to go to Sudan. Prison in Eritrea is bad. A very small room with no toilets, very bad conditions, and very little food. In Sudan, I worked in construction, got married, and had a daughter who's almost 3 years old. Sudan is better than Eritrea, but still, you cannot project yourself there. You can't think about the future. You never know when the police show up at your doorstep and ask you to pay because you're a foreigner. I paid many times 2,000 Sudanese pounds to the police to leave me alone. When we decided with my wife to make this journey, we agreed on leaving our daughter with my brother-in-law in Sudan. The trip seemed too risky, and I couldn't stand to put my daughter in any danger. We crossed the Sahara from Sudan to Libya. It took us 7 days. We had so little food and so little water. My wife really struggled during this journey, and I saw one Somali who died because of thirst. When we first reached Libya, we stayed in a city 1,000 kilometers away from Tripoli for 2 weeks. It was a Masra, a very big open place called Rebian, and we were 360 persons. The Libyans mistreated us. We were beaten, barely had food. If you behave in a way the Libyan do not like it, a warning is given by a shot that lands next to you and not on you if you're lucky enough. We were transferred to Beni Walid, a storage managed by Eritreans. I stayed with my wife there for 4 months. It was bad. They used electricity to beat us, and we only had pasta for food. They told me in Sudan that I'll have to pay $1,600 for the trip from Khartoum to Libya, and $2,000 for the boat. But once we arrived to Libya, they asked $5,000 for each. I had to call my family, my friends, and my family sold a house to be able to lend me money. I keep thinking about my wife. I hope she made it. I hope I will be able to reach out to her. I hope one day I will be reunited with her and my daughter, and we will live a normal life in a normal country. Preferably Germany, because I have family there. But I do not really care, as long as I'm in a country where I have rights, find work, and I will be able to pay all my debts. Interviewer. He approached me as soon as I stepped into the Aquarius and was doing my tour to make sure everyone is doing okay and spreading messages. He asked me to check if his wife was on board, because he's not sure in the coast the smugglers put her in the boat. He asked the women in the upper deck during their time in the sea if they've seen his wife, but all said no.
Aquarius, 4th of October 2016. Female, 28 years old, from Eritrea. Note from the interviewer. Female has 3 children, 10, 8 and 5. She is from Barentu. During the journey she was extremely helpful, translating into Tigrinya and helping organize the women's shelter. I was born and grew up in Sudan. We returned to Eritrea with UNHCR in 2004. From Port Sudan to Asmara. Married at 17. Husband in the military. I did not see him for 5 years. He is in Assab, 1,000 kilometers from Asmara. Note from interviewer, distance is actually about 500 kilometers. I am worried for my children who are at school. We pay a lot for school, uniform, school and rent. Everything was hard. Since I was 7 months pregnant with our youngest kid, I have not seen my husband. For the youth, they finish school and then they go into the army. Children miss out from school to help the parents. The majority goes into the army. There is no freedom. I have a coffee shop for the people of the Coca-Cola factory. I had a tent. You had to pay to the government to continue and I gave up. Life was hard. The rent is expensive, water expensive. My husband just earned 300 nakfa, around $19, and the rent was 700 nakfa, around $45. In April 2016, I went to Sudan via Ethiopia. I walked. I paid 5,000 nakfa, around $320, for smugglers to show us the road. I registered in a UNHCR refugee camp in Ethiopia. You can live in a camp if you have a strong case. You might still wait for years. There is no work in Ethiopia, only manual menial work. I arrived in Khartoum in April 2016. In May I was in Sudan, and at the end of Ramadan I went to Libya. Many Eritreans are in Sudan. All the Habesha, note from interviewer, Ethiopians or Eritreans, are arrested and sent to prison. You have to pay to get out of prison or you're returned to Eritrea. Sudan has changed since I lived there and the situation has become difficult. Then I decided to go to Libya. We were with 72 persons in a lorry when we came to Libya at the end of Ramadan. All Eritreans. 3 days in a lorry, then in the south of Libya we moved into 7 cars. The smugglers, Samsar, were Eritreans. We were held in a makzan, note from interviewer, warehouse used by smugglers, in Beni Walid. When I was in the makzan, I called my family, my mother and my brother. They gathered the money for me not to be injured or killed. We always think Daesh is going to kill us, and we even forget about how hungry we are. When you expect something in life is one thing, to live it is different. We die in the desert, in the sea, in car accidents. I paid $1,600 and had to pay another $2,000 for across the sea. My mother has been to hospital as she suffers from diabetes and because of the shock of the news. I spent 2 weeks in Beni Walid. After I paid, we went to Tripoli, close to the beach. I spent 2 months and 2 weeks there. Libyans would come and bring us water and macaroni and would leave. They would not beat us. It is the Habesha who would beat us for asking to go to the bathroom, for example. On sexual violence, in Sudan, they search us. They did not speak Arabic. They would put their hands in my trousers. I told them they were fasting for Ramadan, yet searching us like that. They would put their hands in our vaginas. I told the other women to scream. I threw sand at the face of the guy who was searching me. They took our gold earrings. Men were dressed in blue police uniforms, but with no official signs. Girls talk a lot about sexual violence. I have witnessed a girl being grabbed and screaming. We were 17 women. I told them our God will hold you accountable, but not in Libya. I had the contraceptive injection. Even older ladies, note from interviewer, she points out to a woman in the group who looks older, have the injection. Sudanese are not tender with women. For some women, the contraceptive means they don't have their period. For others, to the contrary, they bleed a lot. I paid 150 Sudanese pounds for the shot. I know people who died in the desert, but did not want to believe it. The Maksan was very dirty. My family paid for me in Sudan. The smugglers, they have a business partners all over the world. Just before dinner, they told us, in the Maksan, that we will be traveling. Every day we would meet among each other and hold meetings and ask for an explanation as to why we would travel. At 8 p.m., they gathered people from 2 Maksan. I was on the deck and was the first person to leave the boat when you came to rescue us. A Libyan man just maneuvered the boat and then left, and a Sudanese man drove. They picked the Sudanese to drive because he spoke Arabic. We were following the stars as they had suggested to us. The Palestinian woman was praying. Men in the lower decks were throwing up and seasick. We travelled for about 3 hours. I would be happy even if I stay in Italy. Arabs in Sudan would give us biscuits and we had plenty of water. In Beni Walid, if you do not have money, they beat you up or they abandon you on the road. The boss in Beni Walid was an Eritrean man. If he were to return to Eritrea or even to travel to Europe, he would be killed because he is really nasty. He only travels to Dubai.
Aquarius, 4th of October 2016. Female, 17 years old, from Eritrea. I spent 9 months in Libya because I had no money. I went to Khartoum in Sudan. I walked from Eritrea. I escaped from there. I spent 6 months in Sudan. I stayed with my paternal uncle. Interviewer. Note that in Arabic and some other language you use different words to describe uncles and aunts on paternal or maternal sides. I left Sudan on 7th of February 2016. The smugglers were Habashi, interviewer, Ethiopians or Eritreans, and Somali. We were driven by Sudanese and Chadians. They told us at some point that we were in Chad. We traveled in Libya through Cheka. Interviewer, could not find on a map. Rebiana or Rabiana. We were then in a Maksan in Beni Walid for 7 months. I paid $3,600 US. We were given macaroni and bread to eat. I had the injection before traveling. I had it in Khartoum. As I have short hair, I pretended to be a boy and stayed among the boys to avoid being raped. I was beaten up. On the boat, I was on the deck with the women. I hope to go to Switzerland or the UK. Aquarius, 29th of July 2016. Female, 17 years old, from Eritrea. I am traveling with my best friend. We met on the journey. I spent 2 months in Libya, in a building with no windows, men and women from Ghana and Nigeria. Children also. It was like a large cell with 92 women and men in separate cells. Females don't go out of the compound. You only leave the cell to use the toilet. It was in a ghetto in Tripoli, fenced like somewhere you would keep animals with a gate. Arab men came at night and beat us. The men that ran it were Arab with guns, not in uniform. Then they let other Arab men come and get the girls that they wanted. The day before yesterday, an Arab man came and picked 4 of us to go with him. We were sleeping and they came. I was one of them. They took us to a house on a farm. I don't know where it was. There were 2 young Arab men there. They beat us. They hit us very hard to make us remove our clothes. One of the girls had been in Libya some time and spoke Arabic. She had worked with them and they poured hot water on her. They took us inside the room and put on a porn film. They made us all lie down on the floor. They made us have sex with them, both in the vagina and behind. They used an iron tool to beat us. They broke my tooth. We pleaded with them to let us go. They took us to a caravan and locked us inside with no food or water. We spent a day inside there. Then he took 2 of the other girls and let me go. I don't know what happened to the other girl. I ran and found some people moving and I went with them. I left Nigeria from Kano. I don't have any parents and I lived with a woman who brought me up. She told me that my parents had too many children and could not care for me too. There was fighting there, and when everyone ran, I ran with them too. I didn't plan to go to Libya. I want to find job opportunities in Libya and better myself. I was also raped in Nigeria. I had to earn money, so I have had sex with men before. I had an abortion in Nigeria. This is the first time I have ever seen a doctor. I have only seen a chemist. Interviewer. When interviewee gave her testimony, she explained that it had been 3 days since she had been raped by these men and was able to receive medical treatment on board of the Aquarius. Female, 20s, Nigeria, 32 weeks pregnant. My eyes were turning in my head when I took that boat. I was so hungry and tired. I left Nigeria in February, in Benin City, Nigeria. I was pregnant then, but my husband didn't know. The suffering is too much in Nigeria. No food to eat. I am running from Nigeria.
Aquarius, 29th of July 2016. Female, in her 20s, from Nigeria. I spent 4 months in Libya in Saba. In a ghetto, in a private house with men and women. They beat us every day with a stick. I saw Arab men come and rape 2 girls in front of us. There is no free movement. Arab men come and rape you, beat you. They took us to an incomplete building in Tripoli, with no food, no water, and held us there for weeks. Some of the women on this boat were also held in that building. I want to go to Italy to help my family. They are so poor. Libya is the worst country I've ever seen. Aquarius, 29th of July 2016. Female, 24 years old, from Nigeria. I left Nigeria on April 30th. I only have my mother and we are poor. I am the eldest child. We live in Edo State. My mum sponsored my trip to Italy. She paid a man to bring me to Libya because she wanted me to go to Italy to find work, so that I could send money home. In Libya, we lived in a ghetto in a private house. We lived there all together, men and women from different countries. The people who ran it were a mix of Libyans and blacks. I just thank God that I did not experience sexual violence. I witnessed women being raped by the Arabs. While traveling in the desert, if you lay down to rest, the men would come and take ladies to have sex with them. I pleaded in my heart for them not to do that when I saw it happen to other girls. I prayed to God, not me, and He answered my prayers. One night, they took us to the beach and we got in the boat. When I get to Italy, I will call my mum. She might not have known the dangers of this journey and what I have been through. I was not aware that it was so dangerous. So I am not angry at her. She would never have allowed me to make that journey had she known. In Nigeria, I studied physics. I would like to train as a nurse.
Aquarius, 5th September 2016, male, 16 years old, from Ivory Coast. Interviewer. Testimony taken from 16-year-old accompanied minor with older brother. He was found on a rubber boat with approximately 129 people on board. This patient was born in Ivory Coast, but his parents died when he was quite young. He lived with his older sister for some time and thought she was nice. There often wasn't food on the table. He's quite a good football player, so he decided to leave the Ivory Coast in order to be seen by professional football organizations. He didn't intend to necessarily get to Europe, but that is where he will end up. Ideally, he'd like to live in England and play football for Chelsea. He left the Ivory Coast over a year ago, traveling through Mali, where he stayed for 2 months, Niger and Libya. In total, he spent about a year in Libya. The trip from Ivory Coast to Libya cost 300,000 CFA. While playing soccer in Libya 3 months ago, he sustained an injury to his left testicle. He then ended up in the Saba prison for 3 months. 2 months ago, he was beaten with a plastic instrument. He has a scar on his left forearm for trying to ward off the attack. And he says they stuck his left testicle, causing it to become very inflamed and sore. While in prison, the patient saw guards fired shot to scare the prisoner, but one of the bullets hit a metal objective and then hit a 15-year-old boy who died. They beat him because he didn't have money to pay for his release. He was finally released when his older brother paid 10,000 Libyan dinars for his release. While in prison, he didn't see any NGOs, but friends in other prisons say that they saw NGOs and received some food and clothes. The patient described his time in Nigeria as difficult, but he says his time in Libya as a disaster. He wouldn't even recommend that his biggest enemy make the journey. He said that everyone in Libya, even the taxi driver, have guns. You welcomed us beautifully, but the Arabic people welcome us brutally. After his release from prison, a friend helped him to get to Tripoli, where he worked as a laborer to raise the 300,000 needed for the boat crossing. He says the name of the port he left from was Port Gigasdes. The patient knew of MSF from our work in Côte d'Ivoire with HIV. When he saw the boat, he told people, "It's MSF." And they said, "No, it's the Libyan Navy." But he recognized our logo and was very happy. The patient will be referred to the MOH for follow-up of his testicular injury, which 2 months later is still 3 times the normal size. He's scared that he will never be able to have children and cannot stop thinking about his injury.
Aquarius, 3 October 2016. Group of 12 women, aged between 20 and 23, from Eritrea and Ethiopia. Group of 2 women, aged between 22 and 35, from Somalia. Interviewer. They were in Libya for months on end. One of the women from Somalia arrived when her baby was 5 months old. and he is now 1 year and 9 months old. So she was there for 1 year and 4 months. Whenever the baby cried, they beat him non-stop. They beat the children and adults. Even when the baby was ill, teething and or hungry, they beat him to shut off. His mother said, "I cried so much. Crying was a normal thing, every minute." Every single of them said, "The smuggler, Samsara, is bad, very wicked, beat adults and children, every day asking for money, and beat them, no stop." So they described how they cried a lot. The smugglers also starved and refused to feed them. When they were fed pasta, cooked pasta with no seasoning or anything else in it. They have a deep hatred for pasta. The Samsara is a smuggler and he's Eritrean. He treated them very badly. They all hate Libya and never ever want to see it again. They paid at least $6,000 each for the journey from Libya to Europe. The Somalis had to pay between $7,000 and $8,000 each. Some of the things they said were, "Sahara is worst place. They treat you like animals." Another woman said, "From Eritrea to Libya, you go through Sudan and Sahara. In the Sahara, the men, they are very bad. They did sexual things with us. Not because we want, but because we must. They have guns, and they are wicked men. Some girls get pregnant, and maybe in Europe they remove it. I don't know. Also in Sudan and Libya, some soldiers, they are wicked. They beat us and make sexual things. I don't want to talk about Libya, because I wish I had a mobile phone to take pictures for you, and then you see and understand. Me, I tell you the truth. I paid $6,600 for the journey. I did trade, import, export, and used the money. They beat us." The interviewer described with her hands shaking. They lived in Libya for months, and those 4 months were hell before they could get enough money to leave and continue the journey. The journey from Eritrea to Sahara took about 10 days. And the girls also emphasized that the Sudanese nomads they met in the desert were also horrible to them and raped some of them as well as collected money from them. They lived in a compound that was far from everywhere. They lived there, slept, prayed, and the only food allocated to them was pasta. They beat them up, daily asking for money. So they were beaten and then put on the speakerphone to call their families back home in Eritrea, who heard their weeping and yelling as when they were tortured. Their families, in turn, then kept selling things, trading, appealing to other family members and friends for money so they could be released and allowed to join the boat to Italy. As long as the money hadn't come in, they were beaten and molested. Once the money was paid into the correct account in Eritrea, the contact would alert the pilot to let them know only then they would be allowed to travel. And it still might not be instant. They had to wait until the pilot said it was time. They were also told that the boat they were crammed in would take them to Italy. The journey from Eritrea to Libya is normally around $3,600 a person. Then from Libya to Italy is another around $6,000. Some people paid more and some people paid less, but not much less. The men in Sahara wear the things. Interviewer used hands to show a turban around the head and the face quite synonymous with nomads. And very strange, they speak another language. They just collect money, and they don't care about human life. They treat us like rubbish and just want money to spend on what I don't know, because they live in the Sahara. God save us. I thank God for saving us. I thank you. They wanted to know how far Italy was, and England and France. They want to learn English, work and start a new life so they can send money to their families back home.
Aquarius, 3rd October 2016. Female, 46 years old and male son, unknown age. From Gaza, occupied Palestinian territory. Interviewer. They left Gaza when the Rafah crossing border with Egypt opened in June 2016. They left Gaza due to the siege imposed on it by Israel and Egypt. There's no hope for youth there. The mother lost 2 sons in the war on Gaza in 2014. She wanted a better future for the only son who was still alive. They left their house to Rafah border and waited there for long hours. Thousands of Palestinians were trying to cross the border to Gaza after it has been closed for 2 months and a half. After they crossed Rafah to go to Egypt, they found out that there was curfew in Sinai. They had to stay in the desert for a day before being able to continue their way to Egypt. They stayed in Egypt for a month trying to find a smuggler in Alexandria who could help them in getting to Italy. But unfortunately, they didn't find one. Then she contacted some relatives in Gaza that informed her that she needs to go to Libya and the smugglers in Alexandria are not working there anymore. They found a smuggler that said he can get them to Europe. They've never met the smuggler, but they talked to him on the phone. They paid him $5,000 until they got on the wooden boat. They left Egypt to get to Mercy Matro on the borders with Libya. They crossed it by foot, then a car picked them up with other 50 Egyptian people who wanted to go to Libya in order to work there. They drove for a couple of hours. Then they asked them to leave and walk for 13 kilometers, almost 3 hours at night. Then someone told them, "You're in Libya." They didn't know where they are. Then another car came and picked them up. They drove for 2 days. Then they stayed in storage. They fed them and they stayed there for 4 days. And then they took them to another place for 4 days as well. They moved from one place to another for a couple of times till they get to Ben al-Walid. Then they were separated from the Egyptian who wanted to stay in Libya. The woman said that they were separated from Eritreans and African people and treated respectfully and better than other people because they were from Gaza. But the lady said that she could hear at night Libyans used to come to the storage rooms drunk and start shouting and shooting and will go to the rooms of the Eritrean, either to beat them, and sometimes they used to take women from the room. I don't know what they did to them, but I assume they beat and raped them. They stayed in Libya for 3 months, and nobody told them they would be leaving, but they were informed that the sea is rough, and they can't leave now. From that day, they waited 17 days, and then on the 3rd of October, at midnight, a man came and told them the boat is ready and they need to leave now. The man told them that they will sail in the boat between 3 to 4 hours before getting rescued. She said the sea was calm. The journey was better than expected, but they were seasick. Everyone on the boat with them was seasick. I hope we'll be able to go to Germany because we have family and friends who already live there. We don't want to stay in Italy. I want to live in a place that siege is not imposed on people and they can move freely from one place to another.
Aquarius, 3 October 2016. Group of 3 women, aged 16, 17 and 20 years old, from Eritrea. Interviewer. All of them are single girls who are traveling alone. They all left Eritrea 2 years ago. The 16 and the 17-year-old said that they are cousins and both of them didn't pay anything to smugglers to get on the boat. The 16-year-old girl was so sick and malnourished and said she hasn't paid anything. As for the 17-year-old girl, she said she didn't pay but had to work, doing housework, cleaning and cooking. They said they haven't been beaten, but haven't mentioned anything about being raped. I assume that they let the sick girl leave so that she did not die while under their custody. The 16-year-old went first to Sudan and stayed there for 7 months. The 17-year-old went first to Ethiopia and stayed there for 4 months. Both of them, while being in Sudan and Ethiopia, worked as cleaning ladies. They mentioned that people were nice, but that they had so many problems in these countries. They stayed in Libya for 9 months. They both said that Libyans were nice to them. They both wrote with pens on their hand, love and hope, and one of them had the letter M, a tattoo on her hand, saying that it's the first letter of her mother's name. They both left home to help their families, either by sending them money or by bringing them to Europe on a safer route once they are settled in Italy. The 20-year-old paid $500 to the smuggler to get to Sudan. Then she went to Ethiopia and from there to Libya. She lived in a camp in Ethiopia for 8 months. They fed them and they treated her well, but she couldn't work there and she wanted money to help her family. So then she decided to go to Libya and from there to Europe. In Libya, she was in Ben Walid, and after she paid the smuggler $6,600, she was moved to Sabratha. Her family helped her in transferring the money to the smugglers. The girl said that she was beaten and treated badly in Ben Walid, until she paid. While she was there, she had bad stomach pain. Also, they robbed her from all their belongings. This lady has 2 tattoos. One of them is letter M, and it's the first letter of her younger brother's name, the ones that she loves so much. As for the other tattoo, it's a drawing of a bird with a cross. The 3 of them said that they are happy to be rescued. They are not afraid, and they are looking forward to their new adventure in Italy, hoping that they will be able to help their families. Aquarius, 3 October 2016. Male, unknown age, from Eritrea. Interviewer. He left Eritrea 3 years ago, to Sudan and then to Yemen. He had a residency in Yemen and didn't mind staying there. He worked there with the UN as a translator. He speaks Arabic fluently. He said he left Yemen 5 months ago after the war on Yemen started and when he realized that the situation is getting worse. So he preferred to leave Yemen, to Libya and then to Europe. He paid smugglers $6,600. He was taken to Ben Walid and then to Sabratha. He said he was treated well and never been beaten. He said he will go to Europe to build a life there and he will try to get his love from Yemen once he is settled. Female, unknown age, from Eritrea. This lady left Eritrea to Sudan and she lived there with her family for a couple of years. And she learned Arabic. Then, when the situation worsened in Sudan, she decided to leave her kids and husband to go to Europe and to find a better life for her family. And after getting settled, she will bring them. She didn't want to take her 3 kids on a boat to Europe and risk their lives. She hopes that the situation in Europe will allow her to settle, to have a better future for her kids.
Aquarius, October 2016. Male, 20 years old, from Cameroon. I want to plead with all my friends in the world, the ones I know and the ones I don't know yet. Wherever you are, be careful of Arab people. I am a victim of circumstances I found myself in. Arab men move around in countries like Mali and Cameroon, and they meet blacks. They lie to us and say they have jobs for us in Libya because they know blacks are always searching for work. So when you go to Libya, there is no job. It becomes a kidnapping case. I am a victim of kidnapping and have been in a cell for 1.5 months. I can call it a kidnap because I was taken by a man in Libya. He said, "Come, I will pay you, and you will have contract work." I was happy to have a job and work there for a year, earn some money, and go back to my country. Instead, I found myself locked up with more than 200 people in a house. You could not run away because the house was surrounded by desert. They gave us some numbers to send money into the account, and then they would let us free. Be very careful who you meet. I found myself here not because I want to be here. I escaped one night because the police, or rebels, I don't know who it was, attacked the house. They were shooting. Some people were shot dead. Some were shot in the leg, and some of us escaped. We were running at night. We didn't know where we were. I was beaten every day and night. One time a day, they fed us spaghetti, one pan for 15 to 20 people. If you did not fight for food, then you would not eat that day. I survived. Women and children, I pitied. I don't know how they found themselves there. Virgins were divergent. Pregnant women would miscarry, and girls were raped. Be very careful who you meet and who promises you a job. I am a victim of that. I don't want any of my brothers and sisters to go with someone to go and work. Coming to Italy was never my intention. I was just in Mali, and I met a man in a bar, an Arab man. He told me he needed workers. I was happy. I was very happy, and he sponsored the trip. Libya is desert. It's full of rebels and rapists. Even police you cannot trust. Everybody there have a gun. Libya, it's not a safe place. I would never advise anyone to go there. There are people there, and their job is to lock you up and to call your family and make them send money to let you go. And if they let you go, that is another hell of a thing. You have nowhere to go because they take you and they put you back in prison. I was locked in the desert. I had nowhere to go. When they were shooting that night, we ran away. We were just running in the night. And we found ourselves at sea. We saw a boat and we shouted, "Please, please!" And they were blacks like us. And they stopped and we moved towards them. They caught our hands and pulled us inside. I find myself here. I thank you guys for rescuing us. Thousands of blacks are suffering every day in Libya. In Libya, every day they are dying, and especially the girls. They are suffering. An Arab man will just beat a man and take you to be a slave. But the girls, they don't just beat you. They take you into a room and rape you. And if you don't want, they beat you. Young girls, in front of friends, brothers, and sisters. It is worse when they smoke this thing. They just beat you up. If I could, I would have gone back to Cameroon. Libya, when you go there, it's a different kind of hell. Aquarius, 9 October 2016. Male, 18 years old, from Niger.
Interviewer. Left from Misrat. He has been in Libya for 1 year. They spend a week driving in the desert before getting to Libya a year ago. I tried to work in Libya. I found some daily jobs, but employers sometimes didn't pay me. There was no future in Libya, and I wasn't paid for the job I did. I couldn't study there. That is why I decided to go to Europe. I paid $200 to the smugglers. We left at 10 p.m. at night, and we were rescued at 2 p.m. the next day. In the smuggler houses that they kept us in, I was robbed. They took my passport, my money, and phone. I do have 8 siblings that one of us should help in raising. I am the 3rd child in the family, and I was willing to leave to be able to support my family. First thing, I want to educate myself, to study, and then I'll be looking for a job.
Aquarius, 17th of November 2016. Female, 30 years old, from Nigeria. Her father died when she was 9, and although her mom did her best to earn money by doing other menial jobs and selling akara, bean balls, to feed her and her siblings, she is the second of 6 children, life was tough. Her mom died 6 years later when she was 15, thereby leaving the 4 younger ones in the care of her and her older sister. She left Nigeria on February 7th, 2016, which was on her birthday, because she was told she could get a good job in Libya, would be able to send money home to her siblings, and would eventually cross over into Europe, where she would easily get her permits. A Nigerian friend of hers was working in Libya and offered to help her, so she was able to get some money together and leave without telling her siblings. She was certain that her older sister would have forbidden her from taking the journey, but she believed all would be well once she started working and sending money home regularly. On arrival in Libya, her friend sent a taxi to pick her up, but she was taken elsewhere, and there were Libyan men who proceeded to rape her brutally. It is not clear whether her friend set her up, or if this was another case of Libyan taxi drivers taking black Africans hostage and driving them to the armed group, in exchange for money, as reported by many of the black Africans. This was the beginning of a horrible life of sexual abuse in Libya, and she is most definitely severely traumatized. She is not educated and can barely read. She dropped out of school because there wasn't enough money to pay the fees, and she was not doing well at school. She just wants help. She wants a better life for her younger ones and her child. The first man she had sexual relations with promised to educate her and take care of her and her siblings, but he ended up leaving her. His father also wanted to have sexual relations with her, but she refused. When all this was exposed, she ran away for fear that the family would poison her for causing a family feud between father and son. She has a daughter from her relationship with the above-mentioned man. She is 12 and lives with her older sister. She had her at the age of 18. She was still held captive by the Libyans in Subrata when some Nigerian guys came and broke people out of the jail where they were kept by the Asma boys. This is a term used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. She ran away to a friend who was able to help her, clean her, and treat her wounded body. She was wounded anally as well through sodomy by her captors. It was there that she heard about the journey to Europe and vowed to leave Libya and start a new life in Europe. I do wonder if that is why the Asma boys retaliated and killed many Nigerians, or if this is the other way around, that this was a retaliation by the Nigerians. She was in shock. She cried all the time and almost defecated herself when they were taking off the boat for registration during disembarkation. I worry about her, but the IOM staff promised to do the best they could for her and noted her down as a victim.
Aquarius, 17th November 2016, male 18 years old from Gambia. Patient could speak very limited French and Arabic. Amani helped with the translation. He is an 18-year-old male from Gambia. 1 month ago, he was on a truck traveling through Libya when he was beaten with a stick. He says that he was not deliberately targeted, but everybody in the truck was beaten by the Libyans. The tip of his fourth finger on his left hand came off, and he was unable to seek any medical attention until this time. The nail is still present, but there is exposed bone and the finger is infected. He most likely has an infection in the bone that will require a portion of his finger or the entire thing to be amputated. We treated him with tetanus vaccines and IV antibiotics and painkillers. He wanted to show the world what people in Libya do to people traveling through Libya. Aquarius, 14th November 2016. Male, 22 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. He tried the first time to reach Europe on the 2nd of November. There were 151 people aboard the rubber boat. Soon after departure, they started having engine issues, so he convinced the captain to go back. The rubber boat met the speedboat of the Libyan police. They were armed and wore uniforms. Around 30 meters from the coast, the Libyan police shot at the rubber boat and sank it. He fell in the water. He wasn't able to swim. He was rescued by a young Gambian man. He was unconscious. He does not know where they departed from. When he woke up, he was in the hands of the police. They hit him very hard and repeatedly with an iron stick. They did this while impeding him from moving while pressing his throat. They used a stick against his throat to strangulate him. After that, the men from the police started having a fight amongst themselves. He took advantage of this, and using that fight, he snuck away. He hid himself in the forest for a couple of weeks. A Libyan doctor found him and provided him with some medication. He organized a new trip for him, which resulted in the rescue of Aquarius. The doctor seems to have paid for the second attempt, or he agreed somehow with the smugglers. Aquarius does not know. He did not give details about his trip before the first attempt to reach Europe. He seems still traumatized in relation to the beatings by the police, which followed the shipwreck of the first rubber boat on which he tried to cross the seas.
Aquarius, 17th November 2016. Male, 12 years old, from Côte d'Ivoire. The interviewee departed 5 months before his rescue and transfer on Aquarius. He wants to be a football player in Europe. He worked in Tripoli. He was never paid. He has a brother in Tripoli who works as well for 5 to 10 Libyan dinars per day. He did not pay for crossing. It might have been his brother. While waiting for the sea journey, he was beaten with sticks. He has marks showing the violence used on him. Did you take picture of the marks? Was he seen by the medical team? Aquarius, 17th November 2016. 6 Nigerian females, unknown ages, all unaccompanied minors. They spent 3 months in Sabratha, waiting to be sent at sea. This is where they all met. Previously, they were traveling all alone. They had to pay extra money to be released. They all reported beatings and rapes against girls in the detention place in Sabratha. The girls were pretty uncomfortable about giving more details, as well as for what concerns their future plans in Europe. Aquarius, 22nd of November 2016. Male, 17 years old, from Ghana. 10 months ago, he was living in a house in Shahba when a battle broke out between the white and black Libyans. There was shooting outside of the house, and anyone who was black was shot when he left the house. In an attempt to force people out, the house was lit on fire. He stayed in the house and suffered severe burns to his feet and small portions of his torso and back. The patient was then taken to the big hospital in Shabha, called something like Etne Mas Hospital, where they refused to treat him because he didn't have any money. His friends did their best by bathing his feet in warm water and applying cream. He has not received any medical treatment and describes severe pain when walking. The toes on his right foot have completely fused together. The toes on his left foot can be pried apart but do not look good. On top of everything, he has scabies and is very itchy.
Aquarius, 3 December 2016. Female, 32 years old, from Nigeria. She comes from a lot of economic hardship, was raised in a polygamous family, and ended up having to fend for herself because her father could not afford to take care of this large family. She lived on the streets, in empty spaces, and did odd jobs to raise money for her survival. Eventually, she was able to open a small grocery store and begin to save some money for her future. She had heard about trips to Europe and believed it was the key to a bright future. When she had saved up some money, she realized it still was not enough for the journey to Europe, Niara 350,000. So she sold the small plot of land that was her inheritance. However, before she paid, her auntie, who lived in Italy, stopped her from paying and said she would pay the bills on her behalf. Her aunt promised her a job in Europe and told her not to pay for the trip because she wanted to take care of her. She was confused about that because she had the funds, but then believed her aunt did it out of love for her. She did not finish high school, has limited literacy, and kept saying she just wants to work and send money home. She has 2 children in Nigeria and left them with her older sister. She wants to be able to send money back to them. The smuggler took a group of them from Benin to Kano in northern Nigeria to Niger Republic to Libya. They went through Sabah to the crossing point in Tripoli, where she waited with hundreds of others there. Then, when the smuggler believed the sea was calm enough and they were not in danger of being intercepted on their way to the sea, he put them on the rubber boat and sent them off. Aquarius, 3 December 2016. Female, 25 years old, from Nigeria. She is a widow with 3 children, is educated and has a higher national diploma, HND, in business administration. After her husband took ill and died, she had very little sustenance left to take care of her children and was convinced by a friend to embark on the journey to Libya. She was told that she could work as a nanny and a storekeeper in Tripoli, where she would earn more than triple of what she earned in Nigeria. So she begged her older sister to take care of her 3 children while she went on search for greener pastures and assured her she would send money home from her salary every month. A group of them left from Kano, northern Nigeria, to Niger Republic to Libya. Upon arrival in Libya, she was taken to a part of Tripoli called the Garage and forced into prostitution in what they call connection houses, which are brothels. Even as we had this conversation, she was still shocked by the betrayal of her friend and could not believe how easy she was lured into it. She described horrible conditions of the connection houses, which also had areas where women who refused to work in prostitution were broken. They were all run by Nigerian men who had connections with Arabs, so there were many clients from Libya and other parts of West Africa. At first, she refused and put up a fight, but she was beaten and starved until she gave in and began to accept clients who paid between 10 to 20 dinars per half hour. She got pregnant there because they were not given condoms or any form of protection, and most of the clients would not have used them anyway, but she fell ill and had a miscarriage. 3 months after her arrival in Libya, she was able to escape in November because she was helped by an Arab client who drove her to the crossing point. She ran away with nothing, so she could not pay the fee for crossing, and after nearly a month of pleading, she was finally allowed to join a dinghy that was crossing over to Europe.
Aquarius, 29th of November, 2016. Male, 17 years old, from Gambia. The interviewee is the 4th of 2 sisters and 3 brothers in his family. He wants to do scientific studies in Europe. He left on September 2nd and travelled through Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and entered Libya through Agadez. In Libya, he stayed in Sabah, Beni Walid, Tripoli, and Sabratha. He suffered electric shocks in Sabah. He still has signs on his chest. In Gambia, an organisation called Christian Children Fund used to sponsor his studies. However, when he had to start college, his family could not pay the fees. Therefore, he worked in a farm and raised some money to travel to Europe. Burkina Faso. While travelling through Burkina Faso, he passed by around 20 checkpoints where the migrants would be asked for money by the guards to continue. If people do not have money, the police would beat them on the spot and arrest them. At a checkpoint, he witnessed a rape of a Gambian travel mate, 19 to 20 years old. She was the only female travelling on a bus from Mali to Burkina Faso. As the woman could not pay, a policeman pointed at a man and asked her if he was her brother. She said yes, out of fear, and then the police asked the same man to rape her. He did. Then they asked all the males from the bus, BOILE transport company, to rape her. If they would refuse, they would be slapped and sent back on the bus. They all refused. Agadez Desert Crossing. In Agadez, he stayed in a house waiting for departure for a week. He was free to go in and out to buy food, although if the police would see migrants in the streets, they would be arrested. The first time he was beaten, it was at a checkpoint in the desert in Niger while crossing into Libya. Niger policemen hit him with an iron stick because he did not pay to continue. He reported many checkpoints in the part of the desert belonging to Niger. You will be stopped by the police or random criminals who in Libya are called asthma boys. They ask for money, any goods. They rape the Nigerian girls inside the desert. During the night, the pickup stops. People eat something and take rest. Criminals come in groups of 8 or 9. They are very drunk, smoked hashish. They are young boys, like the interviewee. They harm people with knives. They come just for the girls. If you try to defend the girls, they harm you with knife. I could not fight them. I could only tell the girls to forgive. He witnessed this in the desert almost 4 times. Sometimes the driver would try to rape the girls as well, yet he did not succeed. There were 7 girls travelling in the pickup through the desert. They were all raped. There was no girl inside the pickup who said she was not raped in the desert. The asthma boys. Interviewer. Those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. Came twice during a night in 2 separate trucks. They took 1 girl each. This happened in Niger at the beginning of the trip in the desert. One Nigerian woman said that 5 guys raped her. Her trousers were full of blood when she came back. If you do not have money, the Niger policemen beat you and ask you to lay down under the sun on the burning desert sand for around 30 minutes. He had to do it. He spent 1 night in Bahi, then continued to Gatroun, where he spent another house in a half-built house and continued to Saba. Saba. He said that the asthma boys brought him to a fenced camp called Saba Ghetto. There were 37 people in there, which is a full pickup load, all sold by the pickup driver to a Nigerian man in charge of the prison. He explains that the owners of the place are Arab men, asthma boys, yet the person in charge of the camp, manager, was a Nigerian man. There were different houses in the ghetto. One is for the asthma boys, one for the Nigerian guards, one for the girls. He witnessed girls being taken and sold to connection houses. In the ghetto, he once got slapped just for asking to go to the toilet. He stayed in Saba for 1 week. Then he broke out during a big fight between prisoners and the guards, involving the use of firearms. Some detainees got shot in their legs. He managed to escape with 3 friends. They ran inside the mountains. One of his friends fell and hurt himself. They carried him. They went to a mosque. The person in charge of the mosque took care of them and took them to his house for 3 days. He gave them a letter so that any taxi driver, people bringing people to work from Chad, who had the intention to abduct them, would leave them alone. The letter said that the boys were mesquinis, poor people who went through a lot of pain. With this letter, they would get free food, medicines, and free taxi because the imam wrote it personally. The 4 guys went back to Saba City. They spent 2 weeks going every day to Chad to look for work. He was never kidnapped as he learnt how to recognise asthma boys. They would approach the migrants in Chad nicely and offer good money, 50 LD. They come in cars with black windows and only 2 doors, so that once someone is inside, they can lock the person. The asthma boys usually offer work inside their houses for cleaning or transporting bags of sand in a building in construction, or wash clothes, give food to the chickens. He had up to 6 jobs in a day. He ate as less as possible to save the money. He stayed in the ghetto very little, as he was working every day. He stayed in an abandoned house with no guards, where he would go to sleep after work. 97 people were there. He would ask his friends to look after his belongings when he was out for work. His friends did not go to work because their parents would send money for them to continue the trip. He would go to work and provide food also to the others, cook for them. Also, his friends were taking drugs, smoke hashish, take tramadol pills, melted in their drinks or with chewing gums. His friends would go to the club nights organised in the connection houses and sleep with the girls. He went once in a connection house for a job. He had to arrange new drinks supply for the night. He gave a detailed description of how a connection house looks like and made a drawing. The connection house he was in was a big building with many rooms. There is a bar where clients and guards can watch football, TV and movies. There you have the guards. In connection houses, guards are Nigerian men armed with guns. The owners are Arabs, the managers are Nigerian, paid monthly. There is also a club where people do drugs, dance and entertain themselves with the girls. Then there is the area with the rooms. Each room has a toilet and a shower. Each girl has a room. The clients go to reception and ask for specific service. All night, 60 LD, 1 copulation, 30 LD. In some places, it can be as cheap as 10 LD. The receptionist calls the room to see if it's free and tells the girl that someone is coming. He said that in Colombia, there is a particularly expensive, fancy connection house. He describes Colombia as a drug area in Tripoli. He only saw Nigerian girls in connection houses, not other nationalities. He saw the girls there also selling drugs, in particular hashish and tramadol pills. Sabah to Tripoli. He paid 450 LD to travel to Tripoli. From Sabah, he went to Barask, a small town where he spent 2 weeks. Arab men held him there in a dump. He could not take a shower and had to drink salt tap water. Insects were constantly biting him. He did not go to Chad for work. The Arab men would control the people held there and beat them if they tried to leave. He said that he had to pay the Arab men to get them to buy food for him. The men would take the people held there with them to help with their regular jobs. In exchange, they would never give money, but they would feed the workers. The same driver who drove them to Barask then drove the group, 22 people, all young boys, to Tripoli. They had to stop 2 weeks in Barask as the agent whom they paid their money to did not pay the Arab men who had to bring them to Tripoli, so they had to wait until payment was completed. Beni Walid, the worst place. Before continuing to Tripoli, he was brought into a big house in Beni Walid. He did not receive any food for 2 days, not even water. He was locked inside with 60 plus people, transported there on pickups, 2 or 3 pickup loads. Arab men told them that the agent did not pay the whole money, so the boys were transferred to a prison where they spent 4 days. It felt like 10 years. This looked like a real prison. There were only walls, with only one small window. The fences and walls of the prison are full of human blood. 100 people were held there in a small room, smaller than the clinic room in the Aquarius. There were no girls, no place to lay down, no fresh air, no water, 1 loaf of bread a day to eat. The people had to urinate and defecate in front of everyone else in big water gallons. The group was guarded by Arab men who would come inside usually once a day and say, "If you speak, I kill you." The prison owner is a half Egyptian, half Libyan man. The manager guard was a Gambian man. He would report to the Arab guards so that they would come and target single people, or he would beat people himself. He reported to have also been beaten with an AK-47 on his head, shoulders and back. In the same room, they would give electric shocks while making people talk to their family asking for money to get released. He was given electric shocks on his chest, right at the heart. The guards also torture people by tying them upside down with electric wires.
Aquarius, 30 November 2016, female, 20 years old from Gambia. Interviewer. The interviewer is traveling alone on the boat. In Libya, she was separated from her husband, 25 years old from Gambia, and son, 6 years old. She was held for 6 months in captivity in Sormon Detention Center and had no news from the family until now. She thinks they reached Italy meanwhile and would like to reunite with them. She was referred to the Red Cross RFL unit to look whether her husband and son have reached Italy before her and eventually reunite them. Before being abducted, she had spent 6 more months with the family in Libya. She was staying in a holding place, ghetto in Tripoli, with her husband and son when she was taken to Sormon. She described it as a kidnapping by the Asma Boys group. Interviewer, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. She left Sormon by managing to contact her family through secretly using a phone and asking to transfer 1,400 Libyan dinars to a contact in Libya, who brought the money to Sormon for her release. From the interviewee description, the place sounded as an unofficial holding facility. However, it has a quite significant capacity. She reported over 500 women, many pregnant, and children being held there. When asked, she also confirmed regular visits by journalists and doctors. The MSF team in Libya also mapped a big detention center for women in Sormon, and based on the present testimony, confirmed that it should be the one mentioned by the woman. She reported regular beatings against the woman, but not rapes. The guards would beat the woman with anything. They would use rubber pipes, guns, kicks, smashing against the wall. She witnessed women dying due to beatings, women being beaten to death, pregnant women being beaten until the baby would come out. For 6 months, the only thing she could do is to lay down and sleep. Also, talking was prohibited. If you don't sleep, you have problems. When a pregnant woman had to deliver, the guards would not intervene and expect the other woman to help them. The interviewee reported that they had to cut the umbilical cordon with broken glasses. The interviewee reported regular visits of journalists and doctors. She said they would always come separately. The journalists would come more often, and they had access to the main room where women are detained. The doctor would visit once or twice per month and does not have access to the main holding room. The guards would select patients, and the doctor would visit them in a separate, adjacent room. She cannot tell from which organization the doctors belong. She was checked once by an Arab man doctor, fat and tall. She reports that all medicines are taken away from the patients after the medical checks. She said that women are scared to answer the journalist's questions, as who testifies is killed the same day.
Aquarius, 3rd of December 2016. Female, 16-year-old from Ivory Coast. The girl was open to speak, although she has difficulties remembering details, at times also answering more simple questions, as she reported to be traumatized by the events she experienced during her journey. At the moment of the interview, the main factor of shock was the boat journey. She reports that at some point during the boat journey, a vessel passed by, but did not help. As she was in the middle of the boat, she could not see herself what was going on, but she heard the others screaming that it was probably a fishing vessel or the police. She is not sure of what happened if some people were left at sea at that point. When talking about the boat trip, she started crying. She was sad, she was scared to die. She prayed. Then she continued crying while talking about how badly bad people are treated in Libya, like animals. When the team on board first approached the woman, she was sitting with a group of guys who reported that, because of a fishing vessel passing by without rescuing the group, 4 people jumped in the water and only 2 made it back on board. Another man earlier in the morning reported that at 6 a.m. a Tunisian fishing vessel passed by the rubber boat. The passengers sought help and this created quite some agitation on board. He said some people fell in the water and remained there. She cannot remember how long ago she left her country. She left Ivory Coast with her uncle and aunt. She traveled through Mali, Niger, Agadez, Sabah, Sintam, Tripoli, Sabatra. She escaped from Ivory Coast due to ethnic fights. She belongs to the ethnic group in power Duyala. She lives in the countryside and one day she went to town and she witnessed an attack by a rebel group from an opposing ethnic group. She reports many people to have been killed in the streets, men, women, children. When she went back to her village, she found that it was also attacked. For this reason, she decided to leave to Europe with her uncle and aunt. She has her mother back home, number of siblings not reported. When in Sabah, she was held in a place where she was separated from her uncle as women and men were kept in different rooms. She reported ill treatment but no sexual violence and did not go into details. She reported that the men were forced to work. One day she learned that her uncle was killed. She does not know the circumstances of the killing. When in Al-Zitan, she was staying in an abandoned house with other sub-Saharan Africans. Over there, her fellow Africans suggested her to go to Tripoli, where there are a lot of black people going to Europe. She therefore decided to leave and continue to Tripoli. En route to Tripoli, she met a man who was passing by in his car. He seemed kind to her and willing to help, so she accepted to go with him. The man was an Arab from Libya. He locked her in a room where she remained for about a week. He would not give her food and visit her regularly to abuse her. He would ask her to touch him, do things to him, and/or rape her, at his discretion. Sometimes she would pretend to be severely ill and not be able to move, so that he would give her some food. In occasion of one visit, he forgot to lock the door and she was able to escape. She continued to Sabatra, helped by some sub-Saharan Africans who put her on a boat with them. She did not pay for the boat trip. Aquarius, 4th December 2016. 2 women, 7 and 21 years old, both from Nigeria. They both left Edo State together on 24th of August. They went through Niger, Agadez, Gatroun, Saba, Beni Walid, Ash Sharif, and Sabrata. In Gatroun, they were separated while in a waiting place where the smugglers separate people based on the network they are connected to and their next transit point. In Saba, one interviewee was kidnapped. They met again in Sabrata and left together to the sea. One interviewee says to have been kidnapped by Asma boys. The Asma boys are in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, and they brought her in a room with 25 girls. She was forced to lay down and sleep all the time. She was not allowed to do anything else, otherwise the guards would hit her. They were treated rudely and regularly beaten. She would ask to work to keep herself busy. The guards would make her clean the toilets or cook. They both tried to cross the sea twice. The first time was 2 weeks before being rescued by Aquarius. Their boat capsized. They were rescued by the police and brought to a detention center in a place surrounded by the desert. The guards therein would beat only guys, although they were still very rude with girls as well. They asked the detainees to call the family to pay for ransom. After 2 weeks, the girls escaped as a guard left the door open under the influence of hashish. They met an Arab man and begged him to help them. He brought them to the sea, where they were pushed back again. Aquarius, 4th December 2016. 12 men, unknown ages, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, and Libyan. The whole group was composed by former workers who have spent several years in Libya. In the past 2 to 3 years, they reported to not have received regular crises, and their living conditions became more and more difficult, in combination with escalating instability and violence. They reported to have been detained after the police raided their workplace or accommodation.
Aquarius, 11 December 2016, male, 15 years old, from Senegal. The interviewee has family issues back home. His mother died in 2011. Since then, things changed for him. He lived with his aunt, who mistreated him. She would treat me differently than her kids. She would blame me for everything. I had to do everything and provide for everyone. For this reason, I had to drop out of school. It was very hard for me. He left to look for better opportunities, and being able to send money back home to sustain his little sister. He spent 6 months in Libya. He has an older brother in Italy. On the boat, he was traveling with his brother, 17 years old, and 2 older sisters, just over 20 years old. They declared to be siblings and requested to be identified as family, even though they turned out to be simply part of the same enlarged family. Upon arrival, the group has been referred to Save the Children for further clarification about their status, as well as in relation to some issues that further emerged among them. In particular, the group pointed out 3 young men on board of the Aquarius, 1 Sudanese and 2 Nigerians, who have been working as guards in the holding place where the group had been kept suffering from ill treatment. According to what reported, the 3 men worked under the Libyan owners of the holding place to pay for their trip to Italy. They have been hiding their face for the whole trip on the Aquarius, especially after having been targeted and attacked by people who wanted revenge against the beatings and mistreatment received by these men. The team on board had to separate the former guards from the rest and keep an eye on them until disembarkation to avoid episodes of violence. Nonetheless, the morning of disembarkation, the 3 men were found covered in excrement over their blankets on the head. They were accused of beating people. not distributing food and stealing our money under the order of the Arabs owning the prison. One of the older sisters of the interviewee raised the suspicion of having been sexually abused while held in the camp where the 3 former guards used to work. However, she did not report it explicitly. Save the Children followed up at disembarkation on this regard. Translator also reported that she lost her brother in Libya. He got killed. The interviewee, said to have been kidnapped and held for 2 months in Sabah until he managed to escape. He met people who have been held for a year. From Sabah, he passed in Beni Walid. He describes it as the worst place, although he spent very little time there. He told the story of 2 friends who have been kidnapped there by an Egyptian called and asked $1,000 to be released. They were held with over 500 people. The 2 boys paid and left. They met him in Beni Walid and told him that, during their stay, 27 people have been killed in the place where they were held. He continued to Tripoli and worked for an Arab man who never paid him. He was also sick for 18 days. A man from Senegal helped him and brought him to Sabratha to be pushed. His boat was caught by Asma boys. Interviewer: those in the business of holding migrants from ransom in Libya, but sometimes also used to refer to the Libyan Coast Guard, and forced to sail back to Libya. He speaks a bit of Arabic, and from a conversation among the men who intercept the boat, he understood that they were discussing about bringing the people in an official detention center, although they would have no money to get out of it. So they eventually brought the group of passengers in Misrata, a private building, where they asked for $300 Libyan per female and $200 Libyan per man to release them. The interviewee asked his brother in Italy to send him money and was released. He went back to Tripoli, asked more money to his brother, then moved again to Sabratha to attempt another crossing. Asma boys intercepted his boat and brought the passengers to a camp in Zawiya. He described the place as a private holding facility. He spent 3 weeks there with several other people who have spent 3 or 4 months waiting. The place held men, children, women, and many pregnant. The people would be fed with spaghetti once a day. He said that many people died in such place due to hardship. He did not witness directly people dying there, yet he was able to give concrete examples of people he met who actually lost relatives or friends. He reported the story of a man who lost his brothers in that camp. Most of the people from the boat rescued by Aquarius, where the interviewee was, came all together from that place, including the 3 men who have worked guards in the camp to be able to leave Italy for free. The interviewee describes the holding place as a private room, where the police brings intercepted people instead of regular prisons. In the official prisons it's better, they don't beat you there. At this point he tells the story of a friend who was intercepted at sea and returned to Libya 4 times, every time he was imprisoned. He paid for his release 3 times. The last time he spent 2 months in detention and got killed there. He was 17 years old. The small wooden boat from which the Aquarius rescued the interviewee in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. They had been called back to shore by our Arab and waited until 6 o'clock because he saw Asma boys cruising in the area. They saw Aquarius at 7:30 and thought it might be a Libyan vessel. At first, they were very scared. The translator also mentions the engine fissures. They shoot in the air, take the engine off the boat and leave the people adrift. He describes it as a very common and well-known practice. It's one of the dangers of which migrants have to be aware when crossing the sea.
Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Female, 24 years old from Côte d'Ivoire. The interviewee was identified on board as victim of sexual violence. She went to the midwife and asked to be checked. She is worried to have contracted disease when raped in detention. She knew she was not pregnant as she got her period. However, she first approached the midwife with the excuse of a pregnancy test. She was informed about the possibility to be brought to the hospital as soon as disembarked, and she agreed to be referred to the MOH for medical care and to UNHCR for further protection. She left Côte d'Ivoire on August 8th. Before that, she moved to Mali to get married, but had to leave due to war and moved back to Ivory Coast with her husband. She has a 5-year-old son who used to stay with her mother. However, on October 18th, while in Libya, she learned that her mother died. She also has 2 younger siblings she has to look after. She left with her husband to look for a better life in Italy. They crossed into Libya through Agadez, then Sabha and Tripoli. The couple got separated on the way to Sabratha. She was put in a truck with 8 women. They expected to be transported to the same destination as the man. She would have met her husband in Sabratha. However, the group was kidnapped instead and asked for 250,000 CFA, $400 each, to be released. She was brought in a big prison in Zavia, described as one of the official detention centers, holding over 4,000 people. The people would receive 1 loaf of bread a day as only meal. Men were regularly beaten. They do not beat women. Yet the guards come at night and rape them. They choose women, point their guns at them, and take them away to have sex. She was raped twice, 2 months ago, 2 nights in a row, by the same man. The man would force her to give him oral sex. He would then rape her in her vagina and sodomize her. He came a 3rd time, but she could not take it anymore, so she refused, even though he pointed the gun at her. In response, he stood up on top of her, beating her brutally everywhere with kicks and with a rubber pipe. She still saw. She pointed in particular at her jaw. She tried to cross the sea 4 times. The first time the boat had engine issues. They drifted for many hours until reaching again the coast. She tried again, but the boat capsized. The Libyan Coast Guard rescued her. 4 people died. The Libyan Coast Guard brought the survivors to the harbor in Sabratha. Then they left, and ASMA boys, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, but sometimes also used to refer to the Libyan Coast Guard, arrived and took the group in a container. They asked for money. The people revolted and escaped. The ASMA boys shot at the people trying to run away. 1 man was shot in his leg. Another one was hit by a bullet and died later on. At the 3rd attempt to cross, ASMA boys intercepted the boat. They started hitting the rubber boat with their speedboat. 1 man jumped on board of the rubber boat to take the engine off. The passengers started beating him. He went back on the speedboat and they left. The rubber boat continued, but shortly after the first episode, the ASMA boys intercepted it again and forced the group to go back. Once on shore, the passengers were kidnapped and asked to pay $300. She did not have the money, so they planned to sell her to a connection house to work as prostitute. Luckily, there was a woman traveling with her who had her husband in Spain. She asked him to pay for both, so she could be released. She went to the sea again with a wooden boat that was rescued by the Aquarius. She did not pay for the boat trip. She was asked for money, but she explained her situation to the smuggler in charge of launching the boat, and he eventually let her go.
Aquarius, 23 December 2016. Female, 30 years old, from Ivory Coast. I was forced into marriage at 16 years old. My husband was not a good man. He was always beating me and his other wife. When he died 6 months ago, his older brother wanted to take me as his third wife. I refused and went back home. My dad was also dead, so I went to my uncle's house. I thought I could stay there, but my uncle chased me after I told him that I refused to marry the brother of my deceased husband. I called a friend in Mali and we decided to go in Niger to find a better situation. I thought I could work as a hairdresser like I was doing at home. But it was hard to find a job. It was not easy there too. We had nowhere to go. My friend gave me the number of a man who she heard could help me to find a job in Libya. I called him and he came to pick me up in Niger. I thought he had a job position for me, but it was a trap. He brought me into a detention center where I got beaten every day for a month. They told me that if I wanted to leave the detention center, I needed to pay them money. I had nothing, so I gave them the phone number of another uncle. I don't know if he gave them money or not. One night, me and 12 other women were able to escape. We ran as fast as we could, but the following night, some men caught us. They brought us to the beach, and we thought that we would be killed there. We heard gunshots. There were so many people there, it was chaos. Everyone was screaming. I don't know what happened to the other women who escaped with me. A man carried me and put me on the boat. I didn't fight. I was scared to be killed. I didn't know where the boat was going or why I was put on it. They pushed us to the sea. It was dark in the middle of the night. Women were crying, men were fighting. We had no water and no food. At some point, the water was coming into the boat. We had to use our clothes to sponge it out. We were so cold and so afraid. We could smell the gasoline on us, and it was burning. I don't know if somebody was in charge on the boat. I still don't understand why I was there. We spent a whole day on this boat before being rescued by the Aquarius. We were so cold and we were all starting to feel weak. When we found that we were getting rescued, it was the first moment that I thought that I might be able to live. On Aquarius, it was the first time that I felt safe in a long time. We receive food and we have shelter. The people here are our saviors. Now I've been told that I will go to Europe. I have no plan. I don't know what my future is going to be.
Aquarius, 2 January 2017. Male, 22 years old, from Guinea. When I was in Guinea, I was a student studying country territorial management. I also worked selling clothes with my mother. My father was killed in 2015 as a result of the election. There are two big political parties, PEU and Malinke, and my father was a member of PEU. I also supported him when he was involved in a campaign for election. But one day, he was killed by someone from Malinke. When they came to attack my family, I protected them and got burnt on my hand and my back. Because Malinke won the election, I was feeling my life would be threatened more and more. I felt unsafe living there. Also, other members of my family were not involved in politics, so they were safer without me. In January 2016, I decided to leave my house, both for my family and myself. For a while, I was living and hiding in Conakry. When I called my friend and talked about my situation, he sent me money and recommended me to go to Europe in order to be safe and find a better life. With that money, I first went to Mali by a shared taxi and visited my aunt living there. My aunt didn't want me to go further from there, but after a week, I left. I have a friend who already lives in Italy, and he said it's better to come to Europe. So I went to a city in Niger by bus, but I ran out of money there. So I asked a friend in Italy to send me money. The agent who arranged the trip to Italy also called my friend, and he directly paid this person. He said he paid 700 CFA. From Agadez in Niger to Libya, I went through the desert by a car. 27 people were in the car. When we arrived in Cadron, we were put into a detention center. From there, I moved from a detention to another detention center several times. Cadron, Sabah, Misrata, and Sabrat. In each detention center, I stayed around 3 months. The guards beat us so often. They used guns just to wake us up and make us sleep. Some bread and cheese were fed twice a day. Cadron was better than others in terms of conditions of the detention center. In Sabrata, I was in the detention center but had to work to pay for food. There were some employers I worked for, and payment was very small. One of the employers didn't want to pay me once, so I asked him to pay me. Then he hit my head with a Kalashnikov, and I still have a lump on my head. After 3 months in Sabrata, I was taken to the sea, and now I'm here. If I arrive in Italy, I want to learn the language first, and then study political science, economy, or what I was learning back home. I am speechless that I was saved, and you all treat me well. Aquarius, 4 January 2017. Male, 29 years old, from Libya. I'm from Sabah and left there 25 days before. I was doing work as a transporter with a car. I transported everything on demand, from food to animals. I lived with my family, and I'm the oldest among my siblings. Since 2011, the militia and anyone with a gun started to control the area. Because I was a transporter, I was moving around the areas. But when I encountered them, they threatened me to give money and everything I was carrying. South was worse than North, and I could not continue my business. I had to feed my family and wanted to marry too. But because of the situation, it became not possible. I wanted to flee since 2011 when life became difficult, but it was dangerous to cross the border to the north. People from South were caught and put into prison, being accused of fighting against Gaddafi. I wasn't involved in anything political, but anyone was in danger of being caught. But 2-3 months ago, some sort of peace agreement between tribes was made, not to fight like they do now. I thought I could go through North and leave Libya if I do it now. A friend of mine from the same town also wanted to flee to Europe, and he was staying in Zawiya. But his son got ill and he had to give up. When he came back to our town, he gave me the contact details of a person who can take people to Europe. I first went to Zawiya by a transport car, and in Zawiya I stayed at a detention center for 25 days. I directly paid 1,000 dinar to the person my friend told me about.
He was the owner of that place. The guards didn't beat me, but they insulted and harassed me with words, saying things like, "You are Libyan. Why are you here? Are you crazy?" I saw other people beaten. It was not a place to stay for a person. In the center, we had to pay for food. I had money saved at home, so I asked my family to send it to me. Those who didn't have money to pay had to work. After 25 days, I was taken to the sea, so this is the first time for me, and I was saved. Now I'm worried about what will happen in Italy. I only speak Arabic, and I don't know who will take us after being on land. Interviewer: for the same reason as this person, there would be possibility for more Libyans, especially from south, to flee Libya.
Aquarius, 12th of January 2017. Male, 26 years old, from Ghana. The interviewee, after he lost both his parents, decided to look for fortune elsewhere. He was convinced to go to Libya by a friend of his, despite knowing about the extreme chaos there. He left Ghana in 2015 by paying 1,000 Libyan dinars and crossing 5 countries. When I asked him to describe me his trip, he smiled to me, making me understand that he would not talk about it. Just entered the Libyan soil, the interviewee was beaten and robbed for the first time. He then moved to Sabah looking for a job, but after a few weeks he was captured and imprisoned. He thinks it is a state prison, but from the description I got, it seems like a concentration camp. The absence of a uniform, long hair, different kinds of guns. He had a meal 3 times a week. One of his friends passed away because of starvation. 3 months later, he was released from the prison. A Ghanaian man introduced him as an assistant and paid to take him out. He does not know the amount paid. Then, he worked in a car wash station and managed to earn 600 dinars to pay for the journey at sea. Male, 19 years old, from Nigeria. I tried to talk to him many times, but he refused. He seems to be a victim of horrible things. As for the other guys, most of them have been victims of robbery, and a few have been taken to a prison. One man, a Nigerian, spent 9 months in jail. He has scars due to maltreatment. One scar is done by the grip of a gun. Aquarius, 14th of January 2017. 2 men, 27 and 30 years old, both from Sudan. I did the interview with both on Saturday, the 14th of January. I met them on the deck. They come from Darfur in Sudan. The first one is from Al-Fashir, and the second one is from Geneina. They met in Sabratha just before getting into the boat. The man from Al-Fashir lived in Libya almost 3 years. His trip was Al-Fashir, Khartoum, Aswan, and then Agadabia. He lived in Tajura. He told me that he was lucky because he was never jailed in Tajura. He was the victim of a robbery from time to time. Before arriving to Aquarius, he did 2 tries to cross the sea, but he didn't get success. In both occasions, they've been intercepted by the Libyan Coast Guard. The other man lived in Libya, less than 1 year. He walked through the same way as the first man, and then he joined Sabratha, where he worked in a car washing station. He was beaten by the Asma boys one time while he was going back from work.
Aquarius, 12 January 2017. Male, 18 years old, from Nigeria. The interviewee has a problem with his eyes. He used to work as a mechanic in Nigeria, and once he had an incident at work from which he never recovered. He got fuel in his eyes, and since then they have been itching and he cannot see well, and they look like they are swollen. He went to be checked in Nigeria and was told it was glaucoma. He wants to reach Europe to be able to cure his eyes. He is the older male child of 4 siblings. His family has no money to pay for school fees for the kids. He dropped off from school in 2013 and started working as a mechanic. His mother borrowed 300,000 naira to send him to Libya. He left home in February 2016 to Libya. He first went to Kano, Nigeria, to look for his agent. Then he departed and made 2 stops, he does not know where, before crossing the desert on a Hilux. He went to Gatroun and from there to Sabrata. This last journey took 3 days. During his stay in Libya, he moved around for work to Tripoli, Greer Garesh, Beni Walid, and Sabah. In Sabrata, a Tunisian man gave him a job as a mechanic. He worked for 8 months occasionally, incongruency in timing. In June, he went to Sabrata to look for his agent as he was not picking up the phone, but he was insulted and sent away. His agent betrayed him, he took the money and did not push him to sea. One day, he was kidnapped by a Baoba, Libyan soldiers, on his way to work. He was pushed in a car and taken away, held for 1 month with 15 people and forced to work to pay for his release. He would be given macaroni once a day and drink salt tap water. His job was to clear ammunition in a big warehouse full of weapons. There were so many that we could not finish in a month. He also had to clean the houses of the soldiers, their compound, and occasionally work as a mechanic for them. They would ask for money from him. Once he was stabbed with a broken bottle for not giving money. He showed a scar on his left arm. There were also 4 women held captives. The soldiers abused them regularly. They would scare the girls with guns, ask them to take off their clothes and then have sex. He witnessed the abuses directly many times. While working in Beni Walid, he was captured and put in a tranqué, described as a non-official prison, a place where asthma boys, interviewer says, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, but sometimes also used to refer to the Libyan Coast Guard, where asthma boys put black people. People are kidnapped and brought there, given a phone call to family to ask for 1,000 dinars to be released and systematically tortured. The people held there were tortured every day for 3 times a day in the following ways: electroshocks, hands and feet tied up together backwards as to form a triangle with the body, face down and beaten with pipes and sometimes with chains until blood would come out of the back. Twice, he witnessed people being beaten to death in front of him. He reported that the prison owner, a Libyan man, also regularly rapes males, another sadist. If the family does not come and pay, this will happen to you every day. A man from Niger was working there under the owner of the tranqué. He was beating his fellow blacks every day. Peter said that, although he witnessed horrible things in that place, he was not tortured or beaten too much because he is a bambino, a child. They do not touch bambinos, nor ask for money from them. At the question, why would they keep you in this place then? Peter answered that he was kidnapped with a group. They came to the place where we were staying, robbed us and took us away. When they realized I was a bambino, they put me aside. The owner liked him and gave him preferential treatment. He would not beat him or rape him. He would let him go to the shop to buy some food. He would even give him clothes. He was good to me, but very bad to the others. He has witnessed people being tortured by tying their hands to a running car. He says it is pretty common punishment. You see, on the boat, is full of people that are all scratched because of this. He witnessed this in Sabratha in August. He was working for a Libyan one who uses black migrants who work in exchange of housing. If he sees blacks leaving the house to go and work for someone else or simply walking out, he shoots them, beats them, or ties their hands together to his high-lows and starts the car. You run until you can, then if you fall, you get all scratched. Blacks are constantly robbed, even by kids. They have guns and robbers. He himself was robbed. Once he was walking in the street and was taken the money he had earned for 3 days of work. They hate Christians. They beat or shoot them for no reason. When I asked how he got into the boat, he said he was working periodically for a Libyan man who once proposed him to push him on a boat to Europe rather than paying him money for his work, about 1,000 dinars. He accepted the deal.
Aquarius, 10th December 2016, female, 26 years old, from Nigeria. Since my father was killed, I became an orphan and lived on the streets. I was with other girls all the time. Most of the time, we were sleeping in some unfinished buildings. Some guys often came and raped us, one by one. If you refuse, you're beaten with guns and bars. I was once pregnant and delivered a baby girl in one of the houses. A woman helped me deliver, but the baby died because she was sick. Again, I lived on the street. A man helped me to go to Libya to work. I was put in the house, raped again and again. There was no way to go back to Nigeria again. Interviewer. She was 12 weeks pregnant, willing to terminate the pregnancy. Aquarius, 29th January 2017, male, 17 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. I left on December 14th after my brother told me not to come home because the police were looking for me. It was after the big tragedy that happened in Rabani, a district in the capital. People were protesting in a big square and the police started shooting. I wasn't hit, but I saw the corpses. My friends were among the dead. I saw where they were taken and I counted them. They were over 60. The government said there were only 37 dead, but I know they were over 60. There was this French television, France 24. They interviewed me and I said that over 60 people were killed. I was on TV. The police saw that and they came for me, but I wasn't home. They asked the neighbours if they knew where my family lived, and my brother pretended he didn't know me because they would have hurt him and my 2 little siblings. He sent the little ones to live with a friend of my mum because my parents are dead. At least I know the little ones are safe there. My brother also left. He called me and he told me to leave. I paid and I left by car. I was in Mali first, then I arrived in Libya, in Tripoli, then in Seba. I paid 10,000 dinar in Tripoli, 2,000 more in Seba. Then they asked for 400 dinar more for transport. I was supposed to take the boat from Zawiya, but there this Libyan marine military official stopped the boat. It's his business. He stops the boats and takes people to prison. There are 2 different places for people in the prison. One is the prison itself for the detainees. The other one is a hall where they keep people who have been freed. I was in the hall. Then this black officer came and he yelled, "Let's take everyone to prison." There are many black people working with this man in Libya. They're from Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Niger. The Libyans didn't beat us, but the blacks were bad. They said, "We have to hit them." I told them, "My brothers, this is not fair. All we did was escape misery in our families. Some have even lost their parents during the journey." One of them, the black guy, was touched in his consciousness and did not hit us. But the others didn't care and he hit me. I was swollen. He hit my eye and I still can't see properly. He kept telling me to be quiet. The next day they let us go. but we had to pay them money. We had no money, so we had to work in order to pay them. We did, and the man took us to the sea. This was 3 days ago. I stayed in the boat 2 days. The last time I spoke with my brother, I was in Libya. I need to call him. I am afraid he thinks I'm dead.
Aquarius, 30th of January 2017. Female, 25 years old, from Ivory Coast. Survivor of SGBT, 7 months pregnant as a result of rape. She was raped twice, on June the 12th and 13th, 2016. She is pregnant since then. She did not seem to be so enthusiastic during the visit with the midwife when hearing the baby's heartbeat, and after being told that the baby is alive and well. She does not accept to be pregnant as a result of rape. It hurts when I think about it, but now I'm in this state, what can I do? The interviewee cannot remember where exactly the place where the violence took place was. Based on fact reconstruction, it must not have been too far from Sabratha, but we cannot be sure. When the violence happened, she was held in a cabin with around 8 other young women. She cannot remember the exact location. The girls would go out at night when not guarded to look for food, a piece of bread in the street or anything to eat. They would try to hide as much as possible, as they knew that Arab men take girls and sell them. One night the group was taken. Arab white-skinned men brought them to a private house, tied them up with their arms and legs spread open and raped them. Even after they released my wrist, I could not escape. I could not walk. The girls were beaten. She has blurred memories of that horrific night. She cannot remember how many men took the group. The day after, June the 13th, the men came back and raped the girls again and beat them. The same night, the girls escaped and went back to the place where they were held previously, the cabin. She cannot remember how long she spent there. One night, armed Libyan men came to take the girls. They tied them up, blindfolded them, put them in a covered truck and transported them to a prison in Sabratha. She describes the place as a big warehouse. They reached the place overnight, hence the previous location must not have been too far. The day after arriving there, the girls were brutally beaten with rubber pipes. She witnessed 2 girls being beaten to death. She also witnessed 2 other girls being shot dead as they rebelled. She said that the girls would be left even 2 to 3 days without eating. One night the group was taken to be brought to the sea. They panicked as they did not know where they would have been brought or what would have happened to them, and as a result they were beaten. She showed the midwife and me signs of beatings on her left foot. The girls were then being pushed at sea.
Aquarius, 29th January 2017. Male, 27 years old, from Morocco. The interviewee lived in Libya for 12 years. He used to work as a carpenter. He has a wife and a 1-year-old daughter. He sent them back to Morocco. One day he moved from Souk al-Jamoua, Tripoli, where he lived, to Ras Jadir, on the border between Tunisia and Libya, to welcome a friend from Morocco. See Testimony T 2024/187. He and his friend were arrested and kidnapped by an official of the border police called Interviewer. He mentions a name. This man is lame, short and stocky. He has a white Chevrolet. He's smuggling people since 2013 by organising trips to Italy. The kidnapping happened 4th of November 2016. He brought them to a house close to Bawaba in Zouara. He works with 2 other people. His brother-in-law called Interviewer. He mentions a name. who lives in Sabratha and smuggles Bangladeshi people, and interviewer, he mentions a name, who lives in Sorman and organises the trips for Africans, while the man himself smuggles people from Maghreb. Interviewer. The interviewee had been held for 1 month and 10 days. He paid €200 and 2,000 Libyan dinars to get released. The smuggler put him in a rubber boat. He told him that the trip is only for 75 people from Morocco, but he found himself with 180 people, 20 from Morocco, 26 from Bangladesh, 26 women, and the rest are from Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea, etc. The pilot works with the smuggler. They left from Sabratha, but after 1 hour they were intercepted in Sorman by another gang. The interviewer thinks that the smuggler just sold him and the others to the second gang. The boss of this gang is a man called interviewer, he mentions a name, from Sabratha, and interviewer, he mentions a name, owner of a big BMW, who lived in a condominium in Darman, Sorman. The interviewee paid €300 to be released, and then 1,500 Libyan dinars for the boat.
Aquarius, June 2017. Male, aged 31 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer, country, Bangladesh, Feni district. Came to Libya, 2015. Roots, Chittagong, Dubai, Jordan, Benghazi. I paid 450,000 BDT to come to Libya with a valid visa. After a week later, I went for Misrata. On the way, I passed 30 checkposts. All the checkposts said all my documents are okay, but on the 31st checkpost, the police said that my documents are not fine. Then they arrested me and took me to Misrata Buaba Keraring jail. I was in that jail for 65 days. There were another 10 Bangladeshis with me. They checked all our bodies, including our penis. They took everything from us. I have never seen any jail like this, where male and females live together. At the beginning, there were less people, but after a month, it was around 10,000 people, could be more. Some had broken hands, some had broken their legs. Every day we were beaten. I was also beaten when I asked why they arrested me. I have a 1-year valid visa. After 20 days later, media came to see us. But before their arrival, we were treated that we should tell them we get good food and we are well there. We didn't have our passport to show the proof to the media. Media came regularly for a few days, Italian, France, but no Bangladeshi media. After the continuous media visit, they started selling people. Sudanese people from Sudanese Nigerians to Nigerians. After 40 days later, a Bangla man came with a Libyan man. They took who they can take. He said he will take Bangladeshis except people from Noakhali district. I was asked what job I can do. I told that I can do anything to get out of this jail. He selected 10 persons, but the police said we will not be released now. After around 50 days, they started selling people from Bangladesh. All the Bangladeshis were sold for 3,000 Libyan dinar, which was 150,000 BDT at the time. After 55 days, Bangladeshi ambassador came and gathered all Bangladeshis in that jail. There were 1,005 Bangladeshi. He asked when we came there. I told I came on the 7th of March. He asked about our situation here, as there were police surrounded by us. We told him that we were fine. Then he took our family contacts in Bangladesh and promised us that we will be released soon. He also told us that he will inform our family that we were fine in Libya. Then he left and didn't come again. After 65 days later, the Bangladeshi who came earlier came again and took us. We didn't know how much he paid, we didn't tell us, and we didn't ask about it. After taking me, I was given a job in towers and in road construction, where we made roadblocks. We were paid Libyan dinars per month. The place was in a desert, and we were given only a bread in the morning and a bread at 1 p.m. It was very hard work and was too hungry. We informed the Bangladeshi person that you are our brother from Bangladesh. We are willing to work, but give us some food. We are very hungry. 2 days later, the Libyan came and beat us with electric wire for around 1 hour. We told him that we cannot do this. It's better you send us back to the jail. He had AK-47 rifle all the time. He treated us that he will kill us if we don't work. We agreed to work, but later we couldn't pull the bone of the construction work. It was around 40 kilos. After 2 days later, we all fall unconscious. I fell down on sands, some rock. Then they bring us home, gave a shower, and gave some food. I had fever. It was more than 100 Celsius degree. The Bangla man told the Libyan that I will die, and if I die, then it will be difficult, so he gave me some medicines. Then I felt good, but all my body and face swelled. I was sick for 3 days and couldn't work for 2 days. After a few days later, everyone told us that if I stay there, I will be killed. Then 3 of my Bangla brothers decided to flee from there. Then one night at 3 a.m., we went to the rooftop and jumped on the backside. We ran for 5 hours from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. Then I couldn't run anymore, so my Bangla friends took me on arms and ran for 2 hours. When we crossed the desert, we found a city. We saw a Bangladeshi, informed him about our sufferings. He took us to his house and arranged an old Libyan driver who brought us safely in Tripoli. He was a good man. He went Bolodia camp in Tripoli, where I found a non-person from my village. I took a job as a cleaner there for 450 Libyan dinars. 450 Libyan dinars. I worked there for 14 months. Police arrested us again from our home where me and other 14 Bangladeshi were living. 2 of them is here with me on this ship, interviewer beside him. They took everything in that room. They took us in a car where police was masked. They took us to a dark room and then beat us everywhere. When one of us asked what is our fault, he was kicked to his penis with force. He fell down and crying. We all said so sorry. They pulled us in a container and brought it in a jail. We were there for 10 days. We paid 4,000 Libyan dinars to be released. We worked for a few months there and then came here by boat.
Aquarius, February 5th, 2017. Female, 26 years old, from Algeria. She is traveling with her husband, who is also a victim of SGVB and heavily traumatized. See Testimony 208, T2024-198. She declared to be Cameroonian, and only at registration on land, upon talking with UNHCR, it came out that she is Algerian. She was raped during the journey through Libya, in the desert in Ghadames. She was separated from her husband and raped by 3 men consecutively. They liked me in particular because I have white skin. They like women with white skin. In prison, they would use me to do translations because I speak English and French. This saved me. But it also made it difficult for me to leave the prison because they wanted to keep me there to translate. The interviewee was very weak for the whole stay on Aquarius. She is worried for her husband. She cannot tell him that she has been raped, as he might not react well. He is already too traumatized. She has to be strong and support him. They can open up to each other to protect their relationship. She and her husband have been referred to UNHCR and psychologists from emergency at disembarkation. They have been taken in charge as vulnerable cases. Aquarius, February 3rd to 5th, 2017. Male, 14 years old, traveling with 2 brothers, 12 and 14 years old, all unaccompanied minors from Sierra Leone. Unaccompanied minors previously established in Libya. The 3 of them reported to have lost their mother in Libya 3 years earlier. Strange coincidence? The older brother cried when I asked about his mother. The 14-year-old was always mysterious. I asked him what he was thinking about all the time. He finally admitted, my mom. Aquarius, February 3rd to 5th, 2017. Male, 14 years old, unaccompanied minor from Guinea-Conakry. Unaccompanied minor has no father or mother. Lived with uncle in Guinea, passed through Algeria, and worked in Tamanrasset for 2 months and passed through Dab. From there, went straight to Sabratha in a camp where he was regularly beaten by black guards. Not free to go out. If you go out, the Libyans beat you.
Aquarius, 3 to 5 February 2017. Male, 28 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. When people tell you what happens in Libya, you must think they are lying, says the interviewee, but you have to believe them. Libya is no good, my sister. The interviewee, 28 years old, is from Conakry. Life was difficult in Guinea, he explains. I lost my father and I had to support my family. I have 3 brothers and sisters, and one of them is very young. This is why the interviewee left his country. He arrived in Libya 2 years and 7 months ago, and for a year he worked as an apprentice decorator for a Syrian employer who exploited him and made him go hungry. Sometimes I didn't have any food for 2 days, he recalled. After a year, he was able to start working on his own to send money back home and save for his trip to Italy, which cost him 1,800 dinar. During this period, he was able to send money home. I was able to send as much as $150 per month, but in Libya, if you get paid, you get kidnapped. They pay you and they send someone to kidnap you for the money. He was kidnapped on 3 occasions, twice for 2 days and once for 1 week. They beat you until you cry and they give you a phone to call your family while you are still crying, so they send the money. Sometimes they cut you with knives, he said, showing me a scar on his arms. In Europe, he hopes he will be able to continue working as a decorator. He would like to go to Germany or Sweden because he has friends in both countries. Aquarius, 3 to 5 February 2017. Male, 28 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. The interviewee left Khartoum, Sudan just over a month ago to try to reach the UK from Italy. He has a girlfriend and a 2.5-year-old daughter in the UK. He wants to see his child, but his visa application got turned down by the UK government. My girlfriend is very poor and she lives in a council house. I had money to use as a guarantee, but the Home Office did not accept that, he said. I can't bring my girlfriend and daughter to Sudan because my family is against our relationship as she is a white Christian, and I can't go stay with her family because they won't accept a black Muslim. The day I learned that my visa application was turned down, I left for Libya. He stayed in a flat he rented in Libya for 1 month before he was given a spot on the boat he fled with. He has a sister in the UK whom he didn't call as she is not in good relations with the family, but he is now willing to get in touch with her and ask for help.
Aquarius, March 3rd, 2017. 2 men, 26 and 30 years old, from Syria. The 2 Syrians are on board of the Aquarius with a big group of friends and relatives. All the Syrians used to live in Libya for years, 7, 6, 5, and 4 years. All of them came from Tal al-Arn in the reef of Aleppo. One interviewee, for example, reached Tripoli after traveling to Lebanon and then Cairo by plane. The 2 men confirmed me that at the beginning they were very well treated in Libya, but 2 years ago, when Libya became more lawless and dangerous than ever, the behavior of local people there changed 180 degrees. The interviewee was kidnapped by the Warshfani tribe. They thought that he was a guns dealer for the people of Zuara who are in clear conflict with the Warshfanis. He was released after paying 5,000 Libyan dinars. Regarding the trip in the Mediterranean, the 2 men told me that they left in dawn time from Surman. You know these Libyans who are close to you today when you rescued us? They are really good people. They helped us a lot, the other man said. I was curious. I didn't force him to talk. The first of interviewees exchanged a look with the other and then he continued. The smugglers had promised us to be escorted for a while, but they lied. They only designated a black man to sail the wooden boat, he confirmed. The interviewee told me then that the sailor was not too good. The boat started rolling from left to right and we got wet. When we started praying and hoping to get back to the shore, suddenly a fast boat craft came to us. 4 armed Libyans. They are definitely the Coast Guard. We talked to them and introduced ourselves as Syrians. Suddenly, one of them jumped into our boat and managed to sail the boat. He drove us for about 5 to 6 hours until we saw your boat in the horizon. I asked them if they did pay any money. Both said that the Libyan man just told them that he knows that all Syrians have dollars and euros, but all that he wanted is Libyan dinars. So the group collected all the dinars that they had and gave the sum to him. Aquarius, March 4th, 2017. Female, 18 years old, from Nigeria. I lived in Libya for 5 years, in Kingawi. I went back to Nigeria many times to visit family and my son. My son is 2 years old and he lives with his grandmother. Now I am pregnant again. I left Libya because of the war. I lived there with my husband. We left together. He worked as a builder, but sometimes they would not pay him. He would work in exchange for food. In Libya, I never left the house because I was afraid. Also, if I left the house, I had to dress like them. Interviewer makes gesture to indicate headscarf. I have seen many people die. They would threaten us with guns, so we left. We paid 200,000 Nigerian money per person for the boat. It was the first time we tried. Aquarius, March 4th, 2017. Female, 24 years old, from Nigeria. I was in Libya for 2 years on my own, in Kingawig. I went because they said I would get a job as a house cleaner, but it was not true. Interviewer asked how she survived for 2 years without a job. She stays silent until her friend sitting next to her suggests an answer. She repeats, I was begging on the street. I was also very sick and I had no medicines. I left because of the war. I ran to the boat and jumped in, so they didn't make me pay. I was hiding.
Aquarius, Bangladesh, via Skype, March 2017. Male, 36 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer. The interviewee, male, 36 years old, is a man from Bangladesh and was rescued by MSF while crossing Mediterranean Sea on a boat. The interview was done over Skype conversation. I am from Noakhali, a district in Bangladesh. I have been in Tripoli for the last 2 years. I have worked in different places, but payment was very bad, low. Several times happened that I worked, but there were no payments. Moreover, I was beaten by the employer upon asking for wages. I had to pay 400,000 BDT to come to Libya from Bangladesh. My family in Bangladesh is in debt to arrange this money. I fled to Libya with a month of visa. Within these 2 years, I was arrested by police 4 times, even from home at night. Several times, the police raided the houses where I used to live, shared with some other Bangladeshis. Police arrested all of us. In the camp, they beat us. We were hanged by our legs. They keep beating unless we call some friends and arrange money. And the ransom money is at least 2,000 dinars. These miscreants are all police from Libya administration. There are 2 militias, Wabo and Askaria, all wearing uniforms and carrying guns. Once I was going to the mosque for Jumna prayer, Friday afternoon prayer, with others. A police car stopped by us and caught us and put all of us on the car and took us. Once, I was kept for 2 months as I failed to arrange the payments. Interviewer. Did this action relate to you having or not having a visa? No, it does not matter if someone is legal or illegal here. The police do this whenever they spot us migrants. Once, 2 of my colleagues were on the way to the airport to fly to Bangladesh. They were halted by the police. They showed their tickets and passports, which was thrown away by the police, and my colleagues were mugged. Interviewer. When did you decide to take the journey to Europe? For me, it will take a year of wages to buy a ticket to Bangladesh, and it is uncertain if I would go back to Bangladesh. There is no way to go back. My family is expecting money from me. I decided to go to Europe. I paid my precious 2,000 dinar to the smugglers wearing police uniform and carrying guns. At night, they put us with other people going to Europe, more than hundreds of Bangladeshis and some other people from Sudan, in a small container, and locked it from outside. It was suffocating inside. The container was transported to the shore, where we kept waiting on the sandy ground. I don't know which route was taken until here. Then we were put in the boat. After around 7 to 8 hours of journey, we were rescued.
Aquarius, March 2017. Male, 27 years old, from Nigeria. The interview comes from Dosso State. He grew up without his mother. According to him, his father is 120 years old. He did not attend school. His father was married to 2 women, including his mother. Talking about the death of his mother, he said she had been beaten by the other wife while she was pregnant. He grew up in a village called Tara. He only worked in camps to provide food to his family, 1 sister and 2 brothers. 3 years ago, he got married. He has a daughter, 18-month-old. Last year, he moved to Tripoli. He was convinced by a friend who paid for him all the charges of the trip. After reaching Agadez, he moved to Gatroun, where he was arrested by police militia for 3 days. In Sabah, kidnapped, he was forced to work for 1 week. Then the Arabs took him to Tripoli. They have guns, and I don't have a mouth to talk, he said. In Tripoli, he worked in a farm. No pay, only a piece of bread and a tin of tuna. He met a guy from Niger who helped him by giving him the phone number of 2 Nigerian men from his own village. He managed to escape and reached the 2 fellow citizens in Tripoli. The owner of the farm, after threatening the previous friend, went to Tripoli after getting the address. Once there, the Libyan shot the 2 Nigerian men, one in the leg and in the belly, the other in the head. Once again, he managed to escape from the farm. In Tripoli, he was kidnapped again. The Libyan moved him to a house and forced him to call his family to get money. Meanwhile, he worked in 2 houses of the Libyan where he met a man from Mali. He was a slave who came from his own ethnicity. The Malian man tried to help him by introducing him to other Malians. Finally, he reached Sabrata for the trip. He didn't pay. Aquarius, March 2017. Male, 29 years old, from Nigeria. The interviewee comes from Imo State. His father died 20 years ago. When his father passed away, he left school. No more money to provide all what he needed for school. He started working in the metal handcraft construction of doors and windows. He left Nigeria on the 12th of January 2017. After 10 days, he reached Sabah, where he lived for 1 month and a half. One day, his friend was killed, so to save his life, he decided to move to Tripoli. He worked occasionally. He said, "I was worse than a slave. I suffered a lot, and I got none to unburden myself or to cry to." He was beaten several times by sticks. His friend paid for him for the trip. He's completely deaf in his left ear.
Aquarius, March 19th, 2017. Female, 28 years old, from Gambia. The interviewee has no family left besides her 2 children, a 9-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy. She left back in Gambia with her sister. She lost her parents before she got married, and her husband, a soldier, some years ago. He was sent to Darfur and he was killed, she says. Where I am from, if a woman loses her husband, she has to go home, so I went back to my village. Before, I was living in my husband's village. The interviewee and her husband came from different tribes, she explains. While her husband's family practiced female genital mutilation, her family didn't, and she is not cut. She didn't want her daughters to be cut either, but sometime after her husband's death, his family asked to send her eldest daughter to their village so she could spend her holiday with her grandmother and aunts. They circumcised her, she says. I was very angry because they did that without telling me, but also because I am against circumcision. We fought, and I thought they understood because they said they were wrong. So when they invited my second daughter to spend some days there, I sent her. She had been there before. It was okay. My daughter was 7. I have friends in my husband's village because I lived there for many years. So these friends called me to tell me they were taking a group of girls to be circumcised, and she thought my daughter was among them. So I went to the village. I took my daughter from them. They started threatening me. They said they would circumcise me and my daughter. Then they said they would kill me. So I took my daughter and I ran. The interviewee was intimidated by her family in-laws' threat. I was scared, so I decided to leave with my daughter. I could not take my 2 other children because I didn't have enough money, so I left them with my sister. They are safe. I called an agent and I went on a bus with my daughter and other people. We were maybe 30, only 2 women and my daughter. All passengers on the bus remained stuck in Niger for 2 months, the interviewee recalls. When they first tried to cross, they were stopped by the police who took them to Agadez. The second time we tried to go through the desert, we tried for 5 days, but then we went back. The third time, a group of bandits assaulted us and hijacked the bus. They took all we had. They put us in line and searched us. Then they took the bus and left us there. We had no food and no water. I lost my child. The interviewee cries, but she wants to tell her story. Sometimes a car passed, but they were scared. They thought we may be bandits, so when they saw us, they ran. Some would give us water, but people would fight for it, and I could not win. We stayed there for 3 weeks. Then a car came. People asked them to have mercy at least on the 2 women, only me and the other, as my child had already passed away. The car took us to Libya. In Libya, the 2 women remained hidden, drinking well water and begging for food. They managed to call the agent in Gambia, and he sent a car to pick them up. The car did not stop where it was supposed to. It took us to Saba, and they sold us. The interviewee has horrific memories of the 8 to 9 months she spent in Libya. The only people that were spared are the dead, she says. Arab men beat, rape. They raped me in prison. I met a pregnant lady, 9 months, and they didn't spare her even. We drank water from the toilet. We ate once every 3 days, flour and red soup, a little bit. And if you ate that little bit, you knew for the 3 days you were not getting more. People were dying, at least 3 per day. I know because every day they lined them up and I counted them. The interviewee called a friend in Gambia to ask for the money she needed to be released. Her friend said that she had to wait for her husband to be paid his salary. Eventually, she did send the money, but the interview never received it. Then she met a Gambian man in prison. They had told him that there was a Gambian woman in the prison, and he came to hear my story. He paid to free me and took me to his place. I had spent 3 weeks in prison. He paid a car to take me to Tripoli. But there were fights, so they took me to Sabrata instead. There, I took the boat.
Aquarius, 27 March 2017. Male, 35 years old, from Bangladesh. I stayed in Libya 6 months. I have a wife, a daughter, and a son in Bangladesh. I had to sell my land and my house for the trip in Libya and to be released the 2 times I was captured in Libya. I left from Dhaka to Dubai to Turkey and to Libya with 1 month work visa arranged in Bangladesh through an agent. I paid 30,000 dinar to go to Libya. I was promised a work placement, but things went differently. When I arrived, I was kidnapped by a criminal group. It was in the Tripoli area. I don't know exactly the place. They held me for 20-25 days, after which I paid 10,000 dinar to be released. I asked my family and friends in Bangladesh for this money. They would regularly beat me and threaten me with guns. Interviewer, he showed me his left eye, which was a bit red on the inside as a result of beatings. After being released, I worked a bit to earn money. I decided to go to Italy. In Libya, I learned that conditions are good there. I paid 3,000 dinar for the boat trip. On the water, we were intercepted and sent back to Zawiya. This time I cannot really say if it was a police or criminal group. They sent me to a big prison in Zawiya. They sell people there. Libyans come and select people they want to buy. I was sold to a man. He transported me to a house in a car with black glasses. I could not see where I was brought. I realized I had been kidnapped again. They held me for around 1 month, beating me regularly. They would make me talk to my family at only 1 to 2 minutes. Interviewer, he cries. Just the time to arrange the money transfer to a Libyan bank account. I paid 14,000 dinar to be released this time. I looked for ways to live again on the boat. I should have paid, but I explained my situation and I cried to the smuggler. I've been kidnapped twice, had to pay twice for ransom. I paid already for 1 boat trip. I've nothing left to give. I was finally allowed to go on a boat without paying. Interviewer, I asked if he ever considered going to the embassy to ask for help. I did not go to the embassy because they would not help me. I'm a simple man, not enough for them to consider me and protect me. I would have never gone to Libya if I knew it was like this. I need to go to Italy to be safe. If they don't give me somewhere to stay, I don't know what to do. I finished the money and I don't have anything more. I have no money to go back. I need to sustain my family. I have no land and no house anymore. I cannot go back. I need help in Italy. Interviewer, he seemed pretty desperate and cried quite hard, especially at this point. Aquarius, 26 March 2017. Female, 25 years old, from Nigeria. Escaped from Boko Haram from a state in the north. She has no news of her family since 2 months. They dispersed as a result of Boko Haram attack. She's been intercepted at sea and sent to Zawiya detention center. She paid and could live again on another boat. She said they were given extremely little food and water.
Aquarius, 26 March 2017. Male, 17 years old, from Gambia. I left Gambia April 25 last year. I was 16. Before I reached Libya, I was in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. In Niger, it took us 5 days to cross the desert. The interviewee says that he paid an agent in Gambia who was supposed to organize his trip to Europe via Libya. After his college graduation in ITC, he worked to pay for the trip. His older sister gave him the rest of the money he needed, 30,000 dalasi. I lost my mother a long time ago, and I lived with my father. He always told me I should study if I wanted to win poverty. Gambia was not a good place for the interviewee to finish his studies, he says. He had no money to pay for a proper postgraduate education, and he was always scared of violence and crime. When he was 15, he even was kidnapped, and his father had to pay a high ransom for him to be freed a week later. The interviewee applied for a scholarship to study abroad in Taiwan, but he didn't get it. He thought of applying for a visa to Europe, but his older brother did it before and never obtained it. So he thought it would be a waste of time and money. Some of my friends made it to Italy. They told me, "You can do it," so I tried. I didn't know about Libya, how bad it was. I didn't know about the rubber boats. I thought it would be a big wooden boat, and the agent told me Italy was only a couple of hours from Libya. If I had known, I would have stayed in Gambia. I even thought of going back when I was stuck in Libya, but I have nothing left there. My family spent all the money to pay for my trip and to get me out of prison in Libya. The interviewee's agent didn't even secure his arrival to a Libyan shore where he could embark on a rubber boat. Instead, the interviewee and his fellow travelers were left in Gatron, from where he paid to be taken to Tripoli. He was taken to Sabah instead. There is a lot of criminals there, smugglers. They took my money and they smuggled me into Tripoli. By the time he reached Tripoli, the interviewee had no money left. He worked in a farm for 3 months, but got paid only for 2. He also witnessed bombings and violence between armed groups, in which a very good friend who traveled with him from Gambia was killed. He quit his job after not being paid and found another one, assembling cardboard boxes. He did this for 2 months and saved enough money to pay for another agent, who also took his money without keeping his promise of getting him on a boat to Italy. I gave him 700 dinar. Then I met another agent. We became friends and he pushed me on a rubber boat in Sabratha. But the police found us and they locked me up for a month and a half. In prison, the interviewee suffered violence as well as starvation. Prisoners were given one single bowl of soup with no salt, from which as many as 8 people were supposed to eat with no spoons. That was their only daily meal. If they didn't eat, they would get beaten. We had to eat the soup with our hands in the dirt. The first day, they beat everyone for no reason. They are criminals, these policemen. Just like other detainees, the interviewee was tortured while on the phone with his family so that they would pay to get him out of prison. They give you a phone and make a phone call while they beat you. My father gave them all the money he had, so they freed me. Once he was released, the interviewee found a job in Sabratha to pay for his trip to Europe. In Sabratha, he witnessed the killing of a Gambian friend who had no money to pay his smugglers and got shot for that. 3 more friends managed to embark in Zawiya on a rubber boat that capsized before it could reach international waters only a week before the interviewee was able to embark. Only one of them survived. He decided to embark anyway, as after 10 months in Libya, he just wanted to escape. Africans suffer in Libya, especially in Sabah, Beni Walid, Tripoli. They die there for nothing. All Arab people are after is their money. I also knew many girls, Nigerian, who were forced to sell themselves. It costs only 10 dinars to sleep with a woman in Libya. I met another guy there. I saved his life. I helped him because he is not educated. He couldn't work, so I saved money for both. He is on this boat now. The interviewee says that his dream now is being able to write a book to discourage other people from attempting the same journey he did.
Aquarius, March 2017. Male, 14 years old, from Sudan. In addition to the 2 parents, the interviewee has 7 brothers and 6 sisters. He did not finish school because of the poverty of his family. His father has a shop selling clothes. 2 years ago, without saying anything to anyone, he left Sudan with 1 friend, his cousin, and his nephew, his sister's son. The first stop in Libya was Khartoum and then to Sepa, where he was beaten and robbed. He lost his 2,000 Libyan dinar before being transported to a farm and forced to call his family and ask for money to be released. He refused to call, thus they continued to beat him, and he remained without food and water. After 4 days in that farm, he managed to escape, found a job in a shop selling phones run by a Libyan, 25 years old. He worked and slept in the store. No salary, just something to eat when it happens. The owner was bad and beat him often. He remained in that job for 1.5 years, and when he decided to stop working, he could only take a bit of money, 400 Libyan dinar. When the Libyan gave him the money, he phoned to other Libyans and told them that the young Sudanese had with him some money. So he was again beaten and robbed, and they also took his identity card. Forced to work again with the Libyan, he escaped again and went to seek refuge among the Sudanese community in the city, but the Libyan found him and even threatened him with a knife. He ran away and moved to another place. He reached a place called al-Aranab, home to the tribe of the Tubu people, a Libyan tribe made up of blacks. And there also he was forced to work in slave-like conditions. He worked at a bar where he got paid from time to time. After 6 months, he came back to Sepa for 2 days and then departed for Tripoli for 3 days and finally to Zabarata. He paid 2,400 Libyan dinar for the dinghy. Aquarius, 6th of April 2017. Male, 15 years old, from Guinea, Conakry. I spent 5 months in Libya. I left with 3 friends, but I lost them there. I don't know where they are. I passed through Algeria, Deb, and went straight to Zawiya. There, I hid in a foyer for 2 months. I paid 300,000 CFA, interviewer, 450 euros, to be pushed at sea. Yet I was intercepted at sea and brought to Zawiya detention center. The Libyan Coast Guard beat people during the interception. They were violent. I spent 3 months in a camp in Zabarata, where I was beaten regularly. I spent 1 week in Zawiya prison. It is a police prison. ONU visits that place. I was beaten there to send the money from home. I paid 200,000 CFA, interviewer 300 euros, to be released.
Aquarius, 14 April 2017. Male, 20 years old, from Nigeria. The interviewee was living with his parents, his father and his mother. But when his father died, they told him that there's a tradition in Nigeria where the uncles get the entire inheritance of their dead brother when his oldest son turns 20 years old. He opposed that, so they wanted to kill him. He escaped with his brother. His mother and sister went to live in his other uncle's, on his mother's side, house. They crossed to Libya. It took 7 days to cross the desert without food or water. A lot of people died in front of them. When they arrived to Libya, they were kidnapped. The Libyans made them work for free, and when the work was over, they sold them to other Libyans. One day, they tried to escape, but while they were running, the Libyan shot them, and his brother died. After 7 months in Libya, he tried to manage to have 150 euros that he gave to a smuggler so he could take a rubber boat to Italy to finally escape the hell in Libya. All of them mentioned that before going on the rubber boat, the smuggler took everything of value to them. phone, shoes, clothes, etc. Also, that when they were on the rubber boat, Zodiac, some Libyans come in another boat and frighten them with guns and ask them to give them all that they have, otherwise they will kill them and destroy the boat. Aquarius, 30 April 2017. Male, 34 years old, from Syria. The interviewee is a Syrian soldier. When he decided to leave the army because he doesn't want to participate in the war, he was put in jail where he stayed for 4 years. He managed to escape from the prison and went to Libya. He crossed Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt by car. He stayed 2 years in Libya, but working was very difficult, and he was afraid from being kidnapped by the Libyans. So he decided to cross the sea. He paid €250 for being on the Zodiac. Aquarius, 30 April 2017. Male, 17 years old, from Libya or Morocco. The interviewee is the eldest of one of a family of 3 children. His father is Moroccan and his mother is Libyan. After some problems between the parents, the father decided to come back to Morocco and take with him the 2 young children. The interviewee stayed in Libya with his mother. But when he started having problems with Libyans because they wanted him to join the militia, he decided to go away from Libya. But their house in Libya has been stolen and they took his passport, and it's difficult to get a new one with what is happening in Libya. So he decided to go to Europe with the hope that he can continue studying and become a football player. He paid €100.
Aquarius, 19th of May 2017. Male, 14 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. This comes from a brief talk sitting amongst people queuing for consults in the clinic. We had to interrupt as he had to go for a consultation. We had no chance to dig into his story. It is included here as it is a good example of young unaccompanied minors travelling alone and separated before departure from Libya. As a family reunification case, his personal details were transmitted to Family Reunification Service of the Red Cross. He was also directly put in touch with them at disembarkation. He left with his younger brother, who is 11 years old. They arrived in Libya through Algeria. They spent 3 weeks in Libya. They were staying in a camp in Sabratha. He reported no violence. The day of disembarkation, he was selected to go on the boat. His little brother was left behind. He lost sight of him. He was brought to the beach and ordered to embark. He is very worried for his brother. He is scared at the idea of his brother being alone in Libya. Libya is too dangerous for him alone. Aquarius, 19th of May 2017. Female, 25 years old, from Ivory Coast. She escaped to avoid her daughter's female genital mutilation, and she is travelling with her 5-year-old daughter. She was married to a Malian who ill-treated her. He constantly beat her and forced her to have sexual intercourse. He would not give her access to food. She divorced from her husband, but he took the daughter with him. I had to steal my daughter back. Then I had to escape for our safety. She decided to go to Libya as she thought she would find good opportunities for a new life there. She was kidnapped with her daughter and with 4 other travellers, all men. These men managed to escape, but she remained trapped with her daughter for 2 days. She was raped twice by 2 armed men. She was also beaten using sticks. Her hands and feet were tied up during the violence. They did not harm her daughter, although the violence happened in her presence. It happened around a month ago. She said she is not pregnant as she took contraceptive measures before leaving to Libya. But the violence received seemed to have altered her period.
Aquarius, 23rd of May, 2017. A group of 5 men from 16 to 23 years old from Gambia and Nigeria. Testimony from a rubber boat boarded by Libyan Coast Guard, rescue on the 23rd of May, including some shooting. The first male is 20 years old from Gambia and he was sitting in front of the rubber boat. They kidnapped me twice in Libya. I would rather have died in the water. I know what happens if you send back. I could not take it anymore. I was beaten and tortured so much. He shows 2 teeth missing on the side of his right cheek. They beat me so much, I lost my teeth. In prison, there are these bugs. They make you eat so much, it is unbearable. A male, 18 years old from Gambia, was sitting in the middle of the rubber boat. A third male, 24 years old, from Nigeria, was sitting close to the inside of the rubber boat. I was hit in the face on the rubber boat when boarded by Libyan Coast Guard during the rescue. The fourth interview is 23 years old from Gambia, and he was sitting in the second half of the rubber boat. I was brought to a place in Sabah. The walls were covered in human blood. When I arrived, they kicked one of my friends in the face. Both his front teeth came off. He was bleeding so much, he passed out. No one helped. I took care of him. The last one is 60 years old from Gambia and he was sitting on the front. I'm traveling alone, but this here, I'm my brother. I want to be with them. They are all I have. We give each other strength. We left the beach at 7 a.m. in Sabarata. One interview said there were 120 packs. He is sure. He was counting. The others do not know the exact number, but agree with him. Once in rescue, we were approached by Aquarius Rib. Rib assessed the situation, then left because needed to assess other boats. They came back to give life jacket to all, then started evacuating, prioritizing women. They did 3 shuttles. Then the Libyan came. Libyan Coast Guard vessel approached. While coming closer, they shot the first set of shooting in the air. The boat came alongside. It came very fast. It created a wave that could have made up capsize. They were delicate as you, meaning Aquarius Rib. 2 people came on board, one armed with one AK-47. They jumped on the people in the boat. Then they walked toward the engine, pushing the people on the side. One interview reported to have been hit on his mouth by one of the Libyan Coast Guard officer elbow. This official was threatening people with the gun and insulting them badly. They kept pointing the AK-47 at people. They would tell the people to stay down, yelling, "We go back to Libya. We'll calabush you, imprison you in Libya. You will all die today. You animal." They shot in the air. One officer took a ring from one guy and asked for money and phones. The other ones say to wait until they would go closer to Libya, outside. One officer started driving heading toward Libya. One interview says, I was for 2 years in Libya. They kidnapped me twice. I was in prison for 1 year. I know what happened if I go back. It is better if I die in the water. Another interview said, we would all rather die in the water. Can you imagine how bad Libya is for us to refer that option? The interview is amongst the first who jumped in the water. They all agree that they shot again after he jumped. One guy jumped in the water and the Libyan Coast Guard officer shot him but did not get him. They all confirm he shot in the water. Another guy was taking his life jacket as he jumped, meanwhile insulted, you will die today, you animal motherfucker. 6 to 7 people initially jumped. The Libyan Coast Guard officer tried to shoot more, but he finished the bullets. He checked and realized that bullets are finished. At that point, more and more people start jumping and they realized that he could not have shot at them if they tried to leave the boat. The Libyan Coast Guard was yelling, if you jump, I'm going to slash the boat, so everybody is going to die. The Libyan, they survive on the black. They are criminals. We were scared. We did not want to go back to Libya, but jumping in the sea was scary and we feared to be shot because of that. The Libyan Coast Guard took out a knife and started threatening the people using it. At the point, only few people were left on board. He said we would have punctured the boat if they would have stayed on board and everybody would have fell in the water all at once. Meanwhile, the people in the water were screaming to attract the attention of Aquarius. They hope we will come back and rescue them. Then they requested assistance to Aquarius ship to evacuate the people and left. According to the interview, Libyan Coast Guard shot 3 times on board of the rubber boat. From patrol vessel in the air while approaching, once the 2 Libyan Coast Guard enter the rubber boat, once people start jumping, aimed at one, try to get but finish bullets.
Aquarius, June 21st, 2017. Male, approximately 30 years old, from Gambia. The interviewee is the youngest of 6 children from Gambia, who decided to leave for Libya 2 years ago because he was losing more money than he was making as a tile designer. Interviewer, his job was to draw the artwork that decorates tiles. His hope was to build a better quality of life with a high income in Libya. When he arrived, he did find a job as a welder through a friend. He initially was not planning to leave Libya anytime soon. He said that Libyans now see black individuals as assets and sources of great income. He claimed that people like him are arrested without good reason, detained, mistreated, and forced into hard labor. His experience was that of a spontaneous arrest while he was walking in the street. He was taken to a prison, as he called it, where he stayed and did unpaid hard labor for 3 months. During this time, he said that they were fed 1 piece of bad bread per day. There was much violence, a claim upon which he did not wish to elaborate. He regularly saw Arabs entering the center and, in a manner reminiscent of slave markets, selected a detainee that they wanted and pay for the release. He's convinced that these people were forced into hard labor if they were men or into prostitution if they were women. He escaped himself by having several friends pay for his release. The origins of this money and the means by which he was able to communicate with them are unclear. He does not know where the prison was, but he believes that it was near Tripoli. When he was released, he continued to work as a welder for a couple of months until a missile hit his home. It was this event that made him decide to leave. He found an unpaid smuggler. Interviewer, who was not clearly explained, who made him and his group wait for a long time without information before they were summoned to come onto a boat.
He said that they were forced to work for a long time at night before being forced into a small boat. He loves education, knowledge, and art. He's a painter and a drawer, and he wishes to study political science at university in order to become a journalist. As a non-Arabic speaker, he taught himself to read a Libyan newspaper in Arabic within the time that he spent there. He never attended a university in the Gambia because he had insufficient assets. He wants to strengthen his English skill, to write pieces in English in order to share his story and that of others with the world.
Aquarius, June 2017. Male, age 17 years old, unaccompanied, from Niger. The interviewee is from Niger and the youngest child of his family. His father died and the mother was not around. Due to that, he lived with his aunt. He was supposed to earn money and he got hired from a guy in Niger to work in Libya. In Libya, he started working, but he never received any money. One day when he was on the street with a friend, somebody shot his friend to death without reason and asked him for money. As he had no money, he got sent to prison. They started to torture him and took the nails with a forceps and beat him with a stick on the right hand. His hand is completely deformed. He reported horrible conditions in the prison. Once per week food, and only every 3 days some water. There was no toilet available at all. Finally, he received money from home, and he was supposed to pay 600 Libyan dinar to get released. That happened 5 months ago. He started working again in Libya, but this time to get money for the smugglers to send him to Europe. He found some people from his tribe who helped him. He stayed in Libya for 1 year before he escaped. He paid 1,600 Libyan dinar for the boat ride. 12 hours later on the rubber boat, he was rescued in international waters. Aquarius, June 2017. Male, age 22 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer, came to Libya 2012. Routes to come to Libya, Dhaka, Dubai, Turkey, Libya, Bajrangi. I paid 450,000 Bangladeshi taka to come to Libya for work. Worked in a bread factory for months, but didn't get paid. The owner took my passport when I joined. One day, at night time, our factory was bombed and the front side of the factory destroyed. We were stuck there for a week, then we came out and I fled the area and came to Tripoli. I didn't get a job for around a year. Then I worked in a company for 6 months, but paid only for 2 months. We were 5 Bangladeshi there and decided to go to Italy.
Aquarius, June 2017. Male, aged 31 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer, came to Libya 2016. Routes, Chittagong, Dubai, Libya, Murtika Airport. I supported the BNP during the 2014 Upzilla election, but the ruling party won. After a month after the election, me and my younger brother were arrested for a false sexual harassment case. We gave money to the police to get out. Then I came to Dhaka. I had no job for a while there and decided to go abroad. One of my friends told me that he could take me to Egypt. So I paid 350,000 taka, but he gave me a false ticket with a 20-day visa. I doubted that with the 20-day visa, how could I go? But as I had a false ticket, I couldn't go that time. I put pressure on him to give my money back. After a few months, he called me and asked whether I was interested to go to Libya or not. I said yes. Then one night, I got a call to get mentally prepared to go to Libya the next day. The following day, I went to Dhaka, Chankarpal area and then to Baitul Mukarram area as instructed. There we met an unknown person who knew my name, and from there we took a bus to go to Chittagong. In the bus, I checked my passport and there was no visa. I asked how I could go to Libya without a visa. The man said that I don't need to worry about this. They will manage. In the Chittagong airport, the immigration officer put me to one side and later on, at the end, let me pass the immigration. When I reached Libya, all of the Bangladeshis were placed in one line. There were around 215 Bangladeshi people. They took the passport in the airport and then all of the Bangladeshis were taken to a bus. Everyone was kicked onto the back while entering the bus, including me. They took us into an area where all the building was new. The name of the area was Tajura. We were locked in a room and then told to call our family and tell them that we had reached Libya and to pay 450,000 BDT within a week. I paid the money after 3 months. I was hanged by my feet and beaten for 1 hour every day from 4 a.m. I couldn't go to the bathroom for a month. Even after paying the money, I was sold to another person in a Muslim area and I was asked again to pay 100,000 BDT. I paid 5,000 Libyan dinar to him. Then I contacted a friend in Teji area in Tunisia and tried to go to him. On the way, at the third checkpoint, I was arrested and locked in a container for 2 hours and then sold to another Bengali person. The Bengali took me to a house, locked me outside and offered me food and drinks. I was very frustrated. I asked him, what does he want and why has he brought me here? I told him I don't have any money. If you want, you can kill me. I've been in Libya for 6 months now, and I haven't seen any light of Libya. The same thing happened again. He asked for money to release me. After a few days later, I contacted one of my friends in Libya. He paid 2,000 dinar to that man, then he released me, and I went to my friend's house. This time, I didn't want to inform my family about my sufferings. My friend told me that it's better for me to go to Italy. In the meantime, I worked in construction and I arranged some money. My friend introduced a Pakistani person who agreed to bring me to Italy, 2,100 dinar. The boat was supposed to leave from Sabrata in February, but on the way, the Libyan Coast Guard arrested the boat and took everyone to a private cell. They threw hot water inside the room and asked for 4,000 dinar, otherwise we would be sold to another Bengali. After that, they transferred me to another place, to a Libyan person. There were many black people in front of the gate. The black people beat me naked for 3 days. They told me and others that we should go with whoever the person comes to take us. 3 days later, a Bengali person came. He heard that the Bengali person paid 10,000 dinar to them. After bringing me from there, he put me into a dark house. He asked me for 230,000 BDT. I stayed there for 2 months. Then I paid 180,000 BDT to that man. To get this money, my family had to sell all the property in Bangladesh. After getting released, my family gave me a contact number who is from my village and lives in Libya. I went to that person. I asked that I had heard Bangladeshi embassy brings back Bangladeshi people for free. The man told me that it will take around 3 months for the full process. I thought that if I stay in Libya, I don't know how many times I'll be bought and sold and how many times they'll ask money from me. I have nothing left to give. I arranged some dinar and then came with this boat.
Aquarius, 21st of August 2016. 3 males, 22 years old, from Syria and Tunisia. Interviewer: the first two know each other from Syria. Their dads are cousins. One left Syria 7 months before the other. They shared almost the same journey. First testimony: I left Syria 4 years ago with the idea to reach Europe, to join my brother who lives in England. At first, I travelled to Lebanon and stayed for 4 months and worked in an aluminium factory. After that, I continued my journey to Egypt. I had to pay 4,000 USD in order to reach Libya from Egypt, paid to the Egyptian and Libyan smugglers. My friend left Syria 7 months before me. I joined him and stayed in Libya, in Debrek, for more than 3 years, working again in an aluminium factory, and ceiling decorations for apartments in order to save money for the rest of my journey. Once we decided to do the final step of my journey to Europe, we took a flight from Debrek to Tripoli and had to pay 600 Libyan dinar to the security airport to allow us to fly. Once we arrived at Tripoli airport, security agents in the airport treated us very badly and held us in custody for 8 hours. Luckily, we knew a Syrian who arranged a Libyan sponsor who certified that we do not belong to the Islamic State. Sorry, I'll start that one again. Luckily, we knew a Syrian who arranged a Libyan sponsor who certified that we do not belong to the Islamic State. If not, they would have stolen all our belongings and we would have gone out of the airport totally naked. We stayed in Tripoli for 3 weeks. 2 weeks in Sabrata, a district of Tripoli. We had a Syrian friend who worked in a marble factory held by a Libyan that is also into the smuggling business. He helped us to arrange our boat to Europe. We paid 3,000 Libyan dinar each for the boat ride. We chose the safest option. They told us the rubber boat ride cost 2,000 Libyan dinar, but is less safe than the wooden boat. We knew we were facing death, but there was no solution. We couldn't stay any longer in Libya, and we couldn't go back to Syria. We do not want to be obliged to serve in the Syrian army. We believed that the wooden boat would take us directly to Italy. The smugglers told us that the trip will take 4 to 6 hours. When we first saw the wooden boat on the day of departure, we got scared, especially when we saw that there were people in the lower deck. But there was no coming back from this. We bought our own life jackets for 75 Libyan dinar. The normal price is 20, but since we bought it in the smuggling area, the price is more expensive. A few minutes after departure, a rubber boat approached us and embarked 4 more people into the wooden boat. Apparently it is a sort of deal between smugglers in order to not share the money with all the smugglers. In total, 30 smugglers. The engine of the boat stopped working after a few hours of our journey. People started to panic. All Libyan smugglers were on board to see if the wooden boat would make it or not. And once they saw a helicopter near us, they told us we would be rescued, and they left the wooden boat in a small rubber boat. The smugglers did not care if we died. They just cared about putting as much people as they could inside the boat. We were literally stuffed into the wooden boat with no possibility of moving at all. I wouldn't advise any of my family members or my friends to take this journey. I cannot recommend it to anyone because this journey means facing death, and nothing guarantees you that you will make it. I just want to find work to be able to provide for myself and for my family in Syria, and live near my brother in England. I left Syria because I have a very big family with 10 siblings. There is absolutely no work left in Syria. Because of the war, it is so hard to find work and everything is expensive. I need to find work to help my family. My family is poor and needs me to help by providing them money. If we could, we would have found work in Syria. If Syria was like it was before the war, we wouldn't have made this journey. We just want to live a proper life, a normal life, like any regular person. I want the world to know that there is a big conspiracy that has been set up against Syria, against Islam in Syria. Before the war, we never distinguished who is what religion, but now people kill people for their religion. Second testimony. I only stayed in Lebanon as a transit to take a flight to Egypt. Shared the same journey as my friend. Third testimony. Interviewer. Pretended to be a Syrian, but later admitted he was Tunisian. I left Syria without a passport, stayed in Lebanon for 1 month, left to Egypt and stayed 2 months. From there I went to Benghazi and stayed 1 year working in construction. I stayed in Tripoli for 1.5 years. I thought the boat we were making the journey in was more like the Aquarius boat. If I knew that was the boat that I was going to travel in, I wouldn't have made the journey. I met these 2 Syrian men in the car on our way from Tripoli to Sabrata. I just want to find proper work and live a regular life.
Date of the interview, 17th of September 2016. Place of the interview, Detention Center, Libya. Age in years, 25. Sex, male. Origin, Guinea. I have spent 8 months in this prison. They beat us up daily. Now the situation has improved. I am alone here. My parents died. We don't have phones to call and the food is not good. They hit us with a hose. They hit me on my ear, for example. I don't even know why. I have no money, no family. The embassy people came, but I have no money. They ask your name and ask for the money to pay for your return. I came to Libya for money. Things have improved in the prison since the doctors began visiting. The beating has diminished.
Date of interview, 30th of January 2017. Place of interview, Detention Center Libya. Age in years, 32. Sex, male. Origin, Nigeria. Interviewer. Simon, Libya, 86, was very timid and did not want to talk about too many details. Conversation was low-key. I have been here for 5 months. I have a wife and 2 kids. My little boy died, he was sick. I was not there to help him. I wanted to go to Europe to make money. One of my friends, a former colleague, said that he had work for me. I graduated as an urban planner. I was on the sea, we capsized. I saw people drown. We were picked up by the Libyan Coast Guard. We were treated well by an NGO, just like MSF, gave us medication and clothing, and then we were brought here. I am scared. If I can get out of here, I will give you my email address so that I can tell you everything. I can't do that here. I worked outside once for 5 days. This was during the registration for repatriation. This is why I'm still here. Can you help us? I have to get out of here. I want to go back home. If I was at home, I could have brought my sick son to the hospital. How long will it take before we can get out? I don't really know very much more, but people here say that you have to pay before you can be repatriated. Is that true? We hardly get anything to eat here. A little piece of bread in the morning, but it is dry without anything. The meals are in the afternoon and evening. They don't give us anything with the food, no meat, nothing.
Date of the interview, 17 September 2016. Place of the interview, Detention Center, Libya. Age in years, 33. Sex, male. Origin, Morocco. I have been in Libya for years. I worked as a mechanic. They asked for 8,000 Libyan dinars for me to be released. I was in business with a Libyan. I did not pay and his friends brought me here to the prison. I have spent 6 months, almost 7 months here. I work here in Al-Falah. I work in the kitchen. I clean. I repair cars. I deal with electricity. They have promised to give me a salary. Interviewer. He appears free to move inside the detention center, and one could see a number of detainees working, including cleaning cars. They hit me on the feet with a BBR plastic hose, one that is hard and does not break. This very morning, a man hit me with his weapon. He had asked me to wash his car seats, but was not happy with my work. Last week, I was hit on the head. He woke me up at dawn. I got 5 stitches after that. You are hit if you do something they don't like, or if you don't listen or follow their orders. I don't sleep in the hangar, but outside. There is no hygiene. You have lice and scabies. The guards, or those in charge of the detention center, come from a mountainous area. Interviewer. He also provides some background about the Egyptian patient who also worked in the kitchen, the medical team treated, and who had very visible bruising on his body. According to him, he was beaten up because he was caught in a car with a sub-Saharan African woman and confessed to having sex with her. Date of the interview, 17 September 2016. Place of the interview, Detention Center, Libya. Age in years, 15. Sex, female. Origin, Guinea. I have spent 2 months in detention and have been in Al-Fala for a week. I have been in several prisons. I want to go back home. People from the embassy were here last week. They took my name and the number of my family.
Aquarius, 21st of August, 2016. Female, 42 years old, from Ethiopia, traveling with her 2 children of 12 and 6 years old. Their father is Eritrean. We were in Libya for 2 months and 20 days. We stayed in a storage place with other Eritrean men and women. There were bars on the windows, and it was in Sabrata. Sometimes the men running the place looked like they were in the army, military clothes, and sometimes not. In Libya, there's no such thing as being treated well. No NGOs visited. I have 4 daughters, and they were all born in Sudan, but 2 of them have gone missing while we were still in Sudan. The older girls are 19 and 21, and they were supposed to have gone to Libya for school, but I have lost them. I don't know where they are. One day they went to school in Sudan, and they never came back. I never heard from them. People, they tell me they have been kidnapped. I didn't pay for the journey. An Eritrean man in Sudan paid for us to make this journey. He saw the level of our suffering and helped us, and my husband gave his blessing. We didn't experience any violence in Libya. I did see them beat pregnant women, and they really don't care at all. They just beat everyone. I knew the journey would be hard, but never that hard. I knew the only way was death or life, but I let God decide. Death is one, but life can be bitter. Sometimes it is better to die. We were on the upper deck of the wooden boat. For the first few hours, we thought we would die. The engine stopped, and people started to shout and get very scared. 2 Libyan fishermen came to try and help, but they couldn't help. I thanked God when I saw the rescue boat. I was so happy. While we were staying here, they kidnapped my older child for 2 months. The Libyan police took her from the street as we walked back to where we were staying. They covered her face and kidnapped her to be smuggled, to sell her. But a Libyan man helped me get her back and brought her back to me. They didn't make me pay. She told me they had treated her okay and nothing happened to her. I cried day and night for her. I came to Libya with just my children. My husband is still in Sudan. He is very sick with diabetes and high blood pressure. I had to decide the future for my children. There is no future in Sudan. I know because I grew up there. Everything I have done is for my children. My life is my children. I want them to study and succeed in life. Aquarius, 21st of August, 2016. Female from Eritrea, 35 years old, travelling with her son of 2 years old. My husband is in London, but I don't have his phone number or news from him. He left 3 years ago for the UK when I was pregnant. He has never met his child. I'm going to London for my children, to live a good life. I don't care about myself. What I'm doing is for my children. All I want for them is to have a good life and to study. From Eritrea, I went to Sudan. There I stayed for 8 years working as a cleaner, then to Libya for 3 months. I thank God that in Libya I was in a good place with other Eritreans. It was a private house with other Eritrean women and children. On the wooden boat, I was on the top deck. Oh, I cried a lot for my child. Eritrean woman, 5 months, pregnant, travelling with her husband. We spent 4 months in Libya in a place where man and women were separated. I was happy in Eritrea and had work. But then the army made problems for me and my husband. I could no longer work as a hairdresser, so we are seeking political asylum. I travelled from Eritrea to Ethiopia, to Sudan, to Libya. In Libya, I was separated from my husband. The conditions and treatment were very difficult. I got sick and I was very tired. On the wooden boat, I was utterly terrified. We didn't know if we would make it or not. I was so scared for my unborn child. It is my first child. When I saw the rescue boat, I thought, we've made it. I'm going to be saved.
Rotation 39 on board of Aquarius, 4th of July, 2016. I'm a female, 27 years old, from Ivory Coast. I am an orphan. I have 5 sisters and 2 brothers. I left Ivory Coast because I was suffering. Because of the lack of money, I could not continue my studies. I want asylum. We met a Libyan man who told us how much to pay, but he connected us anyway. We were a group of 32 Ivorians and Malians. He abandoned us on the road. I was traveling with my husband, whom I met in Ivory Coast. Militaries picked us up on the road and we were held. We were caught by the Suara police and held there in a prison. We were then transferred to Sabrata and then to Zawiya. We spent 3 days in Sabrata, and the Red Crescent visited and assisted us. I spent a week in Zawiya. We were eating macaroni in the morning for lunch and for dinner. In the evening, they would come to get the woman as prostitute. Black women have not value. La femme noire n'a pas de valeur. They take you for the night and they return you. Interviewer, meaning after sex. A Libyan man bought us from where we were held. Interviewer. When asked to describe the facility, she mentioned metal doors, guards in civilian clothes with the weapons and people in military fatigue at times. The Libyan men bought us
and we were expected to pay 150 euros each to be released. I spent a month and 6 days in the house. I was later taken to a campo where I stayed for 3 weeks. Nothing to eat there. If you have no money, you don't eat. If they beat you, it is mia mia. Interviewer literally 100, leave an expression to say all okay. If they don't beat you, it's mia mia. As we did not have much money, interviewer, or ways to get money from families, we were sold to another Libyan, and that man tried to get us on boat. I have already tried twice, and we had to return. We paid 200 euros per person, and we were launched again. Interviewer on board. We were held in a place with 2 rooms, one for the Libyan men holding us, and one for the women. We were initially 7 women, and we were later joined by a group of Anglophone women, and we ended up being 32 women. Some were sleeping in the living room. In the evening, the help of the Libyan men, a Ghanaian man, would come to pick the girls and then drop us at clients. I arrived in Libya on 14 April. I took the boat on 5 July. I am traveling with my husband. We need to work to pay our families' debts because they had to pay to get us out of jail. There are girls there who are tortured because they don't have money or family who can pay for them. IOM visited us once. The guard was standing behind the IOM representative and making a sign he would show her as interviewer. They showed the gesture. Guards and prison administration say they are deporting, repatriating the migrants just to get rid of the Red Crescents and NGOs. In reality, we were sold again and taken to Zawiya. Interviewer. In follow-up private meeting. There is a parenthesis I need to add. Because of the journey I took, I have lost my husband. Since that he was there, it is not the same. Le courant n'est pas plus. He knows, and he has just told me when we arrive in Europe, we should separate. It is difficult, a very heavy weight for me to stomach all this. I have done this journey because of him. I have a 10-year-old child. I was 17 when I had my child with another man. When I met him, he told me he was going for adventure. I had some cash. Initially, because of my family situation, I say I could not go and that he should go first. It is not easy to travel, get visa, etc. So I decided to go with him. And now he said when we arrive in Messina, we should part our ways. Interviewer. She cries. I'm scared because I thought the 2 of us we could overcome, but now alone, I'm not sure. I'm scared. Interviewer. To a question on what she's scared of in Italy, she answers, I wanted to stop. We get involved
initially we are told it is easy and we just have to deal with the situation. We cannot go back, take the desert again. You are already in shit. You have no choice but to continue. I risked my life on this journey. I wanted to go to the university, but I was not able to continue my studies. My sister could not support me. I am hoping to find a job and get a decent life for us, my sister and my son, who is with my sister. This is why I risked my life. A Libyan bought us from the prison in Sabrata and took us to his house. He was not managing the house, but someone else. In the evening, Libyans come and it is 5 dinars the night. But I had paid my 550 euros, and I did not understand why they were still asking me to go with men. They preferred me. Some like a tall woman. In Libya, you cannot even walk 10 meters without someone coming to get you. Interviewer. She feels guilty and say it is her fault that she was a prostitute. Explain that she was coerced and should not feel guilty. This happened since 14 April 2016 and the last time some time ago. I got lucky. We were soon joined by the group of Nigerian girls and I was less solicited. It happened a lot. Interviewer, rapes. And last time was the last week. Interviewer, she cries. We stop and doctors come in. It is not easy to talk about these things. I would not dare. I cannot sleep in the night. Is the European Union going to stop all this traffic? This is trade of women. This is all it is. There are girls who are still there and have no family to pay for them to be released. So they have to work and go out in the evening. They could only come back in the morning or sometimes after several days. It depends how much the client paid. They take us to their homes. The first man I had to go with the first time was not violent with me. He asked me why I came here. I told him I came to work and that I was told that work is better paid in Libya than in Ivory Coast. I did not know it was hell. He asked why I did not call my family and ask them to send me money. I explained it. I am an orphan and I could have work to get the money. It is hard to communicate because they don't speak French. Once I was given the opportunity to call my sister. I was in jail. She had no money, but she said she would get a loan. Money was sent to Ghana. The Libyan guy works in Ghana. We paid 150 euros per person. We spent a month and 6 days there. We were taken to another connection house, brothel. We were initially taken to Sowara and sold. We were then in Sabrata and later in Sawira. We were both after Sabrata and I had to pay 550 euros to get out. They select girls during the day and then pick us up in the evening. We are then dropped at client's place. I did not have any problem in the desert. It started in Agadez. This is where we were picked by the Libyans. They put us in a cage, maybe 20, 25 people. Then they put plants and then watermelon on top in the truck to pretend they are transporting watermelons. Interviewer, general discussion. They strip search women. Insert their fingers into your vagina or anus. They are looking for money. They found my money there. I have nothing left. They touch your breath. Squeeze them. Men can have sexual intercourse for 5 dinar paid to the guard. The guard says Kali, Arabic for come, and you know what to expect. They threaten you with weapons. They beat you. Once, male detainees refuse that women are taken away and they were beaten. It is 5 dinars for the night, whether the woman consents or not. They interview the guards. Search for money in your vagina. They fondle you. They mention the case of a pregnant woman who was raped by 3 men and who subsequently miscarried. The woman is now in Italy. A man wanted me to say that I wanted to have sex with him. I refused, and he beat me for refusing. I could not say I agreed. If he wants to have sex, he has to rape me, but I will not pretend I want it. He eventually took another woman. They buy people in Libya, and they try to make money out of you by beating you and getting you to call your family to ask them to send money. Interviewer, the money is not sent to Libya, but usually to a contact in the country where the family lives. They fuck you everywhere, in your mouth, eyes, ears. Interview, they laugh. We prefer the danger of the sea to Libya's danger. I would rather die in the sea than be raped. In Libya, you are a commodity, and Libyans buy you.
Aquarius, 4th of July, 2016. Male, 18, born in 1998, from Mali. My mother died when I was around 6 and my father when I was around 9. I don't really remember my mother. I did not go to school. As a kid, I was slapped, and since then, I have trouble seeing. There was nobody to help me. When the war started in Mali with Boko Haram, I came to Libya. I have been jailed. I was picked up in a raid. I spent a month in Libya and have been ill-treated. The only way out of Libya is the sea. I have no one in my country. I was forced into the sea. Aquarius, 4th of July 2016. Male, 18, from Ivory Coast. I was first in Libya in a village near Tripoli, and I was working in the construction sector. I was carrying bricks one day as we were going to work in a group. We were attacked by bandits. Mes frères m'ont dit, ce sont des bandits. I fell off the car, which was open at the back, and I fainted. When I fell, the bandits fired and a bullet reached my foot. Interviewer: he was indeed treated in the clinic on board. My brothers, friends, took me to hospital, but it is not easy to go to hospital in Libya. They make fun of you when they see you because of the color of your skin. My parents are poor. I paid 300,000 FCA francs. Interviewer: around 450 euros. To go to Libya, and another 250,000 CFA, around 380 euros, to cross the sea. I did it through an Ivorian man who speaks Arabic and who negotiated for me. What I want is money. I want to work to help my family. My father has 2 wives and has 4 kids with my mother, who is the first wife, and he has 3 with his second wife. We are 7 siblings, and I am the oldest.
Aquarius, 4th July 2016, male, 30, from Ivory Coast. I'm from Ivory Coast. In 2011, around the presidential election in Côte d'Ivoire, I come from an ethnic group from the north, but I was a supporter of Laurent Gbagbo and FPI, even if I come from the north. Presidential elections with Gbagbo and Ouattara. As I come from the north, my struggle in favor of Laurent Gbagbo turned into an ordeal. My parents did not understand my position and did not support them. I have an uncle who is in the military and a member of Ouattara's party. Interviewer: check if military are allowed to be members of political parties in IC. At home, we discuss politics, and as I was among family members, I spoke freely. My view is that from a legal point of view, Laurent Gbagbo should remain president, and I criticize the position of the Northerners. My uncle warned me that what I said may catch up me later. He gave me a warning, but I did not understand. At the beginning of the elections, I support Gbagbo. I have a FCB training, initial military training, but I did not get in. I don't have a registration number. One day, as I was at home with my wife and 4 children, my uncle sent people to my place to get me and take me back to him with a view of assassinating me. Somehow, I managed to escape, and they did not find me. My wife got scared after the men asked for me. I told my wife to take the kids and go and stay with her family. That was around the end of 2011. I heard the sound of the car and managed to escape and hide at a friend's place. I got lucky as they sprayed the place with their Kalashnikovs. A bullet reached my foot. Interviewer: see picture of scars. I gave money to my wife and asked her to flee to Guinea. She's from Guinea. And I sought to flee myself. I eventually joined my wife and children in Guinea, where I got treatment for some 2 to 3 years. I did not work in Guinea. I decided to go to Algeria to find a job. My wife would travel back to Ivory Coast to visit family. I worked for 2 years in Algeria, and I was seeking to reach Europe to feel security. I arrived in Libya in March 2016. The smugglers in Algeria tell you it is simple and easy and that you are put in a boat and end up in Italy. I was imprisoned in Libya. Interviewer: he shows his broken fingers. Libyans are not nice. They stop trucks and convoys coming from Algeria, and they ask for ransom. They beat you every day. I was held in Beni Walid by an illegal armed group, I believe. They asked for 1,000 dinars each. I already had to pay 200,000 francs CFA to the smugglers. To pay the ransom, either your family pays with the business partner of the captors in your country of origin, or else you have to work. In Libya, they beat me and made me call my parents, screaming for their help. My smuggler helped me, and my wife had to pay 25,000 francs CFA. I was beaten, and as a result, some nerves in my hand no longer work. When I arrive in Italy, I will ask for her to see my family. I haven't seen them since 2011. I want to be in contact with my wife and to be able to work. I cannot return to Ivory Coast because of my uncle.
Aquarius, 6th July 2016. Male, 14, born in 2002, from Guinea-Conakry. Interviewer, note, not a one-to-one interview, but he participated in the discussion. I spent 2 months and 3 weeks in Libya. I entered through Algeria. As we were entering Libya, our car was stopped. We were taken in a pickup and put in jail. Interviewer, name of the jail, Fotombia Mazal Fatma Zara, in Tripoli. NB, Fatma Zara is a mosque near Kashr Ben Gashir. We were more than 219 individuals in jail. We were not eating enough. We were beaten up by guards in the director's back. Women were also beaten up. They would beat us with a hose, a gas hose, which is harder. They would do silly stuff with the women, the connery. Women were suffering. The place did not look like a prison. It had a garden, but the prisoners were held in the basement. They would take away kits distributed by NGOs and keep them. People would try to escape with the detainees who were going to work. Detainees had to pay 1,000 dinars to be released. I paid 250,000 francs to cross the sea. This was my third attempt. The first time the boat broke, and the second time the engine broke. You only pay once, however. We are only eating pasta cooked in seawater, and we are only given seawater to drink. If you have money, you can get water.
Aquarius, 13 September 2016, male, 22 years old, from Nigeria. I was supposed to be here with my little brother, my younger brother, who is 20 years old, but he's not with me. He died in Libya. In front of my eyes, they shot him. They shot him for no reason. I wish I have never made this journey, and I just stayed home. I will now have to call my 2 sisters and 2 other brothers back home and tell them that I arrived safely to Italy. I arrived to Italy, but I lost our brother in the way, and we will never see him again. I am an orphan since an early age, and in my country we have no access to education or employment. This is why we decided to leave. Aquarius, 13 September 2016, female, 20 years old, from Nigeria.
I am a tailor, but there is no work in Nigeria. We cannot even earn enough to buy food, so I decided to leave with my younger brother. Our parents are dead. We were in a very big car with lots of Nigerians, and we arrived to Libya in 1 week. In Libya, they took us to a very small place, very dirty, with a lot of people, called the garage, and stayed there for 5 months. Everyone had been beaten. I had been beaten a lot, and my brother saw them beating me. We want to be anywhere in Europe. It doesn't matter as long as we can start a new life and live normally. Aquarius, 13 September 2016, male, 22 years old, Ivory Coast. He was one of my best friends since childhood. His brother and I didn't live together. We met by coincidence in Gadez, Niger. I didn't know he was my friend's brother until we started talking about where we were from and our full names. I am shocked that he was by himself, but I know the situation of my country and I know his family. He comes from a poor family. It was my duty to take care of the brother of my friend. The journey was very, very hard and painful. Today we are here, but to get here we have been through so much. If I should take this journey again, I would definitely stay in Ivory Coast, but today I am here. Everything started when I arrived in Ben Walid in Libya. There, we were imprisoned for 16 days. We didn't eat, just a small piece of bread every 3 days. We didn't have access to water. We were in a big place without shade, with heavy sun. There were hundreds of people here. The smugglers took us there, not the police, the ones who took us to Tripoli. All the time, we had guns pointing at us. They used to fire bullets in the air or next to our feet to scare us. They would beat everyone every day. I would advise my friend to follow the instructions of NGOs and Italian authorities and not to just try to reach his aunt in France, because I am an African and I know what African people are capable of. Aquarius, 13 September 2016, male, 10 years old, Ivory Coast. A male, 10 years old boy is an unaccompanied minor traveling with a good friend of his older brother who lives currently in Mali. He started this journey with another friend of his brother, but for personal reasons, that friend couldn't continue the journey with him and stayed in Niger. By coincidence, he met his older brother's friend along the way, who decided to take care of him and to make sure that he makes the journey safely. He's aiming to join the sister of his father in France. My parents decided I should do this journey in order to reach my aunt that lives in France. In France, apparently, I can have access to good education. Libya was very hard. We had no food and they used to beat us a lot. I was very scared. I called my mother when I was in Libya. She knows I'm traveling now with his brother's friend. Today is Eid in Ivory Coast. All my family is gathered. I would really like to call my mother and my father to hear their voice, to wish them happy Eid, and to ask them to inform my aunt that I will be arriving very soon.
Aquarius, the 29th July 2016. Males, mixed ages from 16 to late 20s from Eritrea. Interviewer, group of Eritreans traveling together. 2 members explain that they have been moved 3 different prisons, and that a group of about 15 of them have been intercepted by Libyan officials while waiting on the beach the first time they attempted to cross in the boat. They explain that the smugglers had taken them to the beach, waited there for days, and then entered the water up to a meter high, at which point of about 15 of them were forced to turn back and taken by Libyan officials to a different prison where they were held for a few further weeks. 3 were taken to a very large hangar where they store people to clean first of all, then taken to a small cell where they all stayed together. At this last prison in Tripoli, they said it looked like a prison, bars on the windows. One man remembered that people from an organization like UNICEF visit. There were posters with the European stars on it. He said he had been very hopeful to see the UNICEF organization come to visit it, as it might offer a solution for them. But they did some health checks and just left. They were beaten while kept in this cell, 15 Eritreans and 7 Somalis in one cell. Then the smugglers, he said, went to the prison, paid to bring them back out, and forced them to pay again to make the crossing, an additional $2,200. Then they crossed a second time and were successful, brought to the beach with other people who had been kept in other places. They remembered taking the boat from near Beni Wali. Within the group discussions, there were 3 young Eritrean boys. One was 16-year-old, traveling alone, and explained that he had missed 1 year in school to help his family. Then he was taken to do military service and he was placed in prison. He got the chance to escape from the prison because he was underage and they were more careless with him. He escaped with a friend who he lost in Sudan. Some of his friends are already in Sweden, he said. His parents know that he made the journey. He spent 2 months in Libya. First, he was taken to a place called Rayanaha, where he spent 1 month in a big hangar. And then the second month in a Muthra store by the seaside in Tripoli. He said on the walls there were many names of all the people who had stayed there in different languages. There was also a 20-year-old who had been taken into military service when he finished secondary school and he got the chance to run away. And a 17-year-old who chose to leave because of the poor education system. Teachers are hopeless because they don't get anything. You don't get a good education. Eritrean men who grew up in Ethiopia, late 20s. We traveled from Ethiopia to Sudan to Chad to Libya. 7 months we were in Libya, in prison. We arrived in Libya to Misrata and were detained by Libyan police in a prison there. We escaped and a Libyan civilian then handed us into the Camps prison. The name of the place is Camps and of the prison was called Camps. From this prison they sell people. They sell Nigerian and Ghana men from 600 dinar, and for the men for Eritrea, Somalia and Ethiopia it is $2,000. They sell people in quantities of 15. There were only men at this prison. In the Camps prison, they separate the Christian from the Muslim. Every day, they beat the Christians. They would tie us upside down by our ankles and beat the bottom of our feet. It was run by Libyans. We saw 7 people die there. One day, men came to the prison. At first, we thought they were police, but when they got closer, they covered the faces in black scarves, bandanas. They started to fight with Libyans who ran the prison. We thought the guys with the black scarves covering their faces were IS. Many bullets were fired and guns being fired. That is how the 7 people were killed in the gunfighting. Their prison was very, very big, about 500 people there. They separated us by nationality. Nigerian and Ghanaian in one part, and then the Eritreans, Ethiopians, and Somali in another. There was one toilet overflowing right near where we had to sleep, windows with bars. Eritrean and Somali names written on the walls with words of encouragement in Tigrinya, like "Don't give up." International Organization for Migration came to the prison while we were there. We begged them to help us and take us home to Eritrea or Ethiopia. They came and separated the under 18 and different nationalities. They did HIV tests on the Nigerian and the Ghanaian men. But the Eritreans, Ethiopians, and Somali got no medical treatment. Apart from the 2 people who had very bad scabies, right from their head to toe, they were covered in scabies. They gave them a tablet and said they would come back the next day, but they never came back. It was 3 white men, 1 doctor who I think was Egyptian and spoke very good English, and 1 driver. We begged them to help us, but they didn't. The same day, 16 very big Nigerian men managed to escape the prison. Later in our journey, we met one of these guys, and he had a shot wound in his leg from when he ran away. The guy who bought us was a Libyan. But then another Libyan came and stole us from this man. He took us to a village called Zuleta, interviewer, which was 72 kilometers away from the prison. All he fed us was 3 dates a day. We had blood in our feces because we were so hungry and there was nothing in our stomachs. We were so desperate, we decided better to die and try and escape than live like this. We managed to steal a small knife and then we fled. We ran and found a watermelon farm. We ate the melon for energy. Then we found an elderly old Libyan man on the road. He told us that we were going to die and gave us some bread. He drew a map in the earth on the ground of where we were, and they told us then the direction of where to go to get to Tripoli. The elderly man was kind and told us that the police treat people very badly. He told us to lie and say we are from Ghana or Nigeria because many of men working on the farms are from there. We continued our journey. We met an Algerian man who helped us. He gave us rice and let us use his phone so that we could make contact with the smugglers. Then we could organize to go to the Musra, a store where people smugglers, they keep people before they take the rubber boats. We spoke to the smugglers and they organized for a taxi to come and collect us from the Algerian man's house and take us to the Musra. When we got there, we met others who had also been with us and escaped the prisons in Coms. We were so happy to see them. We moved to the Musra to Musra. 1 month in the first and then to the another. We worked so hard on the land, cleaning up all the sheep feces, preparing cement, lifting heavy materials right to the top of buildings. It was so hard, one of the hardest jobs in my life. We managed to escape from this Musra with some others. 3 were captured by the police, who made them pay money for their release. But we managed to get away from the police and found another Musra where we stayed for another 22 days. Then they finally brought us to the beach at night to take us to the boat.
Aquarius, 12 September 2016. Female, 20 years old, from Nigeria. I am from Nigeria. One day, in the government area of the south. There is not Boko Haram there. I was living at home with my mother and 2 younger brothers. I went to school until age 16 and then worked as a farmer with my mother. I have no husband or children. My male friend asked me if I wanted to go somewhere. I knew he meant leave Nigeria, but I wasn't sure where. He was my friend, not my boyfriend. It is a hard story for me to tell and to remember all of the details. Initially, I went with my friend, but somewhere along the way, he sold me. I ended up being moved in trucks. I don't know where we went. There were other black people in trucks. I was sold as a house servant in Libya. I lived in a big house with 2 other black women. I don't know where they were from. I was not paid. I couldn't leave the house. I was flogged and hit with cables and ropes, though they never broke the skin. They flogged me if I didn't walk the right way. After about 7 months, I managed to escape. I ran and ran and ran. I ended up in a town near the ocean. I was living on the street when a Ghanaian man found me. He gave me food and gave me a place to live. He was very nice to me. I did some housework for him. He did not have sex with me. One night he told me to go outside with all of the other people and get on the boat. I don't know if he paid for me. It was very fast and overwhelming. I don't know where I want to end up in Europe. I don't know anyone there. I don't have any friends or family there. Where I end up is up to God. I will do any work that God chooses. I have lost a lot of weight since I was in Libya. I left Nigeria about 1 year ago. I have not had enough to eat. I think I have lice. I haven't had sex in a year, but I haven't had my period. I think it is because I have lost so much weight. Interviewer. The patient weighs 45 kilos. She was informed about her risk of being trafficked.
Aquarius, September 12, 2016. Male, 14 years old, from Ivory Coast. I was tortured for the last 4 years. My father died in Ivory Coast when I was 10 years old, and my mother disappeared. I was living with my grandmother at the time. A Libyan business associate of my father kidnapped me and brought me to his house in Tripoli, where he kept me to work in the house. He regularly beat me with his hands or his belt and withheld food from me if I didn't do the work well. He cut my hand and didn't let me go to see a doctor. After 2 years, he sent me to live in Burkina Faso with his friend, who treated me the same. He burned my hand one day and used to beat me all the time. I was so hungry and weak, but he made me work in the house and the garden. 2 years later, he sent me back to my father's business associate's house in Libya. Last week, I managed to escape from his house. He didn't know that I was going and would have been very angry with me, but I had to leave. I ran down towards the beach at nighttime. It took me 4 hours of running and walking. On the beach, I found a group of people waiting to take a rubber boat. I begged one man from Ivory Coast if I could come with them on the boat, and he let me wait with them. Word from the interviewer. He had scarring to his left wrist from a burn. He had a deformed ring finger on his right hand from a deep laceration which had not healed properly, causing him to lose function and sensation in that finger. He also had some scarring to the left side of his thorax from a beating. He was extremely traumatized, socially withdrawn and isolated, unable to make eye contact, and seemed constantly nervous.
Aquarius, October 2016. Female, 26, from Cameroon. I reached Algeria by road from Cameroon. In Algeria, I lived in a house full of women, alcohol, and drugs. Many black girls were living there. There are many houses like this with lots of girls from Africa. When a new girl comes, men come to visit. Men give money to make love with her. After 3 months, I had to go. I met another girl and she told me to leave Algeria for Libya. Many in Libya. They kidnapped us in Libya and take all your things. Everybody has a gun in Libya, children too. 3 or 4 men took us. They removed our clothes and touched us. They took us to another house. Every day men come to take girls to make love. The men would take girls and have sex in front of us. We would say, please, please, please leave your Kalashnikov. Please don't do it. But every day they would come. There was a boy who ran the house and he would be beaten by the Arab men who came. This boy protected me and would be beaten when he refused to let men have me. Eating was a problem. They would give us seawater to drink, to wash, no medicine, pasta cooked in seawater. I spent 3.5 months in Libya in 2 different houses. One in Tripoli, Gargaresh, and one in Sabratha. Men and women in this house in different rooms. The Arabu were very hard. One day a girl died in front of us. She was sick. No food, no water. We prayed to God to help this girl. If you go hospital, they kidnap you. If you are black, you cannot go to hospital in Libya. My friend is still in prison. She has been there 7 months. They kidnapped us, 3 girls, and brought us to another house in Sabratha. Removed our clothes, touched us, made love to us. After 2 hours, they left us. Thank God. Every day people are kidnapped in Libya. In Gargarash, Asmabor are the Libya rebels. This is their area. No one goes outside in Gargarash because every day, children, boy, girl, are kidnapped. They touched me and put a gun into my head. They threatened to kill me if I didn't give them money. Many people leave Algeria to Libya, but never arrive because on the road, people sell people. Selling people in Libya is normal. You have no rights, not in Libya. In Libya, they take your baby and don't give you your baby. It happened to my friend. They took her baby and didn't give it back. I don't know if they killed it or sold it. It happens that the Arab will steal your baby, and then the woman has no choice but to go with the Arab. I'm not sure about my future. I don't know what to expect. My family miss me, but it's my life first. My father told me, I love you, but go. I cannot go back to Cameroon. Aquarius, October 2016. Female, unknown age, from Sierra Leone. I left Sierra Leone in 2000 and moved to Gambia with my mother and 2 sisters. I left Gambia 6 months ago. The journey from Gambia to Niger, no problem. You just need money. Niger to Libya, that was the hardest journey. We are all suffering. I was 3 months pregnant and I lost my baby because of the kidnappers in Libya, beating us and chasing me. I fell down onto my stomach. They didn't give me any medication, no food to eat. 3 days you would have no food. We would give Arab men our money to buy us food. He would take it and beat you with a stick. I thank God that they did not rape me. So many girls were raped. I called my boyfriend in Gambia to send me some money to get me out of Libya, so I continued the journey. I never knew the journey was risky like this. If I had known, I would not have put my head there. I want to tell all Africa, I would say the truth. This journey is risky. People lose their life. I saw 2 guys shot dead in front of me. I lost a sweet sister in front of me. From the cold. She had nothing. No one to call to take her to the hospital. She died. The Arab man, the policeman, they used guns and threatened us to make us pay the money. One woman lost her baby crossing the desert. The baby couldn't make it. In the desert between Agadez in Niger and Sabha in Libya, they shoot 2 boys in the desert, Agadez to Sabha. I did not know I was going to make this journey like this. I thank God I am here. I'm afraid to return back to Sierra Leone because I fear Ebola. I lost my lovely father.
Aquarius, 9 October 2016. Male, unknown age, from Nigeria. The journey from Nigeria to Sabah via Niger was good. It was well organized and there were no major incidences. Yes, it was long. The desert wind was horrible and water was scarce. But nobody beat me or gave me any trouble. The guy I paid, my smuggler, he organized everything well. Everything was smooth until we got to Libya. They caught us as Beni Walid, forced into a container. There were more than 200 people in that container, standing and taken to Sadia prison. Sadia is a commercial area with a market, supermarkets, clothing stores, pharmacies, etc. When we got to the prison, it had a logo outside. We were not told what we had done wrong. We were not given any information, neither were we allowed to make contact with anyone to inform them of our whereabouts. No phone calls, nothing. We were stripped of all our clothes and possessions, everything. They only left us in our underwear and put in the prison cell. They beat us and they torture us every day with pipes that they call udrum, and also heavy planks of wood. Every morning, the guards opened the doors to allow us to go to the toilet, but they flogged us mercilessly as we tried to go out and use the toilet. The entire time beating us and asking for money. Yet they didn't allow us to call or contact our friends and families to ask for the money. The guards wore different types of clothing, sometimes their own type of uniform, police official uniform, and some other ones I don't recognize. At night, the guards would come and take away some of the men and rape them. It was something that did regularly, so it was normal. It was something that they did regularly, so it was normal, and no one could tell them no or not give them what they wanted because they had guns and all sorts of weapons. We only hear the stories of what they did to them when the people came back crying and told us what they did to them physically. Honestly, it was terrible. There were people who had been there for over a year and had no hope of getting out because they had been stripped of everything. They had lost the phone numbers of their friends and family and had no contacts in Libya. So they were just hopeless and had given up. Whenever they gave us food, we were given a bowl of macaroni for 10 people. No salt, no seasoning, just plain boiled macaroni that was devoured as soon as it touched the ground. There you learn to eat hot food or starve to death. So your fingers would be burning, but you knew that if you did not eat, it would be eaten by others within a few seconds. Normally, you would only get to a scoop of the macaroni before it finished anyway. They also beat us while we ate. People had wounds and sores, but that did not stop the guard from beating them with just as much vigor as they beat the ones that were well. The water was rationed. We were given less than 30 centiliters for the day. Interviewer, he indicated the quantity with the bottle he had in his hand. So you would normally keep your little container, which was so dirty and disgusting, pee in it and drink their own urine so that you don't die of thirst. Trying to wash the container means you would not have any water left to drink. So you just forget about a clean container and drink it with the dirt inside. Many people became sick and many people died. The guards would come and take away the bodies and just move them without even feeling bad. This was normal there. In order to get a phone call, you had to be able to stand the beatings and continue crying and shouting for a phone call long enough for the guard to say, okay, you can call. Many people could not do that because we were already weak and starving. I stayed in the prison for 4 months before they finally allowed me to make my call. Then we paid the 1,500 they demanded, for which is Nigerian naira 150,000.
Aquarius, October 9th, 2016. Female, unknown age, from Nigeria. We started the journey with 23 people, but we lost one. She died along the way. The travel did not give us too much trouble. In the desert, the men were wicked asking for money, etc., but it was still manageable. It was very hot, and there was sand everywhere, so sometimes you would just drink your own urine to survive, but it was okay. They caught us at Beni Walid as well, packed all of us into a Hilux truck, and drove us to a very rough neighborhood called the Sahara Ghetto. People know that that place is rough. In Sahara Ghetto, they took us to a building with no name, sign or anything. It was a very big place, like a warehouse. When we got there, they removed all of our clothes, everything, even our underwear. Then they searched us. They checked every single part of our body to see if we were hiding anything inside. Some of the guards wearing gloves even put their whole hand into some women's bodies. They say they wanted to see if they were hiding anything inside. It was very painful and horrible. People were crying. They beat us and starved us for days, and we were just crying and begging for food and water. When they finally gave us food, it was macaroni with no salt, no pepper, oil, nothing. Just macaroni. And 10 had to eat from one bowl at the same time. We drank the water from a tap in the toilet, and it was bad water because it was salty, but it was better than nothing. All of us had our water cans that they gave us, so we would go and put water inside from the tap in the toilet. It was dirty. They beat us with pipes udrum, sticks and wooden planks, and they just tortured us every day, and they wanted money. There were pregnant women there and children as well, but they beat everybody anyhow. They don't care what your physical condition is. They rape women as much as they wanted, and how they wanted, and they made us do whatever they wanted. Thanks God they did not rape me. My height saved me. Interviewer, meaning she had good luck. I was there for a month and 2 weeks before I was finally able to pay the 300,000 naira. They said I must pay before I leave. There, it doesn't matter if you are young, old, pregnant, or sick. They do whatever they want to whoever they want, whenever they want.
Aquarius, October 10th, 2016. Male, 12 years old from Senegal. I am from Dakar. I left to seek for money. I wanted to go to Italy. Both my parents are in Senegal, but they don't have money. I have a phone number for my family. I have the number of my brother who is in Libya. I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters. I am the eldest. I feel responsible. To leave Senegal, you pay money to a driver. If you don't have money, you don't travel. My family paid them for me. I went through Burkina Faso, Niamey in Niger, Agadez, Bahi in Libya, which is near Gautron. Interviewer, not congruent to map. Bahi is a field oil in the east. I spent a week and 5 days in Gautron. My big brother paid. Interviewer, when asked, he says his brother is his uncle, his father's brother. I then went to Tripoli in a truck. It took me 4 days. I then spent 5 days in Tripoli. I traveled from Senegal to Agadez in a week. I was sent to jail in Agadez. I spent a day there, and we were then released, but they took our car. The police in Burkina Faso took all our money, and we had to pay it in Libya. The car broke in Libya, and we spent 2 days without eating or drinking. Since I have left, I have spoken to my parents 3 times. I am the one who wanted to travel. In Libya, I was stayed in a man's house who is from Senegal and who would give us enough to eat. Aquarius, October 10th, 2016. Male, 12 years old, from Senegal. His father died a long time ago. He lived with his mother and 3 sisters. He is the eldest. His uncle, on his father's side, is mean to them since his father died and beats his mother on a daily basis because we don't own anything. He left Senegal on August 12. His maternal uncle gave him the money to pay for his trip. For the trip, he paid upon arrival. Interviewer, pay on arrival scheme. The journey was through Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Libya. He described being jailed in Libya. He said he was arrested by the police. I know so because it was written on the uniforms of the men who arrested him. He added they were nice to him. He does not know anyone in Europe, but said, I want to go to Italy for the money to help my family. His mother lives in Tambar. Interviewer, to be checked, could not find on a map. Has spoken twice to his mother since he left.
Aquarius, 10th October 2016. Male, 12 years old, from Senegal. He is from Tambar. Brackets, interviewer, check, not found on a map. End of brackets, in Senegal. He says he left because his family has nothing. No money, no food, no clothing. He lived with his family, his father, his mother, his aunt, 2 sisters, and 3 brothers. He is the eldest son. He left Senegal 5 months ago and said he spent 4 months in Libya. I was tired of Libya. Je suis fatigué de la Libye, he said. Worked in Libya feeding sheep. He was getting paid between 100 to 130 Libyan dinars a month. He stayed 3 months in this job. He paid 5,000 dinars for the boat. A Senegalese friend of his in Libya helped him pay. He says he wants to earn money to feed his family. Male, 11 years old, from Côte d'Ivoire. We were alone in Côte d'Ivoire because my mother left to work. We were alone and did not have money. We had to call our father, who is in France, and he sent us money. Our father has been in France for a long time. We went to Niger and from there took the road in the desert to Libya. We were in a house in Libya which looked like a prison. There were hundreds of people. Guards were nice. One guard spoke a bit of French, another was from Niger, and one from Burkina Faso. Others were Libyans. The food was not good, only pasta. My favorite food is chicken with rice. They came to tell us to get out and go to the beach, and they showed us a boat. A lot of people were stuck in the middle of the boat. The boat was perforated and water was coming into the boat. We were all trying to empty the water with buckets. I was helping myself. We saw a big boat and we started making signs. We were using whatever colorful clothes we had to signal our presence. It was during the day. They could see us, but the boat did not stop and left without helping us. It was not a military ship. It has containers on it. There were holes in our boat and people were trying to use their fingers to close the hole. I am in 4EME, brackets, interviewer, like French education system, end of brackets. I am third in my class. I want to play basket. I am not very good at football, but I am good in basketball. I am hoping to see and reunite with my father and that we can stay together. Male, 6, from Côte d'Ivoire, brackets, interviewer. He is 6 and is traveling with 2 cousins and his quote-unquote uncle, who is 20. He says his parents are in Italy. He said his grandmother in CI made him travel. He was living with her. My grandmother told me I had to go, but I do not know why. I was attending school and was in CE2. The trip was a bit hard on the boat. I was afraid of the water. I want to be a football player, and my favorite players are Messi and Neymar. Interviewer. He has a number for his grandmother. He identifies his cousins as being his big brothers and says he is with his uncle. The uncle says he's hoping the children can stay with him. End of brackets. Male, 20 years old from Côte d'Ivoire, brackets. Interviewer. He had a black eye. When asked about it, he explained it happened in the night on the boat as the water was getting into the boat and with the panic. End of brackets. I am traveling with the 3 kids. Their parents are in Paris, but we have not heard from them in a long time. The youngest's mother is also in Europe. The other 2 are brothers. I am his maternal uncle. He is my nephew. He is the son of my brother who was born in 1992. All our documents and proofs, we are a family, stayed in Libya. They took away our bags. We left Côte d'Ivoire because we did not have money. I used to drive a collective taxi. We were 3 to own the taxi and had pooled our money, but it caught on fire. I lost everything and was very discouraged. I took my savings and the kids, they were with their grandfather. I am from Abidjan, but the grandfather is in Daloy. We went through Burkina Faso, Niger, Libya. We spent a month and a week in Libya. We were ill-treated there. They would beat us. They would even kill people. When you call the family, they beat you for your family to hear you scream. I would like to go to Paris and to work again as a taxi driver. I would like the children to stay with me. Male, 14 years old from Côte d'Ivoire. I am from Abobo. I lived with my mother and my father is dead. I have no siblings. I traveled without my mother's permission to protect my life. It was difficult to survive. We had no means as my father is dead. I don't go to school. My mother was selling condiments on the market. We lived with my mother's family. I worked in spare parts business to earn the money for the trip. My mother was living in Daloy and I was in Abidjan. I traveled from Abidjan to Burkina Faso to Niger and Libya. I spent at least 5 months since leaving Abidjan. I traveled in a truck. People were nice with me during the journey and nobody beat me. In Libya, I worked and went to the Chad, brackets, interviewer, where migrants offer their services on the side of the road, end of brackets. I stayed in Tripoli and Gargaresh. I stayed 4 months there. We would sleep on cardboard. Libyans were not nice to us. Often they don't pay you. You would agree on a price at the start of a job, but then they would not pay you or pay much less money. We would rely on coxeurs, brackets, interviewer, rabateur, tout in English, question mark, end of brackets. I paid 1,200 Libyan dinars. They came on a Wednesday to get ready to send us near the beach. We stayed in a house near the beach. Brackets. Interviewer. When asked about who is they, he answered Libyans and Africans, some from Mali and Guinea. End of brackets. This is the first time I tried to cross the sea. We eventually took off on a Saturday around 9 p.m. We did not have a satellite phone. I want a future and to become a football player. Two women, both 18 years old and from Niger. Both are 18 and are from Niger, city of Agadez. They left Agadez some 3 months ago, have spent about a month traveling from Agadez to Libya, stayed 1 week in Sabha in southwest Libya, and a week before arriving in Tripoli, the capital of Libya. They said they fled forced marriage, and one mentioned she had been promised to be the third wife to an older man who had a shop. As he was well off, she said she was under tremendous family pressure to marry. The other woman said she was supposed to marry a man who was in his 30s. Both are outspoken, communicate very well in French. One has worked in Senegal, where her aunt was living as a beautician. The other said she studied in Guinea and is a nurse. Their families returned to Niger after the Ebola crisis. They stayed in some sort of abandoned building in Tripoli and have sought to work. As it is common practice in Libya, sub-Saharan African migrants stand on the side of roads to offer their services as daily workers. Both were raped after they were picked up from the street in daylight/during the day for a cleaning job. It seems to have been 2 months ago. The first described being taken in car and being surprised that no woman or wife was present and that the house seemed clean when she arrived at the house where she was supposed to work in. She was asked about her age and had to show with her fingers she is 18. The man acquiesced and said, "Mia mia," brackets, 100%, a Libyan expression to say all is great, end of brackets. He ordered the woman to lie down and slapped her. He hit her on the head with a wooden stick. She said she got dizzy and sat on the bed. He took a weapon from under the bed and triggered it. She was scared, as she had witnessed a man being shot in cold blood in Sabha just to be taught a lesson. He wanted her to undress. He removed his trousers and his underwear and forced himself on her. He was not able to penetrate her, and he believed she was refusing herself. She even tried to open her legs wide open, but she was a virgin. He violently inserted 2 fingers into her vagina, and she started to heavily bleed. She described being in excruciating pain. As a young girl, she had been circumcised, in brackets FGM, end of brackets, and wondered whether the pain was also due to that. The man then ejaculated in her. It lasted about 5 minutes. She said that after raping her, the man felt sorry for her and gave her water, possibly in fact to wash, as she was covered in blood. Her skirt had blood on it, and he had ripped apart her underwear. He went into another room and came back with a black dress. She described being dizzy and unable to move. The man pushed her back in the car and returned her to the place where he picked her up from. He gave some juice and some food and left her. She/the same woman described being raped on 3 other occasions in that period of 2 months. As common practice in Libya, the area where they lived and where sub-Saharan Africans live in the Tripoli was raided by the police, and both cousins were sent to jail. To get out of jail, the 2 girls agreed to work as they had no family who could pay for them. Men would come and they would be taken away, raped, and returned. She said she had her period her last week and does not believe she is pregnant. The other woman described a very similar experience. She was raped while working in a house after being picked up on the street for a job. After her work, when she asked for her money, the man got a weapon and started to fondle her. He threw her on the floor and raped her. She was a virgin, as in her country girls do not have boyfriends, she said. That was the same day her cousin was raped. They both found each other at home and crying. She said she was raped 2 more times and was forced to masturbate a man another time. She described being raped by a night guard in detention. As she did not have family to pay for her release, a guard took her to some dirty toilets and raped her there. Both said they spoke to an MSF officer as she seemed nice but were afraid of anyone else finding out and expressed concerns that nobody would believe they had been raped. The first woman mentioned memory losses since the rape, and the other was quite subdued the next day, in brackets 11th October 2016. We were both working as cleaners in families in Libya, in different families. We were living in Jama Ghazi.
Aquarius, 15th of November 2016. Female, 23 years old, from Nigeria. Notes of her testimony taken by interviewer. The interviewee came on board of the Aquarius with 39 mostly young Nigerian women who were transferred from a merchant ship. They reported to have spent 2 days on the rubber boat, drifting before being found. Her dad had 2 wives. There were fights within the family due to her father's second marriage. Her mother left with her and her sisters. She has 7 sisters and she is the oldest of the siblings. She dropped out from school in 2009. She left Nigeria on July 22nd. She said she had to take the risk because she does not want her sister to drop out from school as well. She was not aware of the risk of sexual violence before departing. However, she said she would sacrifice herself for her family. She already had a baby last year, but he died 2 months old. After losing her baby, she had a Ghanaian boyfriend in Nigeria. One day, he disappeared and refused any contact with her for 8 months. She thinks that it's the moment when he left to Europe. They randomly met in Sabratha. She's looking forward to reconnecting with him in Europe. Journey description. She had only a phone contact with her smugglers. A friend of her liaised them. She paid 410,000 Nigerian naira, of which 400,000 to cover transport costs and 10,000 for food. She started her journey with a mixed group of 10 people. They were transported by car from Nigeria through Niger to Agadez, then to Sabah. On the way to Agadez and then Sabah, they encountered many checkpoints where they were asked for money. At checkpoints, the guard would beat the men with guns, sticks, and they would kick them. And they would molest the girls. The girls who cannot pay would be taken on the side, raped, and then they could continue. From Agadez to Sabah, they traveled on pickup for 4 days across the desert. Sabah, Tripolis, Sabratha. In Sabah, she stayed in a house prison for 2 weeks. Women and men were held separately. No one can leave the house for any reason. She stayed in a room with 33 girls. The number of girls held would depend on the affluence of people related to the business. They would drink tap water in gallons. It is salt water, which makes people sick, sore throats, or stomach pain. The water is for free. The food costs 3 Libyan dinar per meal. Meals are served twice a day, only for women's pay. If you do not have money to buy food from the guards, then you do not eat. The guards would beat people if they talk or move. They could only sit or lay down all day long. She did not report sexual harassment or violence against girls in Sabah House Prison. After 2 weeks, she was brought to Tripoli through a 2-day drive on a pickup. This was comprised in the initial amount she paid in Nigeria. In Tripoli, she spent 1 week and 4 days in a house. She does not know where she was exactly. She would be given food for free once a day, usually rice. After that, she was brought to Sabratha, 2 days long car drive. Not consistent with distance between Tripoli and Sabratha. In Sabratha, she spent 1 month in a private house prison. Sea crossing attempt number 1. She tried twice to cross. The first time, she was caught by the police, brought into detention in Zuwara. She says that the same day, the police intercept and send back to Libya 11 rubber boats. She had to pay 1,000 Libyan dinar to be released. She got the money from her mother through bank transfer. She spent days in detention waiting for the money. When the transfer went through, she was released and brought back to Sabratha. Asma boys. Interviewer. Terms used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. The interviewee and many other guests on board mentioned this bandit-like armed group. Their presence is detected both in the deserts, then in transit cities where people are detained, as well as at sea. They kidnap people and ask for money for their release. She reports that they operate also at sea on RHIDS flying boats with covered face. They approach the migrants' boats and intimate to stop. If the boat does not stop, they aim at the tubes and shots. Sometimes they take the boats back, disembark the people, steal the boat and engine, and disperse the people or keep them as hostage to ask for money for their release. Sabratha Detention Center. Before her second attempt to cross, she spent 2 months more in Sabratha, in what she reports to be a big and very dangerous detention center. If you talk, they would beat you until you die. The guards killed 2 boys in front of her eyes, beating them to death. They then carried the body away. The guards are reported to be Arab men wearing no uniform. She reported that sometime, also, people in uniform would come to the detention center. Every night, the guard would take 2 or 3 women and rape them. The girls would always cry when they would be brought back. Each night, the guard would select different girls. They would hide their face in the hope of not being chosen. She said she was not a victim of rape.
Aquarius, 15 November 2016. 3 females, a mother and 2 daughters. 12-year-old and unknown ages, from Nigeria. The interviewee does not want to share her name. She came on board the Aquarius from a transfer of 143 people rescued by a merchant vessel from a rubber. The boat had been drifting for 2 days before being found. During that time, the people could not move, eat, or drink, and they were cramped in extremely uncomfortable positions. The 2 sisters both had a panic attack and convulsions when they came on board as they were traumatized from the journey. They could still feel the weight of the people on them, while they would scream to try to breathe and not be pressed at the bottom of the boat. When calming down from a panic attack, one of the ladies also referred to what later turned out being sexual violence by saying, "My sister and I, we suffered a lot in Libya, a lot. My daughter, she is okay." Her daughter is 12 years old, traveling with her and her sister. During their detention in Libya, both sisters have been repeatedly raped by different men. The 12-year-old daughter was not a victim of sexual violence. Although the team noticed that throughout her stay on board, she looked very scared and shy, and she would barely speak. as she witnessed the violence against her mother and her aunt. They sacrificed themselves for her, although they could protect only her physical integrity. The three women never left the shelter and just rested for the whole time. The mother had issues to sleep. She would always lay down with her eyes open. For her first night, she was given sleeping pills. Her body was heavily aching due to the uncomfortable position she had to hold during the 2 days journey at sea. The ladies seemed rather confused and were not able to give further details on places of detention. Moreover, I did not feel comfortable sharing the memories of the violence they were victims of. This understandably made their witness difficult to dig into. Aquarius, 16 November 2016. Male, unaccompanied, 15 years old, from Ghana. The interviewee is an unaccompanied minor who does not have parents, nor siblings or relatives in Europe. His mother died when she delivered him. His father was killed shortly after, as he was a fighter in the Kobu tribe, north of Ghana. He grew up with an old aunt who is now 75 years old and in bad health conditions. He said his aunt is dying, and if she is sent back to Ghana, I would have no place where to live. He never went to school due to lack of money. The members of the opposing tribes want him dead, as they fear he would take revenge of the death of his father. He has 2 scars on his cheeks, which mark him as part of the Kobu tribe. This makes him easily recognizable by the opposing tribes. He cannot find himself alone in a public place, as they might catch him. They already tried 3 times to kill him. The last time they took him and they were bringing him to an isolated place to execute him. Some people noticed and his aggressors let him go. After this episode, his aunt told him that he had to flee, otherwise he would be dead. In 2014, he left Ghana to seek for living opportunities. He crossed Niger and entered Libya through Agadez. He spent 1.5 years in Libya working in construction. He was never paid for his work. One day, his employer told him that due to fighting and instability in Libya, he could not work for them anymore. He then managed to connect with a smuggler and decided to go to Europe. His aunt paid 2,000 Libyan dinar for his trip to Europe. Detention. He was brought to a big fenced camp in Garabuli, where he stayed for 2 months. Only water would be provided. For food, you had to pay. The women were separated from the men. He does not know how women were treated in detention. The detainees are object of regular beatings. He was beaten 5 times for simply asking for food or about when he could leave and cross the sea. He was forced to pay more money to leave the camp and be taken to a boat. A friend paid extra 1,000 Libyan dinar for him. Only once he paid, they finally pushed him to the sea.
Date 21st of July 2016, 1829. Male, 30, from Nigeria. I lived in Libya for 2 years working on construction. 3 nights ago I took the rubber boat and that night it was very bad. Different men were shooting guns and they gathered people together and they all ran down towards the sea. They put too many people on our boat, too many people. The boat was very full, it was too full up. The floor of the boat broke, and the weight of the people in the middle pushed down the center. It tore, and water started to enter and gather in the middle. The water was then entering the rubber and coming up to knee-high. People started bailing that water out. The girls were sitting down in the center, and the weight pushed the rubber downwards. The men were standing and sitting on the sides. When the water was coming up to knee-high level, the girls started to panic and try and get up, and scream and shout. Some of those girls were trying to get up, but were slipping back down into the pool of fuel and water. Some were even biting some of the men with their teeth as they were trapped on the floor of the boat. People were moving around the boat like helter-skelter. There was nowhere to go, but people were running. People were trying not to slip and get stuck in the pool of fuel and water that had formed in the center of the boat. But when they moved to this side, the water would come in. And when they moved to that side, it would come in. We started to bail the water out. The boat was too full up. The women who were at the bottom of the boat were losing strength, and by the time a helicopter came to see where we were, the dead bodies were on the floor. They were under the water, and between the wood and rubber. When the helicopter came, people were shouting to be rescued. Help, 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 please. Jesus, come and save us. Shouting and praying. There was panic when the helicopter left. Later, when the Italian boat came, it took all of the girls who were alive first from the boat. At that point, they thought there was about 15 dead. There was one girl who was still alive under the dead bodies. She had to be dragged up from under the bodies, but she was still alive. I'm saved, and I think God saved us who were alive. I must give thanks to Him. We thank God. There's no other person. I feel bad about the women who died. It wasn't supposed to happen. Taking the boat is very dangerous. That's the truth. I don't advise anybody to take the boat. I don't advise anyone. God is a very good God. If it wasn't for God, we would have all drowned. I can't forget what I see with my eyes. I will not forget.
Aquarius, 18th November 2016. Male, 17 years old, from Burkina Faso. He travelled through Burkina Faso, Mali, Algeria. He spent 1 month there working. Then he crossed into Libya through Debdeb and went from there to Ghadames, an oasis Berber town in Libya, close to the Algerian border. In Ghadames, he stayed in a garage. He was forced to work 4 days without receiving any compensation nor food. He only received water. However, it was tab salt water, which would make him sick. Afterwards, he was put in a truck where they crammed a lot of people in the back of the truck and hit them. He was brought to Al-Zintan, city in northwest Libya. He stayed there 2 days and then took a taxi to Tripoli, in an area close to the airport. There he spent 2 months in detention, in a place called Amadin. There were around 600 people imprisoned in Amadin. The people are registered. He says it is a private prison, surveilled by guards wearing uniforms. Some people have been there already for 6 to 7 months when he met them. They could not leave because they were not able to pay more money to continue their journey. He had to pay 300,000 CFA franc, currency of Burkina Faso, to leave and be sent at sea. His family sent the money. He reported that once a week a doctor from the Red Cross comes to the detention centre to provide medical assistance to those in need. After he leaves, the guards systematically beat those who ask for medical attention. The guards also regularly take away from the people the goods provided by the Red Cross, clothes, soap, etc., to resell them. He reports that the Red Cross and the doctor were not aware of what happens after their visits, as people are too scared to tell.
Aquarius, 3 December 2016. Female, 28 years old, from Nigeria. One of the first things she said during this conversation was that she would never get married, that she wanted nothing romantic to do with men because all her experiences in that aspect were evil. She was raped as a teenager and lost her virginity traumatically. And that was just the beginning of her tale of woes. She went to Libya because her sister's boyfriend promised her that her life would be better there, that she would earn good money if she worked hard enough, and that she would be able to go to Europe to join her sisters from there. At the time, she had just been offered admission into the university, and her dream had always been to be a medical doctor. So she finally decided to reject the admission offer and embark on the journey to Italy, which was preceded by the journey to Libya. She was put in a group with others who were traveling to Libya, and the journey was uneventful, so she believed it would all work out well. On arrival in Libya, she was taken to this house where she stayed with his mistress and her daughter. Not only was she shocked to find out that he was cheating on her sister, but also that on his arrival, he told her that she would work for him in prostitution. His house was actually a connection house, so it was a large piece of property where they often had more than 100 people present all over the place. But she lived in the main house with him and his family. When she refused to work for him, he starved her, beat her with leather belts, and did not give her the money her sister in Europe sent regularly for her upkeep. Eventually, she gave in and began to attend to the needs of his many and different guests who came on a daily basis. He noticed that a lot of his friends like her, so he would ask her to come out and cook for him in shorts and a tank top, so that her body was on display for them. Then after dinner, they would pay him to have sex with her, and he had a small room in his house that was set aside for that purpose only. When he realized how many of his friends wanted her, he decided to take her to Sabah to sell her to a connection house, there where he would make even more money. He told her that he was sending her to work in a restaurant. However, when she called her sister to tell her sister, his sister told her not to go to that. It would be for pure evil purposes. So she refused. He beat her and yelled at her, but she would not go. So he ended up making her work in his store there in Gatron. So she not only sold the groceries and products, she also had to have sex with the men who came and asked for her satisfaction. She gave an example of one day when he asked her to wait in the room because they needed to have a conversation. But when she walked in, there was a Nigerian man waiting in there. The man told her that she had been sold for him, for the hour, for 20 dinar. As she cried and told the man the story, he told her to leave with him, but she refused because he might have been another exploiting person. Her sister's boyfriend is what they call a connection man. One day, some Arab and Nigerian men came to his house looking for him because he was accused of shooting someone. She was sick in bed and couldn't run away like everyone else, so she was raped by them, 7 of them. She ended up being admitted in the hospital for 2 months. Everyone abandoned her until a friend of hers helped her. This friend was almost trafficked by the same man. She came to her rescue, nursed her back to health, and advised to leave Libya. Her sister sent the money for the crossing point and several attempts. She was able to get on the boat to Europe. Female, 19 years old, from Nigeria. Has a madam and was terrified. She was made to take an oath, and she described everything to me in details. She only had the courage to come to me when I spoke them about trafficking in Europe. Female, unknown, age, from Nigeria. Has a madam who sent her to Libya but escaped when she was nearly forced into prostitution. So she ended up on the boat to Italy because it was the way out. Female, unknown age, from Nigeria. Pregnant from rape. Female, unknown, from Nigeria. Was pregnant from rape, trafficked into Libya from Nigeria. Female, unknown age, from Nigeria. Was pregnant from rape, trafficked into Libya from Nigeria.
Aquarius, 28th of November 2016. Male, 32 years old, from Sierra Leone. The interviewee worked for MSF in Sierra Leone during the Ebola outbreak. He left due to issues with his Sierra Leonese boss in the team.
He then worked for a French NGO until the project closed. He then decided to buy a car and worked as a taxi driver. A friend told him that in Libya they paid more, as the currency was stronger. So he decided to leave, as he needed to provide money for his family, composed by his father, mother, and 8 siblings. He's the second oldest sibling. The oldest works in Liberia. He left with his friend to Libya, but when he got there, he realized it was not how he expected it. He traveled from Sierra Leone through Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger into Libya, passing by Agadez. In Libya, he stayed in Sabah and Tripoli, and he left from Sabratha. I started to lose hope when in Agadez. During 4-day trips in the desert on a Toyota pickup, he passed by many graves, marked by crosses on the sand, indicating the places where people who died in the attempt to cross the desert were buried. He left Agadez on a Monday night and confirmed that this is the day when pickups carry migrants to leave to Libya. There were about 20 to 30 people crammed on the back of the Toyota. The people sitting on the external sides had their legs out, holding sticks fixed to the car to prevent from falling, gargles and bandanas on their faces to be protected from the sun and the dust. The supply available was some gallons with water and gari, the Nigerian food made of cassava, also called the desert food, as this is what the migrants are given to eat when they cross the desert from Agadez. In his group, everybody survived the desert trip and they managed to bypass checkpoints. The driver would use secondary streets to avoid them, informed by other smugglers who passed first. He was left by the pickup in Sabah and waited there for 4 days as the bus driver who was meant to drive the group farther to Tripoli was having problems with the police. Meanwhile, he'd hid himself in the ghetto. He describes the ghetto as a compound, a fenced camp with no shelter apart from temporary tents held on sticks to go sleep under at night. He said that there were about 100 people when he was in the ghetto, which has the extension of around 1 lot. The owner of the ghetto, a Gambian man, collects people until the driver comes and transfers people to Tripoli. Gambian men guarded the place and the people were mostly West Africans of mixed nationalities. Women, men, and children were held together. The people had to pay or work to be given food. They would buy, for example, 1 kilogram of rice and they would cook by themselves. The people could leave the camp only by asking permission to the guards and with a precise motivation, for example, to go to work. People could also work in the ghetto and they would be fed to have the strength to work. The other option was to go to Shatplas, where black men gather and Arab men come around to look for a workforce. The job would be to go from working in farms to carry concrete blocks and sand in construction areas. He reported that the Gambian guards are particularly rigid with the Nigerians. They often have fights and treat them differently than the other nationalities. About the treatment of women. He says that most of them work in prostitution. Women in Libya are not treated as women. The women are sold to the Gambian man, and he sells them again to connection houses. He saw once a Nigerian woman being brought in the ghetto with her hands tied and tape on her mouth. When he asked the other people he was sitting with what was the reason for such treatment, they told him that the woman has been just sold to Borb, and he would sell her to a connection house. He reports that he witnessed similar treatment only against Nigerian women. Interviewer note. At this point, the interview was interrupted as he had to run to the toilet. He was diagnosed with bloody diarrhea by the team. The interview continued to the morning of the disembarkation, this time in a private room. About asthma boys. The second part of the interview started with a long talk on asthma boys. It's a term used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. He was asked about the identity of this group, whom is mentioned by most people rescued by the teams. He explained that asthma boys are often former officials loyal to the old regime under Gaddafi, who now operate as rebel armed groups. All of them carry guns and fatigue uniforms. The asthma boys are particularly famous for kidnapping. They are reported to be present also at sea. He witnessed one rubber boat being intercepted and kidnapped by the asthma boys. They use powerful speedboats with outboard engine, 120 horsepower. When the boat is approached, the ASMA boys ask for money and all goods potentially carried by the passengers. Then they say, "Calabush," which means you are arrested. They force the people to go back to shore. He saw one of them jumping on board of the rubber boat and driving it back. He has been asked to specify whether he was sure that what he witnessed was not an interception from the Libyan Coast Guard, and he confirmed to be sure it was not the case. It was not Libyan police, it was ASMA boys. Interviewer note: my impression after talking to many other people in several rescues is that ASMA boys are not a specific group. This is rather how armed groups operating abductions or attacking migrants are generally called. About the abduction in Tripoli. After Saba, he spent over 1 month in Tripoli. He was staying in Great Garage area. One morning, he went to Chad to look for work. An Arab man approached him in a car with obscure windows and asked him if he wanted to do some cleaning for him for the day. He was with 3 other people. The man offered 50 dinars in total for the work of the 4 of them. The group accepted, and once in the car, he noticed that the man closed the windows and locked the car. He later brought them in a big warehouse where they got locked in. There were over 300 people held with them. Note of the interviewer: at this point, he put the head in his hands, hides his face, and breaks out into tears. We continued the interview after some minutes. He was willing to continue. He said that upon arrival, him and the other 3 men did not receive food or water for 3 days. After that, the food distribution consisted in throwing bread and spaghetti. The ones who did not have the strength to fight to catch the food would not get it. He reports that people were forced to call their families to ask for money to be released. He tried to call, but his father was sick in the hospital, so he could not count on his help. As he could not pay, he remained in the warehouse, as if you are kept for long, you are given some jobs in exchange of food. He was in charge of emptying the gallons used as toilets and to clean them, as well as digging a big hole where to throw such waste. He reported that guards would come and check on them daily. They would often shoot in the air while coming for their visit. If a family member called to have news of their beloved, the guards would give the phone to the person and start shooting in the air. He reported also beatings, in particular by using rubber pipes. He once witnessed a boy being beaten to death. He could not bear the pain. While dying, he told me to pray for him. Interviewer note: he cries. We actually both cry. We stopped the interview and he prays for the boy while crying. This boy was beaten to death because he did not have anyone to call. He only had a Libyan contact, but the guards would not allow calling Libyan numbers for the fear of being intercepted. He reported to have been beaten several times as well, yet he could survive the pain. Everyone who could not pay would be beaten by 3 guards. One day, he assisted a guard to restart a car who seemed to have issues. After he restarted the car, the guard took him and other 9 men to work for him in a farm. In the car, the passengers had to lay down in the back. It was a pickup. He thought that the guard was bringing them somewhere isolated to execute them. Once in the farm, 4 men, including him, decided to escape. The others were too scared to do so. Him and the other 3 men walked for over 8 hours in the desert. They met a man, Mali, long established in Libya. The man rescued and fed the group. They remained at his house for around a week, out of Beni Walid. The man contacted a friend who was a truck driver and organized a transfer to the group back to Tripoli. He stayed in a ghetto where people are hiding but not held in captivity and worked for a car wash service. There he met a man who helped him raise the money to cross the sea. When he had enough money, he went by taxi to Sabratha and crossed from there. He would have loved to remain on that boat working for MSF again. He seemed particularly broken by the events he had to face.
Aquarius, the 29th of November 2016. His testimony is from a male, 33 years old, from Syria. Traveling with his family, His wife is from Morocco and daughter 9 months old. He is from a village near Aleppo. He defines himself as Turkish Syrian as his grandfather is Turkish. He has family in Turkey and a sister in Jordan. They moved there because of war. He left Syria in 2012 because he did not want to join the fighting. He travelled to Libya through Jordan and Egypt by bus and ship. He left Syria on the 13th of December 2012 and reached Libya on the 1st of January 2013. In Libya, he worked as an Arabic-Turkish translator. Initially, he was paid 1,000 dinars per month, but he started earning less due to the currency getting weaker. So after a couple of years, he left to work in Istanbul. He stayed there for 1 year. Then his old company in Libya asked him to go back and work for them. He accepted and went back to Libya as living in Turkey was too expensive. However, he found the situation in Libya had changed for the worse. His company soon closed and he found himself jobless. 9 months ago, he asked his brother to send him money to go back to Turkey. He was stopped and was sent back at the airport in Turkey. It was April 2015. He was surprised as he had travelled before to Turkey without problems. This time they requested a special visa for him to travel as Syrian. He has now been jobless for 5 months and finds Libya too dangerous for his family, so he decided to leave. He was travelling in a group of 3 Syrian families, all long established in Libya prior to departure to Europe by sea. He was the only one in the group who could speak decent English. When he was in Libya, he says he was quite well accepted as Turkish Syrian, but he noticed black people were treated much differently. They are persecuted, he said. Aquarius, 29 November 2016. This testimony is from a male, 17 years old, from Gambia. The interviewee left Gambia because life was hard for him there. He wants to continue his studies and become a football player. His father died when he was 14 and his mother cannot provide for him and his younger brother. She is not able to pay school fees for the two of them. He left Gambia 7 months ago and travelled by himself from Gambia through Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger into Libya through Agadez. In Libya, he stopped in Saba and Tripoli. Before leaving on the pickup to cross the desert from Agadez, they told his group that if anyone would have fallen, she or he would be left behind. He stayed in Saba 1 month and 10 days. He used to go to Gat to look for work. He said it was dangerous because that is the place where abduction takes place the most. Once he gathered 800 dinars, he continued to Tripoli. His journey to Tripoli lasted 3 days in a pickup. He describes it as similar to the journey through the desert from Agadez. He stayed 3 months in Tripoli, working for 2 or 3 dinars a day to gather 1,200 dinars to take off on the boat. Once he gathered the money, he continued to Sabratha. He did not have anything particular to say about Tripoli as he wanted to focus on Sabratha, since that is where he was kidnapped. He was approached by a young Arab man who offered him 15 dinars to clean and arrange his place. He accepted as it was really good money. When he got there, he was locked up in a room and asked to pay 1,000 dinars to be released. He was in a house by the seaside in Sabratha with another 7 young men from different West African countries who have been abducted like him. They were guarded by 6 Arab men. He reports to have been beaten by armed men with an iron stick as soon as he arrived for not having the money. They beat you everywhere in your body. They don't look where they hit you. They beat you continuously for 2 or 3 minutes. All this in front of the other abducted boys. Usually they were all beaten at the same time by the 6 guards. Once they are done beating, they leave. He says that the guards were entering the room 5 times per day to ask for money and beat the boys. If you say that you will pay, they ask you how. They drive you to the place where you hid your money, or they ask the family to transfer money. In this case, they make you call the family and ask for a bank transfer. He said that kidnapping and holding people was the profession of these men. It's a full-time job in Libya. Every day at 2 p.m, the group of 8 boys was given 1 loaf of bread to share among themselves. They drank salt water that would make them sick. He remained in the house for 1 month and 2 days. He managed to escape one night around 3 a.m. There were no guards around, so the whole group decided to try and escape by breaking the door. They went back to the place where he used to hide himself before. It was an incomplete, abandoned house in Sabratha. He worked in Sabratha for another 15 days before he had enough to pay for the sea trip. He also had the money he saved before being abducted. He had hidden it in the abandoned house, and he never revealed to the guards that he had the money. He went to an Arab man whose contact was given to him by some mates. When asked how people get in touch with smugglers, he reported that often smugglers know the places where migrants are hiding, and they go there to sell trips to Europe at a given price. If you accept, you're picked up by car and brought to the sea. He says that the problem, however, is that sometimes the smugglers kidnap people rather than letting them leave to Europe as they promised. They take you and the money you would have paid for crossing, and they ask for more money to release you. But he did not have this experience himself. He paid and was brought straight to a rubber boat in Zawiya by car. He departed with 130 people and remained at sea for 9 hours. He starts describing the general situation in Libya. He seems pretty traumatized by having seen so many dead people during his trip. Every day in Libya, you see dead bodies. He says to have witnessed so in Saba, Tripoli, and Sabratha. The bodies are left in the streets, and Arabs or migrants collect them at some point and bring them to the desert to be buried. Sometimes Arab men would come and start shooting at the black men gathering to look for work. Often they deliberately target hands and feet. Often Arabs provoke the black migrants by insulting them, spitting on them, hitting, touching women's intimate parts. If you react, they shoot. He reports that also kids have guns in Libya. Guns are like food. The people in Libya are not in control. Libya itself is not in control. They treat us like slaves. That's all I can say.
Aquarius, 4 December 2016. Male, 17 years old, from Bangladesh. The interviewee is 17 years old from Bangladesh. He explained that he was working in a restaurant in Tripoli. One day, Arab men in civilian clothes invaded the place and kidnapped the people. He was held in a dark room for 1 to 2 months with very little food and poor living conditions. The guards would regularly ask for money for release. He was beaten regularly as he could not pay. The guards would beat the people held with rubber sticks, guns, hands, and feet. They would beat us with anything. Among the group, another man, 21 years old, from Libya, said to have escaped to Europe as the only alternative to be forced to join the fights in Tripoli with militias. Aquarius, 5 December 2016. Female, 21 years old, from Nigeria. The interviewee was told by her trafficker to declare to be 25 years old. She has a 4-year-old son in Nigeria. Her mother died, and she has only her father who is sick. She has no siblings. She needs to provide for her kid, who is in an orphan house. She left Nigeria in April and took an oath of silence before leaving. She's very scared that if she will not respect the oath, she will become crazy and bleed endlessly from her vagina as a result of the rituals during which hairs from her head, underarms, and intimate parts have been cut. She has a madame waiting in Austria to make her work into prostitution. She only learned once in Libya that her occupation in Europe would have been sex work. She refused, but she was told that the alternative would have been to sell her to the Libyans and work in a connection house, so she accepted to continue the journey to Europe anyway. She had the brother of her madam as a contact of reference during the journey. During their last phone call, he gave her the direct number of her madam and told her to call the madam once in Italy. She said that she threw the number in the sea. However, she's terrified about the consequences of the oath. With regards to her journey through Libya, she mentioned to have been kidnapped in Saba. Libyan Asma boys, interviewer, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, and Ghanaian guards equipped with AK-47 kept her with 13 girls. She reported regular beatings and practices of torture. She mentioned that the guards would pour very hot water on the girl's head and body. She did not report sexual violence. 3 girls died during her stay due to hunger and as a consequence of the ill treatment. The guards threw their bodies in the sea. She saw as the place where she was held is very close to the sea. She remained for 10 days and says she never received any food. She escaped with the help of one of the asthma boy. He would sneak food and beverage into the room and help the girls escaping one by one. He did not ask for money or sex in return. Every night he would take one girl and free her. She says that there were different groups of girls held in a compound. Every night the guard would take a girl from one of the groups. He would wait for the other guards to leave at night and help the girls jump over the fence by putting a ladder. Each girl would be then brought into a different location. She was brought to Tripoli, and the same guard pushed her to the sea. She did not pay.
Aquarius, 5 December 2016. Female, 22 years old, from Nigeria. The interviewee left Nigeria on October 6th due to poverty. She does not have enough food and money to provide for her family. Her father is sick. She is the youngest of 3 siblings. She is traveling with her madame. Back in Nigeria, she told a friend about her intention to leave for Europe. The friend put her in touch with her madame. She and the madame left together and went through the journey in Libya until being rescued by Aquarius. She considers the madame like her grand sister. They have been through a lot. Her madame has a phone number to call once in Europe. She knows that this contact will set for her to work in fashion design. She used to sew clothes back home, so working in fashion design is what she is good at and her dream. She was informed about the potential risk of being trafficked based on the elements she gave. The day after at disembarkation, she accepted to be referred to IOM. I asked her where her madame was, and she said she has lost sight of her during disembarkation, but said to be not concerned about it. Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Female, 28 years old, from Nigeria. I was in prison to prison for a long time. I traveled with other girls to Libya. An Arab guy put me in the boat even though I didn't have any money because I was pregnant. He accepted my favor. There was a big gate in front of us, and we were all pushed in front of the sea. A guy said, "You are all going to Italy, and if you say no, you are shot by guns," and there were many dead bodies around the boats. I didn't want to come to Italy. Interviewer. The interviewee was rescued in the night from a small wooden boat. She went into labor as soon as she came on board of the Aquarius. Labor lasted 10 hours, after which she delivered a boy. This is the third child born on Aquarius. The interviewee is traveling alone and has another son, 4 years old, back home. When asked about the choice of the name for her kid, she starts telling her story. She was pushed to the sea without having to pay. In memory of this, she called her son. She tried to cross the sea 3 times. The first time from Zuara. The police intercepted the boat and brought the passengers into an official detention center. Only men were beaten there. Cynthia paid for her release and attempted another time to cross the sea. Asthma boys, interviewer, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, but sometimes also used to refer to the Libyan Coast Guard, intercepted the boat and brought the people to a non-official prison, again in Zuara. Cynthia stayed there for 2 weeks. An Arab woman managed the prison. One day the guards came to beat the men. The Arab woman took me aside because of my condition, advanced pregnancy. A Senegalese man paid to release or buy 7 people. She was among them. They were only girls. The group was brought to Sabratha. Once there, they have been requested to pay more money to be pushed. She had no money to pay for the sea journey. She was desperate as she had no means to continue and did not know what would have happened next. She only knew that she would have delivered very soon. She said that the Arab woman paid for her or organized so that she could leave anyway.
Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Male, 22 years old, from Eritrea. The interviewee reported to have paid $12,000 in total to reach Europe and to have left to avoid compulsory military service. He traveled from Eritrea through Ethiopia and Sudan into Beni Walid, where he was held for 4 months in a private building. He paid $4,000 to be released, collecting them from his family. Afterwards, he continued to Sabratha and attempted to leave by sea. Yet his boat was intercepted by the police. He seems to have been brought to one of the official camps, as he recognized the UN logo in the detention facility. He remained in detention for 1 month, during which he witnessed the visit of a German UN representative. He said that the latter did not speak to detainees, but only to the guards. Although the detainees were asked about their age to determine if they were minors, he did not notice any other form of external support. He was then transferred with the other people held, 180, in a private house, where he was asked for $2,000 to be released. He paid and could continue to the sea. Although the police stopped the car where he was transported, he was arrested and brought to Misrata. He spent 3 months more in detention there and paid $3,000 to be released. He attempted again to cross the sea and was rescued by Aquarius.
Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Two men, 22 and 28 years old, both from Eritrea. All the Eritreans interviewed from Rescue 38 passed through Sudan and not Egypt. Some people passed through Ethiopia before getting into Sudan. For example, the 22-year-old man spent 1 month in a UNHCR camp in Ethiopia before continuing the journey towards Europe. Conditions and treatments of Eritreans in Ethiopia are described as better than in Sudan. The interviewees explain that Eritreans are escaping due to compulsory military service, which does not allow to have a regular civil job and economic hardship. The work as soldiers does not pay enough. One interviewee is on the boat with his wife. His father is in Europe since 8 years and his mother is in Sudan. He was a soldier in Eritrea and had a regular job on the side, currency exchange shop, which is not allowed by the government. For this reason, he was imprisoned for 2 years in Eritrea. He left Eritrea 2 years ago with a clear intention to reach Europe, but spent 1.5 years in Sudan. He has been imprisoned there for a few days and paid for his release. He spent the rest of the time trying to earn money to continue his trip. He explained that in Sudan, Eritreans are given a temporary permit valid for 6 months. From what reported by the people interviewed, the document does not get renewed. If the authorities intercept Eritreans, they arrest them and they get released only upon payment of a sum between $500 and $800, 3,000 and 5,000 Sudan pounds. If the person detained cannot afford to pay for her release, she or he is reported to Eritrea. He explained that from Sudan he had no other choice to reach Europe apart from through Libya. He paid $1,600 to cross the Sahara to Beni Walid, which the interviewees confirm so far as the crossing point in Libya for people coming from Sudan. They both spent 4 to 5 months in Libya. They spent 4 months in a holding facility in Beni Walid, waiting to leave to the sea where the road is good, meaning free of police and kidnappers, as explained to them by the guards. The place is described as a big compound with 5 buildings, holding around 1,000 people each. In each building are grouped people coming from the various Sudanese smuggling networks. Eritreans are mostly grouped together. The other nationalities are mainly Somalis and some Nigerians. They explained that they were not free to leave the holding place and they were given macaroni for the whole time, twice a day. They did not report particular episodes of violence. They paid $2,000 to $2,200 for the boat trip, including transport from Beni Walid. They were transported to Sabratha in a truck overnight and waited in a compound for 2 weeks. There were only Eritreans in the compound. The guards were Arabs and Eritreans. They would not treat the people nicely, but they would not use violence. Out of 211 Eritreans, the people rescued by Aquarius included 110 from the camp in Sabratha described above. From this particular rescue, treatment conditions in Libya have been better for the Eritreans, although they pay more money.
Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Female, 17 years old, from Eritrea. The interviewee left 2 years ago to look for better opportunities and avoid compulsory military conscription. She traveled to Ethiopia with a friend of the same age. They were both 15 when they left. She stayed in Ethiopia for 1.5 years, doing odd jobs to sustain herself and save some money to continue to Europe. Her family helped her as well to collect $1,000 to go to Khartoum. There, she got temporary visa, for which she paid around 300 SDG. She stayed at her aunt's place and worked with a friend from Eritrea, who was established in Sudan from before. She then left with the aunt, who is also on the Aquarius. The aunt is 21. She is the interviewee's stepmother's sister. They traveled together to Beni Walid, paying $1,600 each. She remained 5 months in Beni Walid, waiting to depart to the sea, in the same camp described in the previous testimonies. She reports that there were around 500 Eritreans in her house inside the compound. The whole group of 110 Eritreans who moved from that compound to the boat were there together for 5 months. In fact, they all know each other. The interviewee reported to have paid $2,200 as well for the sea journey, the same as the other interviewees from Eritrea. The other half of Eritreans rescued came from the other holding places. Aquarius, 12 December 2016. Male, 16 years old, from Senegal. The interview with this man focused on the boat trip. He also mentioned that in the desert, on the way to Libya from Agadez, his group met a guy who says to have been abandoned by the smuggler in the desert. After having paid for the trip to Libya, the driver brought the people in the middle of the desert. During a break, he left with the excuse of going to take some water and never came back. The pickup where the interviewee was on met the only survivor. His 2 friends died of thirst and exhaustion. He said a girl tried to kill herself, smashing her head with rocks, as she could not bear the heat and thirst. The interviewee attempted to cross the sea twice before finally succeeding the 3rd time. He was first intercepted by police, Libyan Coast Guard, then Asma boys. It might be the same. The interviewer admitted he could not really distinguish authorities from criminals at times, as they would be equally aggressive, and they would both kidnap. Both times he was brought in detention. The first time in Misrata, the second time in Zawaya, in what should be the official detention center. The interviewee gave some interesting details about the latest boat trip, which resulted in Aquarius Rescue 38. He told us that a speedboat with armed Libyan men has escorted the wooden boat until international waters. 4 to 5 armed men were on board the wooden boat, and one of them drove it. They made the distress call to MRCC Rome, which then relayed the information to Aquarius. The armed men protected the boat from the interferences. They met a Libyan military vessel on the way to the international waters. The Libyans on board the wooden boat talked via radio with the military vessel, which let the boat pass. Once Aquarius was on site, the armed men on board on the wooden boat as well as the driver left to the speedboat and went back to Libya. The same version has been confirmed by Eritreans interviewed and by other Senegalese men, friends of the interviewee, all from the same SAR event.
Aquarius, 29th of December 2016. Male, 23 years old, from Syria, originally from Palestine. I lived in Yarmouk camp in Damascus with my family. I am Palestinian, but my parents fled to Syria before I was born. I graduated from the UN school, which was free of charge and even paid for transport to commute there. But the intensive fighting between government and anti-government groups was taking place in where we lived, and my house was also bombed.
So we moved to Beirut, in Lebanon, in 2012. When we started to live in Beirut, we were given a resident permission. But when I had to renew my resident card, only my resident card was not renewed, for reasons I don't know why. Maybe no reason. I know other people who did not manage to get their card renewed. Without resident card, when I was stopped by the policeman, they put me in prison. I was caught many times and even beaten there. I decided to leave Beirut and go to Europe at the beginning of December. I had some friends who went to Germany through Turkey by paying this person who arranged their journey. I got in touch with that person to go to Europe. First, I went to Sudan by airplane and spent 5 days. I took another flight to Tripoli next. When I arrived at the airport, the guards took me to a room all of a sudden. They beat me there and took my mobile phone and clothes. I still have injuries they made on my back. They gave me back my mobile and my clothes later. After I was freed from them, I met somebody who was supposed to take me to the sea. I paid the cost for this journey, $5,000, to him. He drove me from the airport to Sevilla, where another driver came and took me to Sebrata, and then to the sea. In the car there was one more person. I was told by the smuggler that the boat he was going to take would be big enough and there would be not many people on board. But once we arrived at the sea and were put into the boat, we had more than 40 people in the small wooden boat. I think we were floating in the sea for 9 hours until we were found. There was water coming into the boat, so it was very unstable and leaning. When I found that we would be rescued, I felt so happy. In school in Syria, I studied engineer technologies, such as a central heating system. I got a degree, but the certificate was lost when my house was bombed and burned. In Europe, I want to continue studying something again and rebuild my life. Aquarius, 29th of December 2016. Female, 20 years old, from Eritrea. I lived in a city different from my hometown to go to college. I was studying agriculture. After graduation, however, we all have to join the military before having any job. We are paid for working in military, but it's just a small amount. There's no way we can do what we want to do. There's no freedom. So I decided to leave the country 5 months ago. What I did first is to go to Khartoum, Sudan, by using a public bus and also walking. It took a week. In Khartoum, I got information from the local people about smugglers who could take people to Europe. I met a Sudanese smuggler and crossed the border of Libya through the desert by a car. It took 3 weeks. There were no checkpoints. After I arrived in Ben Walid, Libya, there was another smuggler who was Libyan this time, and I was put into a detention center. I had to pay $4,000 to a smuggler for the transport from Sudan to Libya, stay in Libya, and the boat to Italy. But I couldn't pay and called my family to send me money, but they didn't have any money. In the detention center, people beat me twice a week until my family managed to send the money. I spent 3 months there. Once they received money from my family, they stopped beating. From there, I and 150 more people were brought to another detention center in Tripoli. We stayed there for a week and had no clean water twice a day. It is difficult to remember how many were with me in the detention center. One day they gathered us around 11 o'clock in the night. We were made to divide into a group of 53 people each, and we were brought to the sea. Then we took the boat immediately. It was my first time to try to go to Europe. I was very scared on the wooden boat, but was happy when I saw the rescue boat. Note from the interviewer: we had another female from Eritrea who she met on the bus to Sudan, but she did not want to tell us her name, age, or life in Eritrea. She just said, I took the same journey with her. All Eritrean on board went through the same.
Aquarius, 4th January 2017. Male, 14 years old, from Guinea-Conakry. He left Guinea in 2015. After 2 months traveling, he reached Algeria, where he stayed to work until 14th of September 2016. Once he gained enough money, he did a bank transfer, and his older brother in Guinea paid to a smuggler in Guinea 8 million Guinean francs, about 600 euros, for his trip through Libya into Europe. On 14th September 2016, the interviewee left Algeria and entered Libya through Debdeb and went straight to Tripoli. The trip from Algeria to Tripoli took 2 weeks. In Tripoli, he stayed in a camp in Gargarash area. He was not detained or held. He was free. The interviewee stayed in Tripoli until November 2016, then moved to Zawiya, where he stayed 1 month. Not detained or held. From Zawiya, he was pushed at sea. Aquarius, 2nd January 2017. Male, 20s, from Nigeria. I left Nigeria on the advice of a friend. He's a bricklayer. I'm a welder. My friend told me there were good opportunities in Libya. Easy to find work and better salary. My plan was to stay in Libya until I had managed to save some money for my family. The journey from Nigeria to Libya went well. It took only 7 to 10 days. I arrived in April 2016. I found work. The first 2 to 3 months, things were okay. The Libyans don't like us, black people, but they need us. They treat us badly, and I tried not to go out much other than for work and buying food. One day in late June, early July, I was walking home from work when police arrested me. I know they were police. They were wearing the normal uniforms. They brought me to the police station. There, they took all my things. They wanted more money. It was difficult to understand properly. They spoke Arabic, and I only speak English. It was like the dumb talking to the deaf. I was put in a cell. There were 4 others like me there. After 2 weeks, they bound us and took us away. They poured petrol over us and then set us on fire. Only me and 1 another survived. 3 died. They left us. I can't remember very well what happened after that. A Libyan man found us and brought me to the hospital. The man was kind. He spoke some English. I was in hospital for about a month. They gave me dressing and then took skin from my leg. They didn't treat me well. Sometimes there was no food for days. I'm very weak. I can't work because of my hands. It is very difficult. I can't get money. Shortly after my family found out what happened to me, my father collapsed. He died. I think it was too much for him. He loved me too much. A Nigerian businessman living in Nigeria took me in. He let me stay with him for about a month. After that, he returned to Nigeria. I met people that helped me to get on the boat. It cost me 1,500 dinar. I never planned to go to Europe. Now I'm going to Italy. For the future, I hope that I can get help to make my hands and arm like they were before. If they are fixed, I can work again. I don't have any family in Europe. I'm young, so I think that I can make some friends.
Aquarius, 23rd December 2016. Female, 27 years old, from Nigeria. I left my village in Ivory Coast 4 months ago. I left because people in my village wanted to do FGM to my daughter. I didn't want her to suffer and I refused. I had to leave during the night, but my family helped me. The father of my daughter is not present in our life. I was working as a hairdresser, but I left everything behind. I escaped and went to hide with my friend, 24 years old, in another village. For a while, it was good. I could work there and take care of my child. Ella was working as a security agent in a bank. But one day, as the father of my friend died, her uncle decides to marry her to his older friend. She refused, so they locked her until they could arrange the wedding. One night, I helped her to escape. We took my daughter and ran away and went to hide in Mali to not be found. But we were still too close for my friend's village, and we knew that we had to go even farther. We heard that in Libya, there were a lot of works and that we would find a better situation there. I called my family and they sent me money to travel there. Unfortunately, we ended up in a trap. The man who drove us to Libya brought us in a big house where we were locked in with many other women. They tried to force us to go into prostitution, but we refused. Every day, they beat us with their fists, or sometimes with pipes and sticks, because we refused to become prostitutes. I was very scared for my daughter. We could go out, and they were only feeding us one time a day. After 2 months there, they told me that if I wanted to leave, I needed to give them money. I had nothing, so I gave them the phone number of one of my uncles. I know that they call him, but I don't know if my family pays money for my release. But that night, they let us go out. They pushed us to go in a place where there were a lot of people. I didn't know what was happening. We didn't even know if we were free or not. Everything happened so fast. People were screaming. We heard gunshot and we were in a big crowd being pushed to the sea. I thought that they were going to kill us all. On the beach, somebody took us and put us on the rubber boat. Nobody asked us if we wanted to go. Nobody told us why we were being put on this boat. It was dark, maybe 4 a.m. Many people on the boat were crying. Some were shouting and screaming. I was so scared and I cried for many hours. We spent the whole day on the boat. There was no drinking water and no food. Only at night we saw the Aquarius, and then we have been rescued. Now I don't know what to do. I am here with my daughter and friend, but we don't know what will happen to us. We didn't choose to come on this boat, but we cannot go back. We have nowhere to go. I don't know what our future is going to be. I just want us to be safe.
Aboard the Aquarius, 4th of January, 2017. Male, 22 years old, from Eritrea. I lived in Galug in Eritrea with my father, mother, and my siblings. I went to a secondary school, but the teachers are not competent, and I had a feeling I would lose my life if I stayed here. I felt that I'm going nowhere, no future, even if I graduated from school. When we turned 18 years old, it was obligatory to join the military. I didn't want to go, so I kept escaping whenever they tried to find me to make me go to the military. When I decided to leave this country and go to Europe, I first went to Sudan in December 2015. One of my sisters lived in Gedaref in Sudan after getting married to an Eritrean guy who had a job in Sudan. Until the border, I didn't want to take any transport because I was fearful of being caught for not going to the military. So I walked to the border of Sudan, and from there I took a bus. I went to get a reef to Khartoum with 6 other people who also wanted to go to Europe. One of them knew someone who could take people to Europe, and the price was 6,000 Sudanese pounds. We were told to pay when we arrived in Libya. From Khartoum to Libya, around 20 people, mainly Sudanese and Eritrean, were put into a car and we went through the desert. There was not enough food and water, and sometimes we were given no food the whole day. 2 Somalis died along the way. After 3 weeks, we arrived in Chadabia. Then another person came and we were sold to him. There were Sudanese in us, but we were all sold as Eritreans. We agreed to pay 6,000 Sudanese pounds on arrival, but we didn't end up paying in the end. We were taken to a house where many African people lived. Every day we were brought somewhere and had to work there. We did all kinds of work. The money we earned every day was used for food. but sometimes on the way back to the house, militia stopped our car and took all the money. When this happened, we couldn't buy any food that day. I stayed in Jadabia for 6 months and became free. One of the people I worked together with knew the smuggler who can arrange the boat to Europe. I paid 7,500 dinar for the trip, including the boat. We first went to Tripoli and stayed in a house, not a detention center, for a week. Then we were taken to Sabrata and put into the detention center for 3 months. There was not enough food, and it was a terrible place. I was not beaten, but saw people beaten, and even some killed. The guards were using drugs. One day we were taken to the sea, but when we tried to get on the boat, some people like coast guards came, caught, and beat us. In the midst of the confusion, I managed to escape. I heard that those who were caught there were taken to a detention center, and they were threatened to be killed by the guards if they didn't give money. After I escaped, I happened to meet a Sudanese man and thought he could help me. With him, I went to where he and the other African people lived. He knew the smuggler, so I asked him to make a call to him. The smuggler happened to be the same person as I paid before, so this time I paid 1,000 dinar and was brought to a house where people were kept before going to the boat. There were many Sudanese. I spent a month there, and the living conditions were not as bad as the detention center. After a month, we were taken to the sea, but this time again, some people appeared and we were caught. I couldn't escape this time. We were taken to the detention center, different from the one that I stayed before. They demanded money, but when I said that I'm poor and really had no money, one of the guards had sympathy with me, and he tried to make me escape. When the other guards were gone, he let me out of the detention center. This time, I already knew a house where people were waiting for crossing the sea or gathered, so I directly went there. Because the smuggler knew that this was my third time for me, and I had already paid a lot of money, he didn't ask me to pay and let me in. I managed to get on the boat this time.
Aquarius, 12 January 2017. Male, 20s, from Burkina Faso. He left Burkina 1 year ago. He passed through Algeria. He went to work in Libya in construction in Bargat, close to the Algerian border. The employer told him he could not pay him because the bank was closed. Looks like he could not withdraw money. One day, he went home and found his brother shot dead. He was told by other people he was staying with Asma boys, those in the business of holding migrants for ransom, who killed him because they came to rob him, but he had no money to give. Asma boys also kidnapped him once. He was brought to a house, then a camp, then he was robbed even there. The interview lacks many details and is pretty general, as the interviewee was feeling slightly seasick. Interview had to be interrupted because we had a medical emergency, followed by a med evacuation via helicopter. I was not able to find the interviewee again for more details afterwards. Aquarius, 5th of December of 2016. Female, 19 years old, from Côte d'Ivoire. I used to work in a hairdresser. One night, I was kidnapped on the way home and brought into a house. They asked my parents to pay money to release me, but my parents didn't have enough. I was locked in the little house and found other girls who I worked with. There was just enough food available for 3 of us. Every night, he brought some guys, and they raped us. One day, this guy forgot to lock the key, and I managed to escape. I don't know where the two other girls are. Aquarius, 10th of December, 2016. Female, 27 years old, from Nigeria. Both my parents died when I was about 10 years old. Because of Boko Haram, we lost everything. I didn't go to school since they died. There is no way to survive in my country, so I spent 4 months to get to Libya. I traveled with other girls. During the journey, I saw how other girls were beaten by Arab guys when they refused to have sex. I managed to protect my body, so I have no injury on my body, and I was not raped. Interviewer notes, she was in tears at the end of the consultation.
Aquarius, 29th of January 2017. This is a male, 14 years old, unaccompanied, from Nigeria. I met the interviewee during the registration when he came to Aquarius. He is an unaccompanied minor and is blind in one eye. His dad passed away 11 years ago when he was 3 years old. He had a brother and had been raised by his mother, who works in the fields. His family is very poor. That's why he was not able to go to school. His brother, 2 years older, died 2 years ago. He was beaten to death by his uncle, his father's brother. He was also beaten on that occasion and he lost his right eye. The interviewee does not know the reason why of all the violence which was done by his uncle. Still, he cannot understand why that happened. To save his life, he decided to run away from home. That happened in August 2016. He roamed from city to city working as a shoe shine. One day, while he was working, he met people who were going to the Kano state in northern Nigeria. So he jumped in their car and traveled with them. In Kano, he remained 1 month. His journey continued then from Kano to Agadez, where he also stayed 1 month. He had no money and was beaten many times by guys that he calls Nigerians' brothers. They wanted the money. He could not pay, so they put him in a prison, a cell with 50 other people. No food for days and daily threat and violence. After almost a month, taking advantage of the absence of the guards, he ran away with 2 other guys. He met a man, he called him a good person, who brought him to Sheba. In Sheba, he remained 1 week. There, he was also beaten and jailed by a Libyan man. This Libyan is the boss of 2 more Arabs and 3 Nigerians who work for him. He had no money to pay, so the Libyan took him away with 30 other people in Tripoli and left them in the hands of another Libyan man. In Tripoli, he remained for 2 months. The man asked him money. The interviewee pleaded endless times the Libyan guy to let him go with the other people on the boat. After some time, the Libyan man accepted and brought him to the dinghy. Since he escaped from Nigeria in August 2016, he has not contacted his mother.
I'm here with my husband. He is 24. I am from Douala, Cameroon's economic capital, but I grew up in Yaoundé. I have no family in Cameroon. I'm an orphan, but we have a son. He is 7 years old, and his name is. He is with a cousin of mine now. I haven't seen him since we left a year ago. I married my husband when I was 21. Our son was already born. We could only do a traditional marriage, not a legal one, because his family was against our relationship. He also lost his mother, but his father remarried, and his new wife was against our marriage because she didn't want to support me financially, and his father always agrees with her, so we decided to leave. We knew the journey would be complicated, but we didn't think of anything like this. We realized it as early as 2 days into the journey when we entered Niger. We were there for a week. Then we had to spend 2 days traveling across the desert. Then we ended up in Algeria. We stayed in Algeria for 3 months. We had to live in an abandoned house because we had no money and we were not legal. He would work as a builder to save money for the rest of our journey. It was very difficult. We had no food. We had to ask the Arabs for it. So we had to work for them in exchange. Also, I was unwell. I have asthma and heartache. He had to take me to the hospital once. When we entered Libya, we were kidnapped after just 1 day. It was the rebels who did that, and they separated the men from the women, so we were separated. When they take the girls, they want money from them, and if they have no money, they rape them and they do all sorts of things to them. Sometimes they rape them in any case. The male prisoners are forced to work for them. They give them no food and no water, and when they give them water, it's salty water from the sea. When they freed us, we went to the boat together, but they arrested us. Again, it's the rebels who arrested us, and they took us to a prison. Not a government prison, a rebel prison. There too, they asked for 300 euros to free the women, 300 euros for each woman, and 100 euros for each man. If women didn't have the money, they would rape them. I was a victim of that too. Sometimes they even sell the women. When they freed us, I called my cousin in Cameroon, the one who had my son, to ask for money, because if you pay, they let you take the boat without stopping you. They escort you to the open sea so that you are sure that no one is going to take you back to Libya. But if you don't pay, they would know and they would stop you and take you to prison. So we paid and left. We want to go to Italy and stay there, and we want to bring our son there too.
Aquarius, 29th of January 2017. Female, 16 years old from Nigeria. I left 6 months ago. I did not want to go to Libya. I found myself in Agadez, kidnapped with 24 girls. We crossed the desert from Agadez to Sabah. Some girls fainted on the pickup, some others died of dehydration or fell off the pickup. In Sabah, we were sold to black Arabs. They brought us to a house where I stayed 2 months. Then I escaped. There was not enough food and the girls were regularly abused by the guards. I was not raped there. There were around 20 girls with me. We were beaten with rubber pipes. They asked for money only when we first arrived. Then they would beat us for no reason. Some girls were sold to connection houses to work as prostitutes. After escaping, I found myself in Gregaresh, Tripoli. I traveled in a helix. I do not remember more about how I got there. In Gregaresh, I was held in a small place with around 20 girls. The girls were regularly abused there. Once, the owner of the place, an Arab man, took me and wanted to have sex with me. A fellow black guy intervened and asked him not to touch me because I was his wife. They usually do not rape married women. But the owner was skeptical. The guy was beaten and then forced to rape me. He had no choice. Note, the girl was not able to reconstruct most of her story. This seemed a bit suspicious to the midwife and myself, as if she was hiding the truth or was told to do so. Aquarius, 2nd of February 2017. Male, 17 years old, from Guinea, Conakry. I left in September. My father died years ago. I am alone with my mother. I want to help her. We are poor. We don't have anything. She suggested that I go to Europe. I went to Agadez and spent a month there. Then I crossed into Algeria, passed by in Gizam and Tamanrasset, where I spent 10 days. I crossed the border into Libya through Dab. After that, I walked for 2 days in the desert. I was traveling with a group of other blacks. Then I was kidnapped by Asma boys. Note, this is the term used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. They are Arab criminal gangs. They put us in a truck. I don't know the name of the place where they brought us. I could not see anything. The truck was covered. I was very scared because they told me that the Libyans are bad. I spent 6 days in a hangar. The Arabs would ask for money and beat you if you did not give them any. Sometimes they would beat you even if you gave money. I did not have money, so I was beaten. My knee just healed. While they beat you, they tell you to give them your family's number. I did not give them my mother's, as I did not want to make her worried. Also, she does not have any money. The Asma boys used to force us to work for them. They would not pay us. They would beat you if you don't work hard. They treat us like slaves. I escaped and lived in the streets for a while, roaming from one place to the other. I used to beg food from old Arabs. Sometimes they would give me, sometimes not. I ended up in Sabrata. There I went in a camp with other blacks. We were controlled by black guards. The other day they took us to the beach. We left at 11 p.m. with another rubber boat, bigger than ours. Note, there were 100 in the interviewee's rubber boat. Some Arabs left with us in wetsuits. After a few meters, they jumped out and swam back to the shore.
Aquarius, 3rd to 5th February 2017. Male, 31 years old, from Cameroon. I met the interviewee at night during my watch shift. He woke up having a panic attack. I found him on the floor, holding his head, begging, "Please, don't shoot at me. Don't shoot at me," then crying like a baby. I took him with me to breathe some air. He started talking and talking in a stream of consciousness. He was very intense. When I felt he got over the panic attack, I had to stop him and told him I will talk to him and his wife traveling with him the following day. I put him back to sleep on a mattress inside. Apparently, he did not manage to sleep anyway. He says he has not been able to rest since a month. He admits to being very traumatized and desperately asks for help. He kept saying, "I suffered too much. I was beaten too much. Too much. I'm becoming crazy. I am alone." He already tried to commit suicide twice. He says to be fleeing violence back in Cameroon. "Since I was born, I was only abused. I cannot trust anyone. My father refused to recognize me. He used to beat my mother." I could not really understand the interviewee's issues in Cameroon, but he described some family tribe conflict that became violent and forced him to leave to be safe. During the trip through the desert, he was separated from his wife. He fears they raped her, but he has not told him. Interviewer: "We talked to the wife and she has been raped by 3 men consecutively." Indeed. He was put in a container with the man and forced to fight against another man from Ivory Coast. They were forced to fight naked. The girls wanted them to beat each other harder and harder and would beat them at the same time to show how hard they should beat each other. At some point, they asked the interviewee to kill the Ivorian man by shooting him. They gave him the gun, but he could not make it. He passed out. When he woke up, he saw the Ivorian man on the floor with his feet broken. The interviewee said this episode was possibly worse than when he was searched for money in his anus. This time he was again in a container. He does not know exactly the place. Libyan men forced him to undress and bent over. They opened his bottom cheeks and searched for money. The interviewee had €5 in his socks. He gave them to make them stop. The interviewee suffers a lot from this episode. He was not penetrated but feels violated in the same way. All these episodes of violence were in front of others, in both cases related to search of money from the guard. The Ivorian man he had to fight against was targeted by the guards because he had no money to give them. The interviewee said he witnessed multiple times people killed in front of him in Libya. 2 days before crossing the sea, he lost his elder brother who was traveling with him and his wife. He was shot under his eyes. Both times the interviewee mentioned this, he cried hard. The interviewee also said he was forced to shout Allah Akbar while beaten as he is Christian. The interviewee asked for psychological support. He was referred to a psychologist on land and to UNHCR to open up a protection case. I need someone like you to talk to. I cannot tell everything to my wife. I don't know how she would react. I suffered too much and she suffered too much as well, even if she does not tell me.
Aquarius, 3rd to 5th of February 2017. Female, 9 years old, unaccompanied minor from Guinea, Conakry. Travelling with uncle and aunt and their baby and daughter, left parents in Libya. They sent her ahead, but they did not have money to pay for the trip for themselves as well. Complained about uncle mistreating her on board of Aquarius, constantly looking for attention. Taking care of aunt's baby as aunt felt very sick and weak on board. Aquarius, 3rd to 5th of February 2017. Male, 23 years old, and female, 20 years old from Nigeria. The male interviewee is 23 years old and he comes from Nigeria's Enugu state. He was attending classes in university where he studied business administration when he decided to flee 9 months ago, mainly due to fear of sectarian violence and Boko Haram attacks. He didn't have a chance to go back to his village to say goodbye to his parents and his 5 brothers. His first question to me was, "Do you think I'll be able to go back to school once I am initially?" He wants to graduate and be able to support his fiancée, 20 years old, and the child she is carrying. They met on their way out of Nigeria in a shared taxi that took them across the border. They have been together since, and she is now 7 months pregnant with his child. He says he can't wait to become a father. "I hope it's a girl, because there are only boys in my family," he said. When they arrived in Sabrata, Libya, they settled in a shack that the man built with pieces of cloth, plastic, and other waste he found on the street. She would stay home because he thought it was too dangerous for her to walk around on her own, and her fiancé would work to save the 1,000 dinars he said he was asked to pay for the trip to Italy. "I would do just any job as long as it was not stealing," he said. Sometimes they would not pay me and we had no food to eat. In Europe, he hopes to find peace. Where I am from, it is normal to see dead bodies on the street when you go out. I don't want to live like that anymore.
Aquarius, 23rd February 2017. Male, unknown age, from Sierra Leone. Handed over to me after consultation, as he said to have been imprisoned in a government detention center and tortured. He seemed subdued and traumatized by the violence witnessed and received. First kidnapped and imprisoned in Beni Walid by Asma boys, term used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya. There, you send money to the bank account of X, he mentions a name. In that place, gods, they kill people for nothing. We were regularly beaten. I was beaten. I was electrocuted. You cannot scream for the pain or the torture even more. The interviewee shows how he was given electroshocks with cables in his hands. He has visible signs and still healing. He reported to have been arrested in Tripoli while looking for work under the bridge in Chad Place, where Black Africans gather to look for work. He was detained in Abu Salim. He reported regular beatings in Abu Salim. He spent in total 2 years in Libya for work. He left Sierra Leone after his father died of Ebola during the outbreak, and he wants to work in the Navy, like his father. He was referred to UNHCR at disembarkation in Trapani as torture case. The interview was rather confusing as for reconstructing what happened where and time frames. Aquarius, 23rd February 2017. Female, 20 years old, from Gambia. The interviewee is traveling with her 2 sisters, aged 21 and 18. They reached Libya over a year ago, along with her husband, who is now missing as he was forced to board on a different rubber boat. We have all been kidnapped and taken to prison many times in Libya, she says. They put the girls together, so I wasn't separated from my sisters. The men were forced to work with no food and no water for free. And the guards did bad things to the women. They made us take our clothes off to search for money, and they searched even inside there, pointing at her vagina. The last time the interviewee was kidnapped, she was in a cell for 6 days, along with her sisters and a group of 4 female friends. They died because they were giving us no food and no water, and their corpses were left with us in the cell for 4 days. They were decaying, rotting, and they smelled. We couldn't sleep at night because our dead friends were next to us, crying because we wanted to leave and begging for food and water. They didn't give us, but in the end, they let us go. He said that on one occasion she was kidnapped, beaten, and then forced to call her family in tears to ask for money. She also got sold from one criminal group to another. They would buy you and make you work in the house as housemaid. When that happened, she never lost contact with her sisters. He said that she was always afraid of crying when she was in prison. If they hear you cry, they beat you on your head with their guns. I have seen a huge man, another prisoner, go crazy because they hit him very hard on the head many times. What they want because they have guns, and if you say no, they shoot you. Black Africans are not humans to them. We are slaves. If you are a woman, it's worse. They touch your breasts and even down there, and you cannot say anything. They make you pregnant, and they don't care. Some children are born in the prison. I saw a woman who gave birth in the prison. She also had another child with her, and the guards threw hot water on the child just to make her cry. The child now is injured in his legs. They are still there in the prison. Her husband also managed to escape from prison and reach the shore with his wife and sisters-in-law, but he was injured. He escaped, he jumped from a fence and broke his leg, says the interviewee.
Aquarius, 23rd of February 2017. Female, 23 years old, from Sierra Leone. The interviewee was based in Libya for several years, along with her husband and her 3 brothers. Her 2 children, a 4-year-old boy and a 2.5-year-old girl traveling with her, along with her father, were born there. They lived in Tripoli. She has a big scar on her left hand, as she was cut with a knife by someone who wanted to steal her phone. She is now worried for her brothers who are in prison in Libya. 2 of them are minors, 15 and 17. The eldest is 26 and he is damaged in his head as a result of the beatings he suffered in prison, as well as the trauma of seeing his wife and 2 children being killed in front of him. Her husband was in prison too, but she paid $500 for his freedom. Life is very expensive in Libya and dangerous. You always have to be awake. If they take you, you have to do what they say or they beat you. They beat you until you die, and then they throw the body in the desert. They don't care. Aquarius, 22nd of February 2017. Female, 25 years old, from Libya. The interviewer lived in Zawiya all her life. She belongs to a large family, parents, 3 sisters and 3 brothers. Due to all the chaos in Libya, her house was set on fire by a local criminal. She was kidnapped for a few hours by the henchmen of that criminal. Her family decided to move to Tripoli. She was then forced to stop her university studies in architecture. She worked for 4 years as a secretary in a medical laboratory until she was forced by her family to be a wife of an older man, 89 years old. Since the beginning of her marriage, she was beaten by her husband. She refused his request for anal intercourse. She tried a couple of times to get protection from her family, but no way. A few months ago, her husband started forcing her to have sexual intercourse with a group of 6 friends. These sexual abuses lasted almost 5 months. Seeking protection that she never found, the interviewee decided to run away. Finally, she found a place to hide herself at her friend's house.
Aquarius, 22nd February 2017. Female, 32 years old, from Morocco. In 2009, the interviewee moved from Morocco to Libya. She has a sister in Zawiya. She got some help from her sister to find a house and a job. She worked for 4 years as a house helper before moving to a bank. In 2013, a criminal gang, 20 people, kidnapped her in the bank. For 7 days, every day, she was raped by the 20. She was almost dead. The gang just threw her on the street. She got medication in a hospital and then came back to her previous house. She remained at home for 7 months without seeing nobody. Her sister assisted her. The day she decided to go out once again, she was kidnapped by another criminal gang. The 12 men, armed and drugged, brought her to a farm outside Zawiya. She remained in their custody for 1 whole month. She was raped each day by 3 to 4 people before getting released. They threw her some part on the city's streets. In 2015, she met a man, and after many months, they got married. The husband's behavior was cool at the beginning. After, he changed. She was pregnant, but the husband had another point of view. He beat her on her belly until she lost her baby. She couldn't escape from him because she had nowhere to go. Last month, she discovered that she is pregnant again. This time, she didn't tell anything to her husband and managed to escape. She hid herself at a friend's house.
Date of interview, 5th February 2017. Place of interview, detention center, Libya. Age in years, 20. Sex, male. Origin, Sudan. I am from Darfur in the west of Sudan, from Hamza near El Janina. I had to leave my country because of the security, financial, and social circumstances. The only family still in Darfur are my uncles. I do not want to go back to Darfur. I can't go back. It wouldn't be safe. I am not registered with the UNCHR. Interviewer note indicates he is fine with MSF referring his case to UNHCR to see if they might be able to help him. I left Darfur 2 years ago. I was smuggled through the desert. It was the only way to get to Libya for me. I have a passport, but not a stamp showing that I entered the country. I was arrested on my way to work. I was in the car. They were armed men, but it wasn't at a checkpoint and their faces were covered. This was not what I expected. I didn't know this could happen. A few days ago, the embassy representative from Sudan visited. He talked to everyone, but he has done nothing for me because I'm from Darfur. I'm surprised he even showed up. He asked if I have a passport, and that's it. He said, "We'll see you shortly, and then you can get out of here." I gave him my name. Interviewer note. On 22nd January, MSF witnessed this visit.
Aquarius, 2nd March 2017. Male, 22 years old, from Bangladesh. I lived in Tripoli for 6 months. Then I went to Zabrata 4 days ago to take the boat. I took the boat last night. I went to Libya because my friend was there and he told me there was work. I needed to work. But when I arrived in Libya, my friend left because of the situation. It's very bad in Libya. I was scared too. I always stayed in the market where I worked. I make perfumes. Because if you go around, they kidnap you. I had many stories. They kidnap you and they make you call your family for money. But I don't have money. They should know Bangladesh go to Libya because they have no money and they need to work. I paid 6,000 dinar for the journey. Half I paid in Tripoli to a man called. Interviewer, he mentions a name. The other half I paid at the beach. At the beach and on the boat, we were not humans. We were like animals. They beat us and we had to throw away our shoes and our bag because there was no space in the boat. Even the shoes took too much space. I left Bangladesh 7 years ago to go to Saudi Arabia. I worked in Saudi Arabia, making perfumes. In 2015, I went back to Bangladesh. Then I left for Libya. I have a bachelor's degree in commerce.
Aquarius, March 2017. Male, 38 years old, from Bangladesh. The interviewee lived in Sylhet. He has a master's in art, political science, history. He worked for 2 institutions. He's a member of BNP, Bangladesh National Party, the main opposition party. He and his family have been persecuted for 3 to 4 years by the police and the government. He was jailed for 1 week. His family paid the police to get him released. To save his life, he left his family and ran away to Dhaka. He managed to escape his country by going to Libya. He paid everything in Dhaka. The smugglers told him not to show the visa to Libya, only in the end, at the last check-in. From Dhaka, he flew to Dubai. He spent 2 days in the airport sleeping on the floor. Then, from Dubai, he reached Cairo, Istanbul, and finally Tripoli. In the airport of Tripoli, an immigration officer asked all the Bangladeshi people to move in one line. He took all their passports, and then he managed to exit them from a secondary door. They didn't get back their passports. They were brought to a house where they found 2 Libyans who took all their money and phones. He was also victim of robbery. The police stole $500. He worked for 1 month in Zenton, no pay, only food sometimes. He contacted his family, who sent him €1,000 for the trip. I asked him why he didn't get in touch with his embassy in Tripoli. He said, "I cannot reach their office because of some Bangladeshi who work with the smugglers. If we try to go to the embassy, they will see us and denounce us."
Al Rayyan Clinic, Libya, 7th of October 2021. Male, 35 years old, Senegal. I had a car accident 2 days before I was arrested while I was going to work. 2 Libyan guys transferred me to the hospital, but they didn't do me much there. I went back the day after because I was still in pain, and they ran the exams again to decide that I needed an operation. So they discharged me and set an appointment for the next day for admission. So on Saturday morning, I was supposed to get my operation, but the police came to my house while my wife and I were sleeping and arrested us both. They brought both of us to Abu Salim detention center, but they separated us and told me that they were taking women to somewhere else, and I don't know where she is since then. But as soon as I got there, I informed the guards that I'm sick and I have an operation because I speak Arabic, and they could understand me well. So one of the guards had promised me that I will be transferred to the hospital if the doctor said so. But I only saw one doctor there. He wasn't with MSF, but he gave me 3 pills and said that I will be okay. But at the end of the day, an ambulance came to take me to the hospital, and I have been here since then.
Aquarius, 26th of March 2017. Female, 26 years old, from Mali. Interviewer. She approached me as she wanted to call someone in Libya to say she arrived. She said it was her grandmother. I was captured at sea. It was Asthma Boys. Interviewer. Term used for those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, but sometimes also for the Libyan Coast Guard. They sent me to a big prison in Zawiya. It was no police prison. The police beat only the men, they don't touch the women. In the place where I was, they would select the women to sleep with them. They can make you pregnant and they don't care. I managed to gather soon the money to be released and they didn't have the time to touch me. But they would beat me every day all over my body. Interviewer. She had a wound on her cheek and forehead and she said it was a result of the beatings. I told her about the possibility to have a private consultation with the midwife and she asked when that would be possible. The day after, she asked the midwife directly to be seen.
Aquarius, March 17. Male, 17 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer. The interviewee is a male from Penderipur, Bangladesh, and was rescued by MSF while crossing Mediterranean Sea on a boat. The interview was done over Skype conversation. We came here to earn money. We're not from wealthy family. 8 months ago, I came from Bangladesh. I was captured, and my family had to arrange money to release me. Then I see it's not possible here to survive. It's only my homestead remaining in Bangladesh. We sold the rest of our property to send me to Libya and keep me safe in Libya. Then I took the risk to go to Europe. It's a deadly challenge for me, whether I'll die or alive. I know Europe is better, so I tried to cross the sea. I came from Dhaka to Istanbul to Tripoli, Mytika airport. The middleman demanded 800,000 taka, but I was not able to pay all. The middleman said that I can pay whatever is available and I can pay the rest later. He can pay from his own. I paid the middleman around 500,000 Bangladeshi taka to come to Libya. I think probably the middleman in Bangladesh who sent me to Libya is connected with the people in Libyans. At the airport, some armed Libyan people with weapons hanging from their shoulders received us and took us by car to a place that looks like a storeroom. No light. It's dark, even at that daytime. We were about 80 people in this room. They kept us beating. There were other Bangladeshi with me. No toilet. There was a space in the corner for us to do it. You won't believe how servantly they beat us. Time to time, they order us to sit and stand. They kick. And they slap. There were some plastic and iron bars with what they usually would beat us. They would kill us if someone was late to submit. I could show you the marks if you were here. They asked for money. My family paid more 480 Bangladeshi taka. One Bangladeshi man received the money in Bangladesh on behalf of Libyans. Even though I was not released, my family again paid 50,000 Bangladeshi taka. I was there for about 2 months and 14 days. They are inhuman. They torture us inhumanly. After that, I begged that I have no more money and my father died. I can't pay anymore. Then they left me. Some people tried to escape. I also decided to escape. One Bangladeshi man tried to escape. He was caught and shot dead in front of us. There were a few other people that were killed. The Libyans carry guns. Even the boys have knives or a revolver with them. As a migrant, we had to face challenges and persecution. All the Bangladeshi are tortured in Libya. The Libyan kidnaps Bangladeshi people as we can somehow arrange money from Bangladesh. But as I were an African, they won't. Bangladeshi are kidnapped from streets, from workplaces, and even from their houses. There is no government in Libya. The economy is very poor. The Libyans are torturing us. This is one of their income sources. After I started to working in a department store, the employer was good. I worked there for 3 months. Then I was kidnapped again by security force, and I had to pay again. My passport was snatched by the Libyan the moment I stepped in the Libyan land. I had no passport. I can't go to Bangladesh. I can't complain or ask for support from the administration. The police is mafia in this country. Then I decided to go to Europe. I contacted a Bangladeshi man in Libya who helped me to get into this boat. I paid 1,500 dinars to come to this boat. That was what I have. The traffickers told us that they will accompany us until we reach Europe. The boat started at dawn, but they left us in this boat. After moving from 7 to 8 hours, the engine stopped in the middle of the sea. We were calling Allah, had nothing to do except this. Then the ship found us, asked us if anyone speaks English. Whoever was on the boat was sick. For a while, I believe I was dead. The salt water made me sick. They were all vomiting. We were 90, 80 people on the boat. We are not doing anything illegal. We tried to save our life. We're not doing anything illegal. We tried to save our life. To save my family in Bangladesh. Interviewer. The people interviewed, almost all of them are from rural areas of Bangladesh with low education level. And all of them said that they had to sell the land property at home to pay the travel to Libya, and now the family becomes insolvent.
Aquarius, March 2017, male, 35 years old, from Bangladesh. I am from Shiratpur, Bangladesh. I am here in Libya for 4 to 5 months. One middleman told me that the economy in Libya is blooming, and he convinced me. Then I talked to my family, and they agreed. The middleman asked 800,000 BDT, but we said that we don't have much. The middleman agreed on 200,000 BDT, and the rest he will arrange. I flew from Dhaka, Chittagong, Dubai, Bahrain, Turkey, Tripoli. When I came to Tripoli, some Libyans took us in a car with black window. There were 11 other Bangladeshi men with me. We were taken to a house. They gave us a cup of water and left. 2 days later, they came back. They made me talk to my family and tell them to pay money to the middleman. I thought now they will give me a job, but there was no job for me. Then I started to work in a factory where maybe 150 other Bangladeshi were working. After a month, they did not pay me. The other Bangladeshi said that the employers paid in 2 months here. I left. I was stopped by police on the street. They beat us. They snatched my $20 and a cheap mobile phone. I met one Bangladeshi man. He offered me escape to Italy by boat. Then I thought if I die in the sea, I can console myself that I have at least tried. But if I die in Libya, I will not be able to see my wife, my child again. The man helped me get into this boat. 18 days ago, he handed me to some other people. These people kept me locked in a room for the last 14 days. It was a room of mud. There was nothing in the room. I slept on the ground. I had little water in 3 days' time. I am now unstable mentally. I have a child at home. They would come 2 or 3 times in a week and provide very little food and water. And then we got into the boat. Interviewer, comments on interview. The interviewees stated that the torture has made them mentally sick.
Aquarius, March 2017, male, 16 years old, from Bangladesh. The interviewee is a male from Sunamganj Sylhet, Bangladesh, and was rescued by MSF while crossing Mediterranean Sea on a boat. The interview was done over the phone. I came here 1 year ago. I came to Chittagong. From Chittagong Airport, I got into plane and flew to Dubai, Sarza Airport. From there to Cairo to Istanbul, and then finally to Tripoli. I paid 450,000 BDT to the middleman to come to Libya. At Libya airport, some armed Libyans received me and others who came from Bangladesh with me. They put us into a car and put a black mask on us to blindfold us. They kept us in an abandoned house for 2 months. They beat us severely there to bring money from home. No food, no toilet, no sleep for days. Interviewer. The interviewee passed the phone to the next person, saying that he has become very tense while telling those stories. So I finished with him and interviewed the next person.
Aquarius, March 2017. Male, 13 years old, from Somalia. The interviewee is originally from Hargeisa, the capital of the north, as he said. In Somalia, he has his father, mother, 3 sisters, and 5 brothers. His father used to work as a taxi driver. He attended school for only 5 years. In the north, schools are private, and if you don't have enough money, you cannot go, he said. In 2015, the interviewee decided to leave Somalia to Ethiopia in a place called Chichiga, where there lives a Somalian community. He left by car, paying $5. Once in Ethiopia, he knew about an Ethiopian smuggler in Addis Ababa, so he decided to call him. The smugglers agreed and paid for him the ticket to the capital. When he reached Addis Ababa, he remained in a house with other fellow citizens for 4 days. Then everybody moved to Gundar, closer to Sudan. To enter Sudan, the Ethiopian smugglers paid the police borders. Once in Sudan, he and his group of 110 people were given to a Sudanese smuggler. They spent a day in a place called Hajjar, and then by night, straight to the desert. 2 days' trip through the desert. The cars ran only at daytime. At night, everybody sleeps in open air and with no blankets. Same thing as between Ethiopia and Sudan. The group were passed to a Libyan smugglers. Close to Sebha, he found a group of 300 Somali and some Eritreans. He stayed in that camp for 3 months. There, the Libyans asked to pay $5,000 as the price of the entire trip. Meanwhile, he was beaten several times on the feet, face, and entire body with sticks and grips of guns. For food, they had just a little of water mixed with flour and salt. They ate twice a day. He has seen so many people suffer from diarrhea and some dead of dysentery. To get the money, he called his family, who made a collection from all his village, was able to get only $3,000. After those months, he was transported by the Libyan man to Beni Walid, where another smuggler asked him to pay $2,300 to be able to cross the sea. He was locked inside a house with other people. The armed guard was a Nigerian boy. 2 Somalis and a Sudanese were killed because they tried to run away. The family was not able to send him any more money, and fearing for his life, he managed to escape during the night. In Beni Walid, he found an old shepherd. He worked with him, but soon he fell ill, and despite the disease, the Libyan forced him to work. Not being able to take all of this, he decided to run away. He took refuge in a mosque where he met some Libyans who asked if he wanted to cross the sea, but he said he just wanted to work. The Libyans denounced him as well, and he then was brought to a detention camp in Al-Khoms. In the prison, the Libyans working there sell the persons to the trafficker. One day, a UN delegation came to visit, and they brought us blankets, food, and even toothpaste. As soon as they have left, the Libyans took everything. The interviewee, after 3 months in that camp, was sold to a Libyan who took him to a building with Minister of Internal Affairs was written on. The room was so full that for a whole month he was not capable of sleep and even to stand. After a month, he was sold again to another smuggler who asked him the sum of $2,200. This time the family, thanks to another collection, was able to get $2,000, so he was then taken to Sabratha. He worked a little bit, and sometimes up to accumulate the sum of 1,200 Libyan dinar, which he gave to the smuggler. During his first attempt to cross the sea, he said that 2 Libyan groups on the beach began to quarrel and to shoot, so their raft was damaged. Again in a camp for 20 days, then he was transported to Zawiya, where he was kidnapped by militia. He called the last smuggler with whom he was in contact, who, 5 days later, was able to free him and bring him back to the camp, where he stayed for 23 days before going into the sea.
Aquarius, 6 April 2017. Male, 17 years old, from Gambia. My mom is from Senegal. My dad is from Gambia. They are separated. I stayed with my father. I have 1 sister and 3 brothers. I decided to go to Algeria to work as tailor. I left alone 8 months ago. It was not my initial intention to go to Libya. I wanted to stay in Algeria. But when in Algeria, I was offered to work in Libya. They told me the pay is better there. I spent there 4 months in Tamanrasset and 1 week in Deb, from where I crossed into Libya. I spent 4 months in Libya. From Deb, I went to Sabratha and then Tripoli. In Sabratha, I stayed in a camp for 2 months. It was very hard there. Food and water were a problem. If you don't have money to buy food, you don't eat. I was beaten by armed Arab men using sticks and guns. I was asked for money when beaten to be sent to the boat. After 2 months, I escaped and moved to Tripoli in Dahman area. I started working there occasionally as tailor on the road for 2 weeks. One day, a young man came to me and told me he had a job for me. I was kidnapped for 2 months since then. I accepted, and he brought me to a place where I was beaten every day and asked for money. There were many people there, men, women, kids. There were also some Egyptians and Moroccans. No one was spared from the beatings. I escaped and dislocated my knee in the attempt to run away. I lost my friend during the flight. I ran and bumped into an old Libyan man to whom I explained my situation. He asked me if I wanted to go to Italy. I said yes, because Libya is too difficult. The man gave me 200 LYD and took me to a connection house in Zawiya. I stayed there for 3 weeks, waiting to leave to the sea. That was an okay place, no violence. I was then pushed on the boat. When we went into the river, interviewer, this is how he calls the sea, the weather was not good. We had engine issues, and we decided to go back. I waited for another week and tried again. This time it worked, and now I am here.
Aquarius, 6th of April 2017. Male, 22 years old, from Bangladesh. I spent 1 year in Libya. I traveled from Dhaka to Dubai to Sudan to Mitiga Airport in Tripoli. The whole trip costed $5,000. I did not have a visa with me. When I arrived in Libya, I was brought to a big camp warehouse where I was asked for money to be released. I stayed there for 2 weeks. I was beaten to give money to be released. I paid and I could leave. Then I worked in the streets, selling tissues at traffic lights. I stayed in a room with other 3 guys from Bangladesh. I lived like this for 7 months. Then I worked for a man who did not pay me and beat me when I would ask him for my remuneration. I asked some friends from Bangladesh in Libya how to leave Libya. Libya is dangerous. Everybody has guns in Libya. They threaten you to kill you. They put me in contact with a smuggler. I met the guy and paid 3,000 Libyan dinars. I was brought to Sabratha, where I stayed in a camp, waiting for 2 weeks. There were around 100 people in the camp, all from Bangladesh, plus 5 or 6 Gambians. We all went on the same boat. There were some sporadic episodes of violence in the camp. I was pushed at sea at night and stayed in the water for 14 hours. My leg is in pain because of how uncomfortable I was on the boat. Aquarius, 6th of April 2017. Female, 20 years old, from Morocco. The interviewee is from a family of 8 children. Her parents are still alive. One of her sisters is already in Italy. So she wanted to join her, because in Morocco, when you don't have degrees, you cannot find easily a job. So she actively looked for a way to go to Europe. Some friends of her gave her the contact of a Libyan man who can make her cross the sea. She contacted him. The price was 2,000 euro, everything included. She only had to buy a flight ticket from Morocco to Tunisia, and the man will manage to buy her a flight ticket from Tunisia to Libya the same day. And she is not allowed to show the flight ticket from Tunisia to Libya to Moroccan authority. Otherwise, they will make her trouble and will not let her flight. When she got to Tripoli, she stayed 3 days in a hotel. And after that, they took her to a small place where she found a lot of Moroccans who took care of her and helped her to avoid getting in trouble with Libyan men. She stayed there for 20 days, and after that she took the rubber boat from Sabratha. She knew from other friends who crossed the sea that they will find NGOs ship and they will rescue them. So even if she was afraid, she was waiting for the NGO ship. Now she wants to find her sister in Italy and to work here.
Aquarius, 6th of April 2017. Male, 33 years old, from Morocco. The interviewee is the oldest son of a family composed of 3 children. His father was living in Italy, so at the age of 17 years old, he got the visa and went there to join him. He stayed there for 8 years, but he was deported from Italy because he was selling drugs. In Morocco, it wasn't easy for him to readapt himself to the mentality, and it wasn't easy to find a good job. He did a lot of jobs and was planning to come back to Italy. When his mum passed away this year, he decided to come back to Italy. One friend of his gave him the contact of a Libyan man. He contacted him. The price was €2,500, everything included. He went to Libya with a flight from Morocco to Tunisia and from Tunisia to Libya. There, after 2 days at the hotel, some Libyan took him to a small place. There, they told him that he has to work to have food and cigarettes. So he worked as a painter of buildings, and they gave him 1 meal per day and water and sometimes cigarettes. After 2 months, he was finally allowed to cross the sea. They put him in a car trunk that he cannot see anything. When he arrived at the beach, there he found 3 boats. They put him in one of them. Aquarius, 6th of April 2017. Male, 23 years old, from Morocco. The interviewee was born in a family of 5 children. His parents are still alive. He studied until the age of 15 years old. In Morocco, if you don't graduate, you cannot find a good job. He was working with Coca-Cola, and the maximum salary is €150 per month. So he decided to go to Europe to find a job, especially when the Moroccan government became harder with the religious person because Morocco didn't want to become more modern, and he didn't tolerate that. Some friends of him gave him the contact of a smuggler in Libya, so he contacted him. The price was €2,150, everything included. He arranged flights to Tunisia and from there to Libya. When he got to Libya, some Libyan came to take him to a place. He said that he took 4 taxis. Before going into any of them, the Libyans made him a total body search. After that, he did get into a small place where he found a lot of other people who, like him, wanted to cross the sea. There, if you want to have food, you have to work. So he worked in construction. He has the right to only 1 meal per day, 1 piece of bread and water. In the place where he was not allowed to talk, otherwise they would have beat him. He stayed there for 1 week, and after that, they made him cross the sea with other people.
Aquarius, 14th April 2017. Male, 31 years old, from Bangladesh. The interviewee comes from a family of 2 children. His parents are still alive. He studied politics at university and became a representative of a party opposing the regime of Bangladesh. At that time, he received death threats. He left university and went to live with his parents. Their house was attacked. So he decided to go and live in his father-in-law's house with his wife. They attacked the house and killed his father-in-law. At that time, his parents asked him to leave the country because he was at risk of being killed. He went to Chennai, in India, and tried to find a job, but it wasn't easy. So he decided to go to Africa. He took a ship from Chennai to South Africa, €500, where he stayed for 1 month. But he didn't find a job. A friend told him that in Libya he can find a job. He took a bus from South Africa to Sudan, €300, and another bus from Sudan to Sabratha in Libya, another €300. Crossing the desert to Libya was awful. It was for 7 days with only 5 liters of water. He arrived there last September. When he got there, the Libyan police took him to jail for 2 months because he came illegally to Libya. After that, they told him if he can pay $1,000, they will release him. Otherwise, they will kill him. When he said that he didn't understand Libyan language, they called a man from Bangladesh to translate. He asked him to give him the money to the Libyan and to call his family to send it. So, he called his wife. First of all, she didn't believe that her husband was in Libya, as she thought that he was in Chennai. So, to prove it was really her husband, they did a Skype call so she could see it was him who had been kidnapped. When she said that she didn't have the money to pay for his release, they hit him and told her if they don't receive the money after 2 days, they would kill him. So she sent the money and they released him, offering him a job in a restaurant. One day, a group of Libyans kidnapped him again and asked him to give them $2,000 for his release. When he said he didn't have this amount of money, they told him to call his family. So he called his wife again, who said that she didn't have enough money. So they told her that after 2 days, they will kill her husband if she didn't pay. So she paid them again, and they released him. After 1 month, he was kidnapped again, and it was the same thing. You call your family, and they have to pay. He called his wife again, and they asked her to pay $1,000. She told them that she'll pay them if they can send him back to Bangladesh. They said it was not possible to send him back, as he came to Libya illegally, but they could make him cross the sea to Europe. He said that he didn't want to cross the sea because it's dangerous, and he just wanted to go back to his family. They said crossing the sea was the only option. So he accepted. His wife paid $1,500, and they put him on a rubber boat to cross to Italy.
Aquarius, 15th of April 2017. Group of 6 men, ages 17, 17, 21, 25 and 25, all from Bangladesh. 5 of them took the flight to go to Libya, Bangladesh to Dubai to Istanbul to Tripoli. 1 of them went to Libya on a bus as he didn't have enough money. From Bangladesh to Chennai, then a ship to South Africa, then a bus to Sudan, and then a bus to Sabratha. All of them worked in a food company in Sabratha. The 6 of them were kidnapped at least once, and they pushed them to call their family to send money. The amount depended on the gang who kidnapped them. $500, $1,000, $300. One of them said that he doesn't have a family, so they tortured him. They said there's a lot of people from Bangladesh and Libya, and they are tortured and beaten. They said some were killed when their family didn't send money. They also said that people from Bangladesh go to Libya to work because their friends, who are already there, tell them that they'll find a lot of jobs and they will get a lot of money in Libya. But when they get there, they discover the truth. They say that they cannot come back to Bangladesh for a lot of reasons. They don't have their passport because the Libyans took them. And even if they got them, they are afraid to go to an airport because they can be kidnapped there. They paid €400 each to take the boat and cross to Italy. They said it was the only way to escape Libya. Finally, one of them stayed 2 years in Libya, 3 of them for 6 months, and one of them for 4 months, and another one 3 months. Aquarius, 14th April 2017. Group of 3 women, unknown ages, from Eritrea. One of them went to Libya with her husband. They went to Sudan first for 5 months, and afterwards they crossed the desert to go to Sabratha. The 2 other women, who are sisters, crossed Sudan to go to Libya from Eritrea and didn't stay there. All 3 were kidnapped when they arrived in Libya. They were beaten, raped, and tortured by the Libyans. After 5 months, the 2 sisters escaped, and they jumped in the boat that they found leaving on the beach. They said that at this moment, they didn't care if they had shot and killed them. They only wanted to escape or to die. They cannot stay any more in Libya. After 7 months, they came to take the married woman and put her on the rubber boat with her husband. She doesn't know why.
Aquarius, 30 April 2017. Male, 40 years old, from Syria. The interviewee was living in Libya since 1982. He has Libyan nationality. He got married to a Syrian woman who's living also in Libya, and they have 2 children. He was working as a mechanic, and everything was perfect for him because the business was good. From 2014, the situation became worse in Libya. The Libyan people started not paying him. They ask him to repair their cars, and after they don't want to pay him and threat him with their guns. He was kidnapped 3 times, and he was asked to pay about €200 every time. He said that once he was kidnapped because a Libyan person wanted him to repair cars that had been stolen. When he refused to do that, they asked him to give money if he wanted to be free. He said that for Libyans, Syrian people are a source of money. That's why they kidnap them, but usually they don't beat them. They only tell them a lot of very bad words. The interviewee confesses that he would prefer being beaten than hearing all of these insults. He also said that they treat sub-Saharan people like animals, and that by night, when they are under the effect of alcohol and drugs, they shoot on them for fun. When those who die, they are put outside the room. He said that risking his life with his family wasn't really a choice. Staying in Libya was dangerous for all of them. By taking the sea, they may die, but there's a chance they will survive. By staying in Libya, there's no chance to stay alive. He paid for his family and the family of his brother, 11 persons, around €2,100. Aquarius, 30 April 2017. Male, 31 years old, from Syria. The interviewee is the father of 3 children and he's married to a Syrian woman. He went alone to Libya in 2010 to work there. In 2014, when the situation became awful in Damascus, Syria, he brought his family to Libya. But from 2015, the situation in Libya became awful also. One night, they kidnapped his brother-in-law. When some Libyans showed him where he was staying, he went there and saw that's a police station. But when he got inside, he discovered that's a militia, and they kidnapped him also, and they asked money to the family, about 1,000 euros, to free both of them. Staying in Libya was impossible, so they decided to go to Europe by the sea. But the same day, when they was planning to cross the sea, on the way to the beach, all the family of his brother-in-law was kidnapped, and they asked 10,000 euros to free them. But he didn't have this amount of money, and he decided to take the wooden boat with his family.
Aquarius, April 2017. 2 male unaccompanied minors, both 17 years old, from Sudan. It had started at age 16 for the 2 interviewees when they left the impoverished Darfur region to travel 8 days with 20 others through the Sahara and into Libya. They told us it was in search of opportunity. A number of days after leaving home, the first interviewee told us how a fellow passenger was shot by the Libyan driver. The corpse left to rot in the Sahara. While traveling through Chad and into Libya, the smuggler then halted the journey and ordered the young boys out of the car. There they were made wait in the desert for at least a day, provided only with bread and a piece of cheese. In the meantime, they told us how their driver was making phone calls, auctioning them and their 20 companions to prospective buyers. "I have 12 slaves here if you want them to work for you." They could hear that after a period of negotiations, it was decided that they would be traded for approximately 70 euros each. This price, they tell us, was determined largely by their physical attributes, including height and muscle mass. They ended up undertaking hard labor in a farm in Omlanai for 2 months. They described regular beatings with wooden sticks and guns as well as regular verbal abuse. They were described as slaves. The first interviewee tells us a common phrase was, "Slave, come here." After the tomato season had ended, the second interviewee had become sick. The boys were no longer of use to their owner, and so they were sold to an individual in Sabah. The next owner proved a different challenge. Instead of forcing them to work, he held them for ransom and demanded their families send money for their release. Sadly, their families in Sudan did not have the finance to meet the owner's demands, and so the boys languished in captivity for 4 months while many of the others in their group had the means to buy their freedom. 2 of their group died as a result of illness. Eventually, the owner appeared to grow wary of this and instead sold them on, now for the 3rd time, to Tripoli-based buyers. The boys describe how many of these buyers were 18 to 19 years old. From this point, they were taken to Sabratha. The second interviewee, 17 years old, Sudan. It was 15:30 on Friday, April 28. Already we had 147 on board from the morning's rescue, and we had another boat in distress. Immediately we prepared for another rescue. When we approached the boat, we could see a significant minority were seasick, the majority exhausted, and then one teenager who had an injured leg. Given the extent of his injury, he was the first priority to get on board the Aquarius. I asked him what had happened, and he pointed to his right leg. He had an entry and an exit bullet wound, which looked painfully raw, but thankfully did not appear infected. He claimed the shooting happened a week ago. The boy had made his way from Sudan with the hope of escaping the profound poverty he was raised in. Initially, he found himself working in the notorious gold mines of Chad. When it became clear that he would not get paid for his efforts, he traveled to Tripoli with some money borrowed from a family member. He stayed for 2 months, however he could not get any work, and so he went on to Sabratha to work on a farm. In Sabratha he found work, however, as in Chad, his owner was not prepared to pay him. Instead, after a number of weeks, his owner sold him to another farm owner. It was here he met the first interviews. Cultural mediator. For 50 days, the 3 boys, along with 29 others from countries including the Gambia, Niger, and Senegal, were forced to live and work in squalid conditions for no payment. Whilst morning time was relatively calm, as the day progresses, they would find themselves subject to abuse and torture by owners high on drugs and intoxicated with alcohol. They were kept in a small room, which they also used as a bathroom. Some of the boys, including the second interview, were very unwell. No person had showered for 50 days. It was not long before money was demanded for their freedom, 150 euros. There was no way the boys or their family could pay. Instead, whatever money they had was used to pay a 12-year-old Libyan boy to get food for the second interview to help keep him alive. On day 50, 2 Libyans guarding demanded that if by 5 p.m. you do not get us money, we will kill one of you. As the day progressed, one of the 2 Libyans appeared to leave the building. It was when the girlfriend or wife of the other Libyan phoned for him for assistance. They were left alone. It was at that stage they spotted the opportunity to escape. After peering out the window to ensure the route was clear, they made their run for freedom. Unfortunately, however, a neighbor spotted the boys leaving and shot at them during the second interview in the right thigh. When the alarm was raised and the owners returned, he was brought back to the house and beaten. They wanted to kill him, but in a rare show of sympathy decided not, as he had been sick. Even more remarkable, as the Libyans watched the second interview, presuming he would die, said, "I am sorry because I was about to kill you." Incredibly, the second interviewer responded to his captor, "I forgive you." The interviewees, along with the other Sudanese boys who managed to evade capture, went to the market where they happened across a Sudanese man who kindly offered them help. He made contact with some members of the large Sudanese community. After the boys explained their story, in a remarkable show of solidarity, the Sudanese community put all their money together to buy the second interviewer's freedom from his owner. A Libyan taxi driver was tasked to deliver the cash and bring the second interviewee back. The community also paid for the boys' escape from Libya. By this stage in the boys' journey, the treacherous crossing through the Mediterranean into Europe was the safest option.
Aquarius, May 5, 2017. Female, 33 years old, from Morocco. The interviewee is a Moroccan woman who got married to a Libyan man 19 years ago and was living in Libya. When they got married, the family of his husband didn't like her because they wanted him to marry to his Libyan cousin, and he refused that. Together they had 3 children who have Libyan nationality. A few months ago, her husband was kidnapped. So the family of her husband started to threaten her to leave the house. She doesn't want to go back to Morocco because she doesn't have any more family there, and it's difficult to start your life again there. When the husband of her sister, who's also married to a Libyan man, was kidnapped, they decided to cross to Europe. So she came with her 3 children, her sister and her 3 children, her father and 2 cousins. They paid almost €1,500 in total, and before crossing they were kept by the smuggler for 1 month with other people in a small place where they were beaten. Aquarius, May 5, 2017. Female, 30 years old, from Afghanistan. The interviewee is from Afghanistan. Her father is a big businessman. They were living in Pakistan because of the war in Afghanistan, and after that went to Libya, where her father has a lot of business. There she was married to a Syrian businessman. Together they have 7 children. The situation in Libya became awful 3 years ago. Her husband was at risk of being kidnapped because he is a rich man. Her and her children didn't go outside of their home for 3 years, and her husband can only go out with a Libyan friend of his. He was even afraid to buy a car because the Libyans can't take it. The only solution was to cross the sea. They started planning this 2 years ago. But it wasn't an easy decision to make, especially because they have children. Her husband was following the operation of search and rescue on the sea, and he was wishing to be saved by the Aquarius, the perfect ship for him. When they were ready and that Libya was not anymore a place to stay, they decided to cross the sea. Aquarius, May 5, 2017. Male, 25 years old, from Libya. Story: this interviewee and the next are friends. The interviewee is 25 years old. He is from Libya. He has 3 brothers, 2 sisters. His father is dead and his mother is alive. His big brother was working with Gaddafi, so after the revolution people tried to catch him and to kill him. When they didn't find him, they kidnapped the interviewee and tortured him to make him confess where his brother was. He has a big scar on his face. His other brother was killed because some militia wanted to take his car and he refused, so they killed him and took the car. He said that from the middle of 2012, Libya became an awful place to stay in, with a lot of problems between Libyan militia, a lot of guns everywhere. He said that because there is not a government there, it's a jungle. Everyone tries to make his own law, and that means killing, raping, kidnapping. He said that it was difficult for him to decide to leave his country, because it's not easy for anyone to leave his family. But he didn't have a choice. He couldn't work anymore in Libya. He is young and he wanted to live a better life, and it's not possible to get this in Libya.
Aquarius, 5 May 2017. Group of 20 men, mixed ages, from Bangladesh. The reason why the people went to Libya was to find jobs and to send money to their family. But there, they don't always get salary. They are threatened by the Libyans with guns. they are kidnapped in Libya and they have to pay to be free. So they have to call their family and their friend to can have this money. When they are kidnapped, they are tortured, beaten, and electrocuted. They were afraid to go out to buy food because they can be kidnapped. The only solution that they have is to find a good Libyan person that could give him money and buy food for them. Before taking the boat, the smugglers take everything from him: money, phone, good clothes. They said that there's a mafia boss in Libya, a very famous group, and his name, who kidnaps people. One of them said that he had been kidnapped by the Libyan Coast Guard while he was trying to cross the sea in a rubber boat. The Libyan Coast Guard sold him to mafia for 500 euros, and the mafia asked him to pay 700 euros. When he said that he didn't have the money, they tortured him, electrocuted him, and he didn't get food and water for 7 days. So, finally, his family paid after selling his house in Bangladesh. They also said that the smugglers told them about the search and rescue boat. If you pay enough money, the smuggler will take you until the international water and the Coast Guard will not disturb you.
Aquarius, 4 October 2016. 2 testimonies were collected. First testimony, male, 29, from Eritrea. I speak English, Arabic, Tigrinya, Amharic, Oromo, Somali. I am Eritrean and I come from afar. I am very skilled for languages. I played football professionally and I wanted to play abroad. But when I was 19, the Eritrean government decided that I should train young people, the 10 to 12. I was forced to train the youth. Later, they said I needed to attend Marine College. I worked for a year or so. I fled to Yemen. That was in 2013, and I stayed in Yemen until April 2016. I left because of the war in Sana'a. My father has money and we are well off. We have some fishing business. We imported fish from Yemen to Eritrea. We have 2 boats. I don't need to work. I was studying English and worked a bit for UNICEF with the Eritrean community in Yemen. I would work like 1 week a month and would earn $50-60 American a day. I was considered as a refugee by UNHCR in Yemen and had my registration. If I could, I would prefer to enter Europe the legal way as a refugee. I did not intend to come to Europe initially. I left Yemen because of the war. I fled Yemen on a boat and arrived in Port Sudan in Sudan. I then went to Khartoum. I was considering staying in Khartoum, but the problem is that they are all thieves in Sudan. I am a Muslim and I speak 9 languages. Afar, I am the only one to speak this language on the boat. In Libya, we crossed the Sahara in a lorry. It took us some 14 days. We went through Ribiana, Shuarif. Interviewer could not find on a map Beni Walid and Sabratah. We left from Sabratah. The smugglers are also mafia. You never know where you are. Libya is full of armed tribes. They take you to a compound. I paid $6,000 for the journey. Once you pay, they take you to the beach. However, you can pay and not go. I spent 5 months altogether in Libya, even if I paid. They would say it's the wind, the authorities, they will always find an excuse. It was my first attempt to cross the sea. In Libya, they beat you up. They can even kill you. We were some 2,000 people in a room hangar. In the room as large as the library where the interview took place, they would have some 300 people slotted against each other. It is the mafia at all levels, with the Libyans, with the Eritreans. The hygiene is terrible there. The Libyans sell migrants or send them back to Eritrea. Of course, someone was driving the boat, otherwise the boat would not move. I want to go to the UK to learn English. They smile to you in their language, but kill you with the papers. Interviewer, long discretion on bin Laden and war politics. Second testimony. Female, 25 years old, from Eritrea. Interviewer. First met during a consultation with a midwife and after she asked for a pregnancy test. She said she had been raped and wanted to check whether she was pregnant or not. She hugged the midwife when she found out she was not pregnant. I studied pharmacy. I studied privately. In 2006, I started military service until I came to Libya. I am a soldier. I needed to leave the country because of politics. It is not good to eat the same food every day. Same for everyday soldier life. I hate politics. They give me rest. I go to my home and immediately they call me to return to the barracks. Without salary, food. Time is gold for ladies. If military service is for a year and you finish, it's okay. But all my life, it's not okay. I need to have a husband, children. I am engaged. I met him in the army. I went to Khartoum. I walked from Eritrea to Khartoum. I come from Asmara. After 6 days, someone came with camels. I went to Khartoum. It took a week or two. Then I went to Libya. Things were very bad in Libya. Almost 200 left from Khartoum. Only 61 arrived in Libya. We were driven by black guys in 4 cars, Toyota pickups. They left some on the road. 100. If you fall, they don't pick you up. Sometimes they spoke Sudanese but also Chadian. Most of those traveling were Eritreans, a few Ethiopians. Another car had a car accident and had 4 rollovers. Ladies starting screaming and they hit them. All in the car died. Just 3 cars remaining. We traveled in the desert for a month and a week driving day and night on Khartoum Road. One man raped me. I did not take contraceptive because I had no friend to tell me or warn me. It happened outside Khartoum. From 2 men, like nomads. When sleeping, women are raped by guards. All the women have been raped and share secret we don't want families or husband to know. Fear of HIV and pregnancy. I had to sacrifice myself. Ladies had to sacrifice themselves for our brothers. Interviewer, meaning an Eritrean man. I hid my face until he finished. He was very dark and his face was covered. Every day I cry. Our samsari, interviewer, broker or middleman in Arabic, from Eritrea. He would pick pale ladies like your color, interviewer, brown rather than black, and fat. He would have a lady wig. He asked for $6,600. How do I pay? If you cannot pay, you continue sacrificed. They made me call my family and ask for my family to pay. I don't know how my mother got the money. I will ask her. After 1 month, she paid the money for me. I spent 4 months and 2 weeks in Libya. I traveled to the beach of Libya. I was in a compound run by one Eritrean guy. If you pay immediately the money, you go. He's a very good samsari. 2 to 3 months sitting beside the beach, eating macaroni every day. A lot of people died because of anemia, lack of iron in the blood. We prayed together, trying slowly because of Daesh. We were warned. The samsari would say, keep quiet, Daesh is around. They would grab you. I would say I am pregnant to get rid of the men. After the rape, I slept beside the boys. It was first time we tried to cross the sea. There was water inside the boat. I want to help my mother. She's 70. My father died. Need to help my brother. He's in Ethiopia. He needs to cross. Then get my husband, interviewer, fiancé rather, and start a new life. I left Eritrea in June, 4 months altogether. My first 25 years are meaningless for me. If the president changes, maybe that would be solving the problem. Some people do the whole thing, travel in 2 or 3 weeks because of different samsari. My samsari said initially tariff would be $3,600, but when in Libya they asked for $6,600. But when in Libya they asked for $6,600. I testify because I want other ladies to know and to warn them. In our country we don't have money, but we are not forced to have sex. If policy changes in the country, maybe women won't have to live and get raped. I will call my mom and my husband. I will not tell them what happened. I want to go to England, London. They don't think about pregnancy. They think like animals. If the lady, she's a lady, they are okay. Immediately they need sexuality by force. Interviewer, she means sex. Then I remember one other time they were shouting and I was begging, please, I have a husband in my country. Why are you using me like this? It's not good. Even some ladies say it's okay. It's okay if you need sex. It's okay, but I have HIV disease. Then he uses all that sex, first me, after 2 days my lady friend. Then one day I remember sleeping with my friend, these 2 ladies not coming with me. They came by another ship. The one sleeping, they said, stand up, stand up. He was talking in Arabic language. He stood in front of me, and the one he made like this. Hey, what do you need? I need you to stand up, he said. Hey, please, please, let us go. Hey, stand up. He made like this. Interviewer, indicating strangulation. It's really dark, and only this shouting, the guys, interviewer, the Eritrean men, all coming together. They are throwing stones. Why? Why are you making sex? These are our sisters. Not use sex, they said. Then they had guns. Those guys, they already had guns. These are our brothers, and they don't have anything. They are fighting, long time fighting, but they don't have power. We had to make sacrifice for them. Then use that sex. I don't know when he finishes, what he's doing. I don't know. All the ladies, they use contraceptive injections, how to prevent becoming pregnant, but it's not good. If somebody go like me, go now to Europe, if you want to come to Libya, you must use a contraceptive injection. Why? Because if that lady comes to Europe, already make sex, not voluntarily, it must. When I am in Europe, I will talk to my friends or sisters and warn them. Please, if you need to come to Libya, you must use a contraceptive injection because you must have sex on the road, for sure. So that's why I don't have any sister, any friend in Europe, and that's why I don't know how to protect myself. That's why I checked yesterday if I was pregnant. I don't use contraception. All the ladies on the boat were using contraceptives. If I ask one lady, yes, I'm using contraceptive. I ask one, yes, I am. All of them used because of not being sure and being forced to have sex. So, from that time, interviewer, the rape, really every day I am crying and I'm just trying. It was just one man that held me, for my friend too. They were speaking maybe Arabic or what, outside Khartoum, they are living like nomads. That day, I met all ladies. We discussed together not to transfer or share information. It's secret, because if somebody tells their family or to husband, it's not good. It will get known. That's why I was only crying under the blanket. It was dark, behind a big stone. It was outside. When sleeping, they gave rest for about 30 minutes or 1 hour. It was a soldier, a man with gun traveling with me. I prayed to Jesus Christ. All the women agreed not to say anything. Even here, there are so many ladies like me, but they keep it secret. I think sometimes they fear being pregnant. They fear HIV. I sacrificed myself, by the way, even that ladies sacrifice themselves for our brothers. Even as I said now, like the one who lives around my house in Asmara, he doesn't know my information. Even that night, until he finished, I act like this. He go. After 5 minutes, when I see, oh my God, no water, how I wash my body. Oh my God, at the morning I need to see that guy, but it's very dark. By the way, I'm finished. Secret inside my heart, every day I'm crying. Still I am not talking. When I remember, I feel bad. When I'm coming in Libya, the Eritrean Samsari, oh my God, he's a very stupid guy. If he sees a fat lady or someone with a color like yours, he takes her, even the one lady, she's my friend, she's alone with him. 1 week, one lady. He needs money. You must immediately pay money. How? Especially me. He asked me for $6,600. How I paid this money? Even if you not pay the money, you continue to sacrifice. Then, the one he found, he said immediately, please transfer all your information. Hi mama, I'm here in Libya. Please you pay $6,600. She suddenly received the news like this. What are you? You're sure you're in Libya? I don't have $6,600. But she had to find it. How did she get hold of the money? And after 1 month, she paid my money. I spent 4 months and 2 weeks in Libya. Then, when she paid the money, I'm so happy and I'd finished everything. Interviewer. After payment, she was transferred to another location. I traveled to the beach of Libya, a big house, a compound near the beach. If you pay immediately the money, you go. Then 2 to 3 months on the beach with no food, a bit of food, macaroni mainly, every day macaroni. A lot of people died because of anemia. Lack of blood, lack of iron, people were praying together. Crying surely because of Daesh. If you cry a lot, Daesh is coming, they kill all, they would tell us. That's why it's crying slowly, and if you die in the morning, they take the body at night. Sometimes the Samsari would say, keep quiet, Daesh is around. A lot of people died. Every week people died. The rapes happened both in Sudan and Libya. It happened several times. With me, the sex only the one day, God helping, because if he used me today, he would then pass to another lady. That's why it's for 1 day. After the sex, I slept beside the boys. It was the first time I was trying to get on the boat. The wood was very thick on the boat. Even inside there is water. Some guys saying, oh my God, this is water, they shouted. The sex only happened once, but sometimes the men would touch me. They would touch my breasts. Then I'm saying, please, I'm pregnant. I have so many projects. Firstly, I have to help my mom. My mom is very old, maybe 70. My father is no longer alive. He died. I have to help my brother. He needs to try like this. He waits in Ethiopia. He needs to try. I made a promise. Then after I help my mother, if God helps, I need to help my husband and start a new life. A lot of ladies are waiting in Khartoum, in Ethiopia. They are waiting the first month, 2 months. They are coming. My whole journey took 4 months. I do not remember when I left exactly, maybe June. I decided to live 1 day. Every day is the same life. My life before 25 years is meaningless to me. Eritrean life is not good. Here are almost 700 Eritrean people on this boat. I don't know. If the president changes, maybe it will be solving the problem. It was in capital Libya, Tarablu's. Interviewer, when asked, she confirmed. Some people finished the journey between 2 or 3 weeks because of different samsari. I asked one lady and she showed the samsari. I traveled with a lot of people and when in Libya you pay the money. She said to me the total price would be $3,600, but when in Libya they asked for $6,600. Women do not talk about rape. It's a secret. Me, I want other women to know. You keep my name secret, but that's why I really talk to you. I want to warn them. Don't start. Don't use these dangers. In our country, we don't have money, but we do not have sex by force. If President Afwerki changes something, maybe they stop, but it's dangerous. It should be legal, especially for ladies. You pay the money, but it's legal. When I arrive in Italy, I will immediately call my mom and my husband. I will not tell them what happened. I will tell everything is fine. I want to go to England, London, maybe France. Immediately then I start everything. I forget everything. Maybe one day I will introduce it slowly to my husband. My mom may be in trouble if government finds out I fled.
Aquarius, 25th May 2017. Female, 20 years old, from Ivory Coast. She left home in January 2016 to join her husband, who had moved earlier to Libya. She was raped during the desert crossing between Agadez and Shabha. The smuggler stopped the pickup for the night and separated men from women, saying that it was in order to protect the latter group. Instead, they raped 6 of the women. The interviewee was raped by 4 men, one after the other. He pointed a gun at her and asked her to undress. I had no choice. They blocked her mouth so that no one could hear her scream. While being raped, she was also threatened with a knife and stabbed. She has a scar from the stabbing in the internal side of her left thigh. Another woman was shot dead because she refused to be raped. The husband is on board in Aquarius with her and is aware of the violence. Aquarius, 25th May 2017. Female, 17 years old, from Nigeria. I left Nigeria on Good Friday, 14th April. 4 men came into my house and killed both my parents. Then they took my sister and I away. We were put in a truck with many girls and boys. If the boys would speak, they would kill them, stab them, or shoot. It was a very long drive. When we arrived, they took everyone out of the bus and picked some girls to rape them. I was not selected, but my sister was. She was raped in front of me. 7 girls in total were raped. More men would rape the same girl. Meanwhile, I was beaten with a rubber hose. If you scream or cry, these men would laugh at you and beat you harder. They were Arab men with long, dark beards. My sister was taken away from me after this episode. I have not seen her ever since. She is all I have. I do not know where she is, if she is okay, still alive. I escaped from that place after the violence. The Arabs started shooting and people dispersed. I lost my sister. I hid in a building for around a week. I would beg in the streets to survive. Then I moved to the seaside. It took me days to reach the beach. The Babinos in the streets used to harass and insult me. They threw stones at me and make signs indicating that I smell bad. I wish my sister was here with me. I have to call my uncle in Edo State as soon as I arrive to check if he heard from her.
Aquarius, May 24, 2017. Female, 17 years old, from Nigeria. I was in the village next to my own, baking with my little sister who was 7 years old. A woman came to talk to us and said that she would take us to a house and give us food. We went in her car and drove for hours. I asked where we were going. She told me not to worry and I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was in the shower. A man came and did some incantation and made me drink something. I have to promise I will always obey the auntie and that she was going to take me to Italy. She told me I would pay her back when I got to Italy. Then we laughed and we drove for a lot of days in the desert. There was no food and no water. Then we had an accident and the auntie died, so did two other people. Many people were injured. We were then taken to the building in Sabah, where there were a lot more people, boys and girls. They were beating us a lot there. Then a Nigerian man came and picked some money to the money church. He was a black man, but I don't know where he was from. He said that he was going to help me and that I wouldn't be beaten anymore. He took me to his house. He was treating me nicely, but he wouldn't let me use a phone or go out of the house. After 3 days, he started to want to have sex with me. I begged him not to, but he said he would take me back to Sabah if I didn't agree. I was very scared, so I agreed. He had sex with me every day from then, and I told him I missed my period and I thought I was pregnant. Then he gave me to an Arab man who put me in a place with a lot of other blacks who were all waiting to go to Italy. There was no food there. They were beating the boys, but not the girls. I stayed there for a month and then they took me to the seaside and put me in a rubber boat. I have not seen my sister since the date we were taken in the village. My mother doesn't know where I am or what happened to me. I was a virgin before, now I am pregnant and not married. Girls do not get pregnant before marriage in my village.
Aquarius, 23rd of June 2017. Male and female, unknown ages, and their 2 baby sons from Ethiopia. The family are Oromo people from Ethiopia. 1 year ago, they were living in Ethiopia. The eldest son had just been born. He is 1 year and 1 month old. The father worked in the supermarket store during the day and studied at night. Because of the discrimination faced by Oromo people in Ethiopia, he was arrested and imprisoned without reason in Ethiopia. While in prison for 3 months, his father was decapitated by the police. Upon hearing this, he escaped from prison. He continued to work and study, and then, presumably, police forces attacked and burned down his supermarket. The mother was pregnant again, and they deemed it unsafe to stay due to the violence to which they and others were being subjected. They decided to leave. A Sudanese man in Ethiopia helped them escape to Libya through Sudan. The journey through the desert from Sudan to Libya took 3 months. Once they arrived in Libya, the father was once again imprisoned for 4 months in what he thought was a police detention center. During this time, their second son was born. He is now 1 month old. The father managed to escape with the help of a Sudanese friend, who then led them to the boat, which would cross the Mediterranean Sea. They were kept in the underbelly of their wooden boat and did not hear or see anything except for a plane. This could have been also a helicopter that hovered over them, with people shouting in Arabic and then disappearing again. They decided to make these perilous journeys with their small children because they preferred to escape with a small chance of a better life rather than a certain torture and or death in Ethiopia.
Aquarius, 23 June 2017. Group of 8 men, aged 16 to 30 years old, from Morocco. A group of young Moroccan miners and men shared their various stories from Morocco to Libya and how they got to the boat which brought them onto the Aquarius. Some young men, such as interviewer, he mentions a name, had stories of leaving for better work. Many had forced labor conditions or very little pay. All were subject to violence, either by their employers or by their imprisoners. One of the young men had been in Libya since 2012 and had made some money to save, but it was all stolen from thugs on the street and the man who brought him to the boat on the sea. 2 of the young men had large scars on their bodies and chests from knife slashes and cuts, inflicted upon them in detention centers when they were not able to pay the guard money and their families were not able to send money. They reported squalid conditions in the centers. There was one small piece of bread provided in the morning at 6 a.m. with almost no water, and all of them were subjected regularly to torture and beatings. While they were treated with indiscriminate violence, they did claim to have seen racist tendencies of beating sub-Saharan African or Bangladeshi detainees more often and more violently still than they were beaten. The guards in the prison, which they said was in Zawiya, apparently wore nondescript green fatigues and sunglasses. They beat them mainly with police-like batons and cut them with daggers across their bodies. They called everyone in the center as well as anyone who had ever robbed or hit them in the street mafia. They insisted on the fact that there was no central state or organization of any kind, and that military, police, regular thugs and any others were all one and the same mafia. They referred to Libya as hell. On the boat they had a run-in with a Libyan Coast Guard, interviewer supposedly, who approached them in a boat and a helicopter, forcing them to give up any valuables and stealing the motor from their boat. The boat began to fill with water and sink. The men who confronted them were apparently high on drugs. The boys claimed that they behaved the same way their detainers did in the centers, whom they regularly saw injecting hard drugs into their veins. The Libyan men on the boat tried to kidnap a Moroccan girl who was traveling alone. They ended up giving up on this and on getting valuables from the other passengers when they saw a rescue ship approaching in the distance, most likely the Sea Fox.
Aquarius, 23 June 2017. Male, aged 15 years old, unaccompanied, from the Gambia. The interviewee was living in the Gambia with his family. Due to the death of his father, he needed to support his mother and his 2 younger sisters. Their family was very poor, and it was difficult to buy basic food like rice. Last year, during the Ramadan, he left his home to reach Europe to find a job and be able to send money home. He traveled for 4 months to Libya, from the Gambia through Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. When he reached Libya, he was captured by the police and sent to a detention center in the town of Birak without reason. He reported horrible conditions in the center. No hygiene, and no toilets. For their basic needs, they only had a bottle. He was kept in a small, overcrowded room, and he was beaten every day. This left him with a deformed finger on his left hand. He saw people dying next to him frequently. The dead bodies were thrown away like it was nothing. To survive, he found a friend in the center who helped him and gave him additional food. Unfortunately, they lost each other during the time in the detention center. He was asked to pay money to release him from the center. If not, they threatened to continue beating him. Finally, he got 22,000 dalasi, 428 euros, from his stepfather. It was sent via a connected person in the Gambia to the center in Libya. After 8 months in Birak, he was released somewhere on the coast and transferred to an Arabic man, where he needed to pay again for the boat to reach Italy. He was very tired on the boat, and he only followed instructions. It took 3 hours on the boat until he was rescued in international waters.
Aquarius, June 2017. Male, age 17 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer. Country, Bangladesh. Came to Libya 2015. Roots, Bangladesh, Turkey, Abu Dhabi, Benghazi. I paid 300,000 BDT to come to Libya. I was arrested on the way to Tripoli, stayed 1.5 months there. Paid 120,000 BDT as ransom at gunpoint. I worked at an oil pump for 1 year, but was only paid for 6 months. I paid 4,500 dinar for the boat. Aquarius, June 2017. Male, age 16 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer. Country, Bangladesh. District, Sunamganj, Sylhet. Came to Libya 2017, January. Probably December 2016. He was not sure when he travelled, but around 6 months. Routes, Dhaka, Libya. He couldn't tell properly the routes, but he mentioned that there were 4 airports in total. My family was promised to pay 420,000 BDT to come to Libya. We paid 300,000 in Bangladesh and 120,000 after reaching Libya. But it was delayed for 2 days to pay the money, and during these 2 days I was beaten and tortured. When he got the money, he handed me over to a Bengali person. He gave me a job in a bread factory. I worked there for 4 months and was only paid 1,000 dinar. When I asked about the salary, I was beaten and tortured. I met 3 Bangladeshis in the factory and they told me about Italy. Then one day we fled from the factory. I brought 40,000 BDT from Bangladesh to pay for the boat. I went on the boat, but after 2 hours, the mafia found us and took us to a dark jail. I was there for around 15-16 days, was beaten all the time, and then sold to a Libyan person for 7,000 dinar. The Libyan took me to his house, and then the following day he asked 320,000 BDT from me. I said that I have no money. My family sold land so I can come to Libya, but the Libyan didn't listen. I was beaten continuously for 2 days, 2 hours every day, with my hands and legs tied. I was also beaten with a big pistol on my legs and feet. He threatened me with a gun that if I didn't give him money, he'd shoot me. Then I informed home in Bangladesh. My family sold everything there to pay the full 320,000 BDT for my release. Then again I tried and came on this boat. Aquarius, June 2017. Male, aged 17 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer. Came to Libya 2016. Roots, Bangladesh, Turkey, Tripoli. I worked for 6 months in a company, paid for 2 months only. Fled from there and left the passport. On the road, mafia kidnapped me and asked 5,000 dinar, but didn't pay. Beaten. Sold to a Bengali person. The Bengali locked me in a dark room and asked for 350,000 BDT. I was there for 20 to 25 days, beaten every day, then paid 250,000 BDT and released. Then came by boat to Italy.
Aquarius, June 2017. 4 men, aged between 20 to 28 years old, from Bangladesh. Interviewer, second Bangladeshi group rescued on the 27th of June. Name, group testimony from the second rescue, 26th to 30th of June. Age, between 20 to 28. Country, Bangladesh. Came to Libya, mostly came 3 years ago, one 5 years, and another in 7.5 years ago. Only one came 4 months ago. We came 3 to 7 years ago in Libya for work. Most of us worked there as cleaner, some as hotel boy. When we came to Libya, the currency rate was good, 60 to 65 BTT for 1 Libyan dinar. We could send some money to Bangladesh every month, but now it's 9 taka only. The situation was very good when we arrived, but it got worse day by day. We thought the situation would improve there, but it didn't. We were always in fear that we would be arrested by police. We were always careful on the road and hardly went outside. We would have to pay 3,000 to 5,000 Libyan dinar as ransom if arrested by police. Bangladeshis are like golden duck there. If they arrest one Bangladeshi, they can sell with good price. So we decided to come to Italy. Interviewer, among the group, 3 boys had marked on their neck. We tried to come by a wooden boat on the 25th of June during the Eid day in Libya, but the boat was not good and drowned 1 hour later. Luckily, we had life jackets with us. We swam for 6 to 7 hours to go back, but there were some others who had no life jackets, especially women from Africa. We saw 3 babies drowned. One of them was an infant, and the mother was just going to breastfeed. The following day, we started again in another boat. Our agent for the boat was a Libyan man. We knew him from our previous job. One interviewee. I came 4 months ago in Libya for work. After coming to Libya, I took shelter in my cousin's house. My 3 cousins were living in Libya for a few years. Last month, one of my cousins was killed when he was coming from work. He was shot in the head and mugged 3,000 Libyan dinar. Me and my cousins decided to come to Libya. I arrived to this boat with one cousin. Another cousin will come next month.
Aquarius, June 2017. Male, 26 years old, from Libya. The interviewee was the only Libyan rescued person in this series of rescues. He comes from the Orient Mountains in Libya, where he says Daesh, ISIS, is currently his control. He claims that the Daesh fighters are not often seen, mostly at night, wearing the well-known black clothing and face masks. His mother passed away when he was 15 years old. When asked how, he did not wish to reply. His father is blind and unable to work or care for himself. 1 year ago, the interviewee was shot in a drive-by shooting by Daesh fighters in a regular Toyota car. He showed me the bullet wound near his knee on his leg. The bullet pierced through his leg, puncturing 2 different sides. He was shot apparently randomly, while Daesh fighters went on an indiscriminated shooting rampage in their car. They drove past the Souk al-Jabal, a supermarket in front of which the interviewee was seated, and rolled down the window to shoot at anyone who was there. According to the interviewee, there was no specific target or motive for this attack,
aside from spreading fear among the general community. After being shot, he was taken by friends in a car to a hospital and treated in Tripoli. The interviewee lived on his own in an apartment, but saw his father regularly to help care for him, along with the local community's help. The interviewee did not inform his father or anyone else of his departure. The only individual who knew of his departure was one friend, whom he had known for several years, who was connected with and involved in the process of getting people onto the Mediterranean Sea. He paid 3,000 Libyan dinars for the journey. In Libya, in Orion, he worked as a welder, zawag in Arabic. He claims he was a freelance welder and construction worker, helping those in the community who needed help, not employed by any specific company. He made it into the boat by leaving the mountains at 10 p.m. the night before his rescue on the sea. June 25, rescued at 5 a.m. on June 26. He arrived at the water around midnight and boarded at exactly midnight. He was the last person to board. All of the others were already on board, and he does not know how they got there. They trusted him with their personal belongings on the way because he had a big blue duffel bag. They had trouble communicating, as the others were all sub-Saharan or African, non-Arabic speakers, or barely Arabic speakers, according to him. The boat left from Zabratha. They were apparently on the water for 5 to 6 hours and rescued around what the interviewee thought was 5 a.m. He wanted to come to Europe to have a future, that in Libya there is neither state nor order, and that he would never have upward mobility or a chance of success and thriving. He wants to study at university in Europe, but will try to find a job as a welder in the meantime, should this not work out. This was the interviewee's first time attempting to cross the Mediterranean.
Detention Center, Libya, 10th of January 2021. Male, 12 years old, Eritrea. My father had passed away and left us, me and my 2 younger brothers, with no money, so I decided to travel to gain money for my family. I was detained in Bani Walid for 2 months and 15 days, and then was transferred to Kufra and was detained there for 3 months. Then I escaped and managed to work in some workshop as they helped me later getting to Tripoli. I only arrived 15 days ago and was led directly to UNHCR for registration and asking for help as I had no shelter, but they only gave me shampoo and soap. I stayed in a tent in front of UNHCR with others as I had no place else to go to. That's when the militia surrounded us, asked us to leave the place in 10 minutes or we would all be arrested and detained. But most of us refused to leave, so they started shooting in the sky to scare us and beat those who resisted. I was scared to death that I thought my heart would stop, and I fell asleep as soon as they put us in the vans.
Aquarius, 13 January 2017, male, 17 years old, from Gambia. Interviewee is the oldest of 5 siblings. He dropped out of school 4 years ago at grade 10, as his family couldn't afford the school fees. I was a good student, but in Gambia, if you don't have money, you cannot learn. He tried to provide for his family by working in construction. He also played football in the First Division team. He had friends who moved to Mali. He decided to join them to work in farms. He left Gambia in September 2016. He worked for a month and a half with his friends and sent the money he earned back home. He met some other friends who left Gambia with the intention to go to Italy. He decided to follow them. His friends paid for his trip from Mali to Agadez, Niger. He travelled through Burkina Faso, Niger, and crossed the desert into Libya through Agadez to Saha. From there, he went to Tripoli and then to Sabratha. In Tripoli, he stayed in Greer Garesh. The Arabs sell most of their drugs there. They use the blacks to work for them. Since I stepped into Saha, I used to hear that on Friday, Greer Garesh would be attacked on Friday. When I asked why Friday would be the day of the week for the attacks, he said that it is because it is the weekend. Finally, there were armed attacks 3 weeks ago and 1 week ago. Cross-checked with head of mission, attacked by Rana security forces against drug lords in Greer. Last Friday, a lot of people died. Many were imprisoned, and there are rumours that they will be repatriated. Sea journey, reconstruction of events. Rubber boat leaves around 7 a.m. from the Sabratha. Interviewee was sitting in the front. He was the first person to get on board. After less than 1 hour, rubber boat is approached by a RHIB with 5 men armed with AK-47, defined as asthma boys. Interviewer: those in the business of holding migrants for ransom in Libya, but sometimes also used to refer to the Libyan Coast Guard. They shoot in the air and in the water and tell people to go back. After 10 to 15 minutes, another RHIB comes. He reported it to be in better condition than the first one and having machine guns on board, not Kalashnikov, AK-47. Boat 1 and 2 engage in crossfire. Boat 1 is scared away and leaves the scene. Boat 2 approaches the migrants' boat. Interviewee reports that people on boat 2 were not aggressive good guys. They tell the migrants that they should not continue because they might be attacked by asthma boys again. Boat 2 warns migrants to go back. Migrants decide to continue, escorted for some time by Boat 2. Nor Boat 1 or 2 seem to be Libyan Coast Guard. No Libyan flag, official writings on the boat, crew did not wear uniforms, they wore civilian clothes, and they were armed. Interviewee said that the boat nearly capsized because they were taking water in. Rubber boat is found and rescued by Aquarius, 22 nautical miles north from Sabratha at 1400 hours.
Aquarius, 19th May 2017, male, 24 years old, from Libya. The interviewee has a fashionable look. I told him this to engage the conversation with him, so he asked me if I am Tunisian, and he named a lot of expensive nightclubs in Tunisia where he has used to go when he is in Tunisia. So, I was interested to know why a rich Libyan man crossed the sea while he can do it legally. When I asked him, he told me that he escaped for his own safety because he has been shot 3 years ago by some militia because he didn't want to work with them. I asked him to come with me to the clinic to show me his scars and to discuss more. We went to the clinic. He showed a big scar of 150 sutures in his left leg. When I asked him why exactly they wanted to kill him, they told me, "You know, in Libya, everything is about militia, gun, and powder. Some militia wanted me to work with them, but I am not interested by this business. I am from a good family. I am young and I want to enjoy my life." So because of that, they thought that maybe I work with the police and they wanted to kill me. I was in my car and they shoot on me. From this day, I try to avoid going a lot outside. After I asked him about the engine in the rubber boat, because I saw it there and I also saw the fisher boats driving their boat. So I supposed that some chat happened between them. He told me, "You are right. They came to ask us to give them the engine." So I answered that from your boat, a lot of people are watching us, and that if we give them the engine, the people on the big boat will think that we are the smuggler. When I asked him if those people are the smugglers or not, he answered to me, "Those people are just fishermen who always try to take the engine from different boats to sell them. The smugglers are really famous in Libya. Everyone knows their names." He mentions 2 names. Before all the smugglers was working in Zuara. But after the incident with those African people found dead on the beach, the militia who make the rules there, they must started punishing all the smugglers by sending them at least 6 months on jail, and they have to pay money. So all the smugglers moved to Sabratha. And when I asked how much did he pay and how was the condition before leaving the shore, he said, "I paid only 1,000 Libyan dinars, and I stood in the house of the smuggler for 2 weeks. You know, it is a big business there. The smugglers have big houses where 100 people at least can stay. They have also catering. They keep the Bangladeshi together, the slaves together. They call the sub-Saharan people like this, and the Arabic people together. Of course, because we are Arabic, like them, we have better treatment. We have even sitting room with a big plasma television. They are always beating the slaves and the Bangladeshi. Even when they took us to the Zodiac, they put us first, and after they started beating them and took everything from them. The interviewee wants to go to Europe because he wants to start there."
Al Rayyan Clinic, Libya, 21st of October 2021. Male, 21 years old, Eritrea. 2 weeks ago, I was walking in the street with my friend when 3 Libyans attacked us to steal our money and phones. They were civilians, so we tried to fight back, but that did not work. They kidnapped me for 3 hours, torturing me to pay them more money, but I didn't have any. After they let me go, I couldn't go back to García, especially with the last situation. Therefore, I moved to Abu Salim to stay with some friends.
Detention Center, Libya, 9 March 2021. Female, unknown age, traveling with her 1-year-old child from Cameroon. Here, they treat us like animals. They beat us, they do not feed us, they let us sleep in the cold and the dirt. There is no hope. They do not see us as human beings. I was saved by the Libyans when my boat was in distress. Thank God they saved us, but they have no right to deprive us of our freedom. I would do anything to get out. I worry for my child. Since we arrived here, he does not walk properly. He does not have shoes. IOM organized a distribution, but it caused a fight amongst the detainees, and I could not get anything for my son and me. One day, I will cross the sea and I will go to France. I will go and tell Macron about what happens in Libya, and he will listen to me. I am sure of that. Detention Center, Libya, 15 March 2021. Male, 32 years old, from Liberia. I lost my father and my mother in the war. I grew up with no hope. I cannot return to Liberia because there is nothing that could improve my situation there. Here we are desperate. I do not understand why I am here. I did not commit any crime, yet this is worse than prison. The worst is not knowing when it will end. I heard it costs between 2,000 and 2,500 LYD to get out. You can arrange with the guards. I tried to call someone to help me find the money, but it did not work out. Detention Center, Libya, 22 March 2021. Unknown, from Sudan. I am Sudanese. I have been here since 19 November 2020. The Libyan Coast Guard intercepted my boat at sea. They brought us to the disembarkation point and then here. There are about 25 Sudanese detainees in my cell. We stay in a sort of room inside the cell. The guards do not like the Sudanese. Because we speak Arabic and we help the other detainees who need to speak with them, the guards accuse us of leading the revolution. They call us zigzag. It is their way to insult us. When something happens, like an escape attempt, the guards punish the Sudanese, even when we did not do anything. Last week, after detainees escaped, the guards beat me with sticks. I have a trauma on my shoulder and a broken tooth.
Community Church, Libya, 20th of December 2021. In 2019, me and my sister left Eritrea to live in Sudan, where we were kidnapped to Brakshati in Libya by traffickers who we used to hear stories about. On our way there, both me and my sister were raped by strangers several times. When we arrived, we were detained in a large storage place with others, torturing us with fire and beating us until we bled, and raped many times that I cannot even count. When they realized that we have no one to call to pay us out, they released us. So me and my sister planned to go to Tripoli to cross for Europe for a safe place. But even on our way to Tripoli, we were both raped by the smugglers who left us in front of UNHCR. And I missed my period since then. This interview comes from a detention center in Libya from the 21st of December 2021. Interviewed was a young female, 16 years old, from Eritrea. I used to live in Eritrea with my elder sister and brother after both my parents died. But my sister was getting married and there's no one else to take care of us in Eritrea. Therefore, I was sent to live with my cousins in Ethiopia. I stayed there for a while until my cousin raped me. And after what he did, he was afraid of any scam, so he kidnapped me and sent me with strangers. I woke up to find myself in a strange place with other females. They told me that I am in Sheriff, Libya. I had no strength to stand up. I felt sick, and it was getting worse every day. I believe that was the reason they released me, as they sent me to Tripoli to not be able to track them. By that time, my brother was in Tripoli too, so I had to figure how to contact him, and I found some Eritreans where I was living who led me to him. When I found him, I was bleeding, so the people with me took me to a hospital where I was told that I was pregnant and I had a miscarriage. And I'm still bleeding since then. The interviewer says this was in October 2021. Now I'm staying with my brother, who was promised by UNHCR to be evacuated by the time I found him, and he decided to rather stay with me.
Detention Center, Libya, 11 November 2021. Male, 15 years old, from Syria. Both my parents died in 2019 during the war in Syria, leaving me with two younger sisters. I left them in Syria and started working in Tripoli. After 3 months of searching for a job opportunity, so I worked in a restaurant to send money to my sisters and grandma. After 4 months, my friend convinced me to cross the sea to Europe as he promised to have better life there. I started working in Sabratha, so I managed to contact a smuggler who took only $500 to get me in that boat, and the rest of the payment will be done after arrival. We departed after midnight, but the waves were very high and the helicopters were capturing us from the sky. After that, the Libyan rescue guards came to rescue us, but the captain refused to stop because we knew that we all be taken to prison. But the boat started cracking, and we all had to stop to survive. As soon as we arrived, they took us directly to the prison. It is the first time I am detained in such a place, as I am not wearing any shoes and I don't have any clothes but the one I'm wearing. Even if they had released me, I don't know where to go. I'm sure that my sisters are worried now. At the last time I called them was right before the departure. They must think that I am dead now.
Detention Center, Libya, 3rd of June 2021. Male, 21 years old, from Nigeria. Me and my little family, me, daughter, and wife, arrived Libya 5 months ago. I worked as a daily worker to save money to cross the sea to Italy. So my friend had called the smuggler to arrange us a meeting so I can pay for the journey. He promised us that the boat was in perfect shape and that the engine was new, as he said that it can carry around 100 persons, but none of that was true. The boat was old and small. It was very crowded with 130 persons, with not enough space, but if we refused to get on it, he would not return us any money. So after less than 24 hours, the boat had a hole and started sinking. My wife was right next to me. Interviewer says in tears. But I had to hold my 5-year-old daughter because she cannot swim. Everyone was panicking.
but I was only trying to keep my wife in my sight and keep holding my daughter. I lost my wife then. I couldn't find her, and I watched many others sinking. I still have nightmares of people sinking, but I have nothing to do with that. The Libyans came to rescue us. We were arrested in the port and brought to this detention center. I begged them here not to separate me from my daughter because they've said that females cannot stay in the men's cell. I fell on the floor and begged them to keep her with me. So they told me that I would have to work if I want to stay in the one cell with her, and that if I try to escape at any time, they will separate us. And of course, I accepted that. I have no words to describe the current situation here. I have been detained for 2 weeks now, and I am still seeing new things every day, but I am scared to share any now.
Detention Center, Libya, 6 June 2021. Male, 21 years old, from Sudan. I had been in the detention center for almost 3 months. And when you stay for that long, they take you to work in the detention center or even outside. This was the case with me, as they offered to take me to a military camp to help in the construction. But the thing is, I had never worked in construction before, so I had no clue about what to do. Still, I couldn't refuse to work or complain. They started to take me to the camp almost every day for 20 days. We were building and breaking things, walls, etc. to renovate. And while I was working in destruction, a wall had fallen on me, causing a compound fracture in my leg. They took me to the general hospital where I had an operation there. This is my second migration journey, as I used to live in Lebanon and worked there from 2018 till 2020, crossing the border through Syria. But when the explosion took place in Beirut in 2020, they repatriated me to Sudan. And here I am, again. I was trying to find a better life.
Libya, 25th May 2021. Male, 19 years old, from Gambia. I entered Libya 3 months ago to find myself detained for 2 weeks in some place, beaten all day and night, and leaving these marks on my body, forcing me to call my parents to pay for my release. And that's what happened. They sent 3,000 Libyan dinar, so I was released immediately. So I came to Tripoli as soon as I was released, and I've been trying to cross the sea to Europe since then. At the first time, the boat started rocking in the Libyan Sea, so we managed to get back safely. But the second time, we reached the international waters when our boat started to rock, and the Libyan rescue surprised us by coming from the back. They promised not to return us to Libya, but obviously they did. As soon as we got to the port, the police took us to 10th Street Prison. I was kept there for around 2 weeks till my parents paid me off again, 30,000 Gambian. And now I just give up and want to go back home in Gambia. After all I've faced here, I do not believe that Europe is reachable anymore. Sabani, Libya, 25th May 2021. Male, 16 years old, from Eritrea. I came to Libya last February and was detained in the same month in Bani Walid till this June, when they transferred me to García detention center in Tripoli, which is the worst place I had ever been to. We were around 400 people in one cell. That's barely enough for 50 people, sleeping on mattresses and dirty pillows. The cell has no windows. They use fans which did not work most of the time because of the electricity cut off, as it is very hot and people keep fainting each time the guards open the door. The food was disgusting as the portion was too small in dirty dishes, and we believe they were adding sleeping pills to the food because we all used to sleep immediately. The worst part was the detainees who worked with the security guards. They were torturing us and snitching to the guards about anything which happens inside the cells. Then they entered too and start to beat us, like what they did when they found out that we were digging in the wall with a spoon. When they said that they were transferring the Sudanese, I pretended that I am one of them to get a chance. And once we arrived in the other detention center, the other detainees were strong enough, broke the cell door, so we all escaped running for our lives. And since then, I stayed here in garage with no food, supplies, nor income, as there are no work opportunities here.
L. Ryan Clinic, Libya, 17 April 2022. Male, 25 years old, from Nigeria. I left Nigeria in June 2021. I decided to immigrate due to poverty and war from Boko Haram. I came to Libya and spent 1 year in Tripoli, but I found a job opportunity in Zawara, so I had to go. I work in building construction in Zawara and in Malaga. On 10 April, the police started to arrest all of the migrants in the city. It was at night when the police arrested me with a group in a house and transferred us to Ain Zara detention center. I did nothing, and when I said that in English to the guards, they started beating me because they could not understand. After 1 week in Ain Zara detention center, I was in a cell. Interviewer, he does not recall the number of the cell, with around 120 people. I tried with 20 people. We were friends. To make a hole in the roof, so we escaped. I fell and broke my leg. Moreover, the rest of the group, some of them around 8, succeeded and escaped. The others were caught by guards. The guards kept me in 3 hours before they called the ambulance and beat me all over my body with a stick. L. Ryan Clinic, Libya, 6 December 2023. Male, 29 years old, from Ghana. Interviewer. The interviewee is 29 years old, from Ghana. He left Ghana in September 2021 due to poverty and to work in Libya so he can help his family. I arrived Tripoli and started working with a group of Ghanaian people in Malaga. On the 1st of February 2023, I was arrested in a checkpoint on my way back to home, and they take me to Ain Zara detention center. Interviewer, he reported that the situation in Ain Zara detention center was very bad. And he mentioned they only get 2 meals, one at the morning and one at the evening. He reported that on Wednesday early morning, the guards entered the cell after the Nigerian detainees started fighting and shouting inside the cell. He said the guards were beating us randomly with wooden sticks. I was asleep, but I got an injury in my hand and my leg. The day after, MSF doctors saw me and referred me to the clinic to receive medical treatment.
Aquarius 479, 16th of June 2018. Male, 24 years old, from Sierra Leone. I was working with MSF during the Ebola outbreak. When the disease rise up in Freetown, there was many young people that cannot work, but some of us that were humanitarian, we decided to take the challenge, because if we didn't do it, who could do it? That was our motto. If we don't do it, who can do it? I was working with the burial team. We were the ones that were responsible to take the corpses to the cemetery and the people that have been affected by the virus and that were already dead. We were the ones to move them from the hospital. If a person died in his home, we were responsible to take them from there because at that time it was an emergency. No one was allowed to touch the body. Affected or not, as long as the person had died, no one was allowed to touch the body unless the burial team goes there. When the burial team goes there, we take a swab, send the swab to the lab, and then know if the person was affected by Ebola or not. During that time, we were working with MSF. MSF had a central clinic where they keep the victims that have been suffering from Ebola. We carried the corpses from there and carried the victims to there as well. Victims that we know are already affected by Ebola. It was so terrible. We passed through a lot. It is the thing that made me to move away from my country. After that outbreak, there were many stigmatization. As long as you are working with the burial team for the Ebola, everybody was thinking that you had Ebola. All my loved ones, my family, everybody pushed me away. I worked for the Red Cross as well until the Ebola outbreak is finished. Where I rented, the landlord asked me out of the place. See how we are chatting here? When I wanted to chat to somebody, they would say, "Don't come closer to me, you will give me the Ebola." It made most of us who did that work go crazy because of the stigmatization that went on. We found it very difficult to be accepted again. We take the vow to serve our nation and said, okay, let's do this for our people. Because of the way the disease was spreading, we don't have people who were volunteering. We decided to volunteer ourselves, to sacrifice our life for our country, and said, let's do this for our nation. But afterwards, the things turned upside down. People started mocking us. See how we are sitting here? People would not sit with me. It was so terrible. The stigmatization lasted for a long time afterwards. The government set up a team to sensitize people to save our lives, but it was very difficult. Your family didn't trust you. Your friend didn't trust you. The mentality of the people was that as long as you're working during that time, then it's easy for you to contract the disease. They are just making a mistake. Us that are working with Ebola are safer than those on the outside of the outbreak. We know how to protect ourselves. Because we are treating people and burying people that have contracted the disease, it was very difficult for people to understand. I did it for my country, but it was very difficult. After, at the end of the day, people started running from us, shut us off. My family ran away from me. My family, my friends pushed me far away from them. The Red Cross Society found a place where we could stay. MSF too took care of the workers. They found a place for us. Plenty of us were kicked out of home by our own people. They said, as long as you're working with this team, that means you are not welcome in my home again. Most of my friends on the team were kicked out by their parents. They said, as long as you are doing this work, we normally used to do all the burial for MSF as they do not have a burial team. We used to come to the MSF to take out the bodies that have already passed away, and we normally used to bring people that have already contracted the disease to MSF hospital in Freetown. If MSF have plenty of corpses, they would call Red Cross, and then we would go collect the bodies and take them to the cemetery. After the outbreak in 2016, I leave Freetown and my country. I was so unhappy and had so many difficulties after everything. It was hard to be hated by all the people that I love. All of the people that love you, they were running away from me. For me, I was just thinking that it's hard to me to marry, to be myself, to have a life, and I decided to take this Libya route. I was just thinking that it was so terrible for me in Freetown due to the work I did. You know, when you have, let me say, 65% in our country that is not educated, it's so difficult. When I entered Libya, it was my biggest mistake in my life. It was so difficult at home because of the mentality, so I say, okay, let me use this way for a better life. When I entered Libya, I was regretting it. I said I might have stayed in Freetown and faced the stigmatization, then come to Libya, because Libya was terrible. It was, let me say, my biggest activities in my life. What I have been through in Libya is horrible. My way into Libya was okay, but when I entered Libya, there the sufferation started. This is electric. Interviewer, he showed me his hand covered in scars, in particular in between the fingers. It is from the electric wire. They peel the wire and connect it to your body. Your body would be burning as if you're roasting a chicken. This hand is better. There was a time I couldn't use my hands. They were shocking every day for me to bring money. I have been doing my own physiotherapy for 6 months now, and I can use my hand again, but still not properly. At first, it was just not working at all. Now I can spread my fingers. They had the electric wire attached to my skin. When they put the wire to my hands, I used to feel the pain in my chest, in my heart. Plenty people died in that process. Plenty young boys died during that process. One young boy died in front of me during that process. After the shock, they released him, and where he sits down, he vomits blood until he died. He died in the same spot because the pain is in your whole body, in your heart. It's too terrible. People died as if you just throw trash outside. People died and were thrown away like trash. People die every day. 5 or 6 people die every day. Day by day, they died. This is in Bani Walid. The prison is known by all the blacks that are coming this way. Most of the blacks pass through the prison. They come from Agadez. When they are coming to Tripoli, this is the last site to pass through. It is the last town, and you must pass there when you are coming from Sabah. You have already entered Libya, you are coming from Niger, you come to Sabah, and then enter Bani Walid. From there, you pass to Tripoli. They sold many blacks, because there are lots of checkpoints there for you to enter Bani Walid. And at the checkpoint, they sell plenty blacks. They buy the blacks. People are there just to buy blacks. When you are there, it's not easy. There is nowhere easy. It is only God that saved us from that prison. It is Arab people, not white people. They are the ones that are forming themselves as if they are soldiers, and they are the same people that are selling black people. They have a checkpoint that they mount there. I was in that prison. I had to have money sent to Egypt. If you want to pay the money, you pay it to Egypt. They used 2 accounts, Western Union and MoneyGo. They are 3 brothers that are running it. They are the ones that are running that prison. The biggest and the most dangerous prison. Plenty people are coming here, and plenty people are coming out of that prison. But they are no longer themselves. They are not complete. They were tortured. They were raped. It's the most dangerous prison in Libya. I spent 3 months in that prison. 3 months with beating every day. They used the rubber pipes, stick, wood, iron, electric shocks, stones, anything that is closer to them, they will beat you. They will grab that thing and beat you with it. Sometimes maybe 7 Arab men beating one person. Until they know that your life only remains small enough for you to know. They don't care if you die. If you die, they will just take you to the desert. When I was there, I was just waiting for my death. I was just praying that God would just take me from them just easily. You see your friend that you are talking to at night, and in the morning he has already died. People died there. A lot of people died there. Many, many guys that we all came together from Niger died from that prison in front of me. They shot more than 60 boys in their legs in front of me. Who survived, survived. Who didn't survive, died. It's too terrible. Terrible. They take the girls out of the prison and we never see them again. It was my luckiest time. They didn't do anything sexual to me. When we talked about the suffering that we had been through, many boys were explaining their own prison, how they suffer. Plenty people used to suffer through sexual violence. It is my dream to work with the Red Cross in Spain. Since I was a boy, I wanted to be a humanitarian. I volunteered in Freetown for the Ebola outbreak and worked with MSF and Red Cross. It's a pleasure for me to share my story now. It's something that I want the whole world to know, because our Black brothers and sisters, they are there. They are suffering the same pain that we have been through. We want at least for people that have the opportunity to help our brothers and sisters that are there so they can help them. It's important for me to share their story so there will be more volunteers to help our people. This is my dream. I always wished to be a volunteer and to be a humanitarian. I was doing humanitarian work in prison. In prison, I had some of my friends that are already dead. They used to call me doctor in prison because I saved many lives, because I'm a first aider. I tried to look after the people in prison. I believe my dream will come true. The stress is there, but what I'm focusing on now, I have a big dream ahead of me. Because what I have been through, what I have passed through, it's not easy for me, but I know I passed through hell. It's only God and blessing that made me to survive it. It was not easy. It was pain and suffering. In 1 week in prison, they would not give you water like this. Interviewer, he lifts the cup of water I poured for him. In 1 week, you would not see this. You would spend 1 week without even eating a little piece of bread if you don't pay the money. They don't care how you get the money. You must provide money for them as they want it. If not, then you die there with beating every day. Every day they will come and beat you. Worms started coming out from my hands in the wounds. It's only God that made it possible for my hands to work again. I know my dream and my belief is so strong, and God keep me alive. I'm really happy with you people. Sometimes when I see you people working for us, I feel amazing. I admire you people. This is my dream, only working for humanitarian duty. You people treat us like people. I feel that we are useful in the world because of how you people treat us. It is hell what we have been in, and you have raised us from hell. What you guys are doing, you have to keep this good work going, and we will keep on praying for you. Long life and prosperity will surely follow you. This is humanitarian, and you are doing it because of love.
Aquarius, 16th June 2018. Male, 24 years old, from Sierra Leone. The sexual violence that I endure in Libya, I have never seen in my life. It was when I was captured in Bani Walid. When they wanted to clean out the prison, to get rid of people that had no means to pay, they would say it was time to clean the prison and have a bath. They asked the men and women to undress. They asked the woman to bath the male. If the male organ got erect, they would cut it off. If the male did not erect, they used the stick to insert in the woman, and said woman had to have sex with the stick. The woman would bleed to death. They made a line and everyone had to get naked, the Muslims and Christians together. The woman did everything possible to make the man erect, to safeguard herself. All the Arabs were laughing, like they were watching a movie, and telling the woman to go slow. They would sit and enjoy it. Since I entered the prison, I made it going on. They did it regularly for their entertainment. When you don't have money to pay, they want to get rid of you, so they cut privates off. 3 of my friends who entered prison together with me died in front of me bleeding. We saw many people die after cutting privates off. Men had sex with men so that they did not have an erection with the woman. This was my first time doing masturbation, so my male organ wouldn't get erect with the woman. The men saw me and hit me very, very hard in my private parts with a rubber pipe. When they hit me, I bleed. I can see a vein. He hit me so hard with the rubber pipe, I thought I was impotent for a long time. To feel like a man is taking time. I saw many others die. I saw women, they used the stick on them to death. It was a place of tears. We were forced to carry the corpse to the dustbin and the desert. We were forced to carry the female corpse to the open hillocks and then forced to go to the desert to get rid of the bodies. Many people who didn't have money for bail died like that. The people who died the most was the Muslim. I thought it was the place where I would end my life. There was no hope, no phone calls, nothing. I questioned myself, why did I enter this world? You always feel that you are next. Most of the girls there, I don't know if they ever have baby again, if they survive it. Most girls I saw died from the stick. For the men, when they cut off the penis, they cut it off and the penis is jumping and the person is bleeding. The guards laughing and beating the bleeding person, saying, "Shut up, shut up." I was in the Abu Karim prison for 6 months. It was very difficult for people gathered together without food or water. It was not an easy place. It was a prison in the middle of the desert. No food, no water. Sometimes you get a bit of water from the top of a bottle. If you want to urinate, there is a small hole in the wall, and you urinate out through the wall. For toilet, where you are sleeping, you do the toilet on plastic. You throw the plastic out a small hole in the wall. The Nigerians and the Gambians broke the prison. Many people died because when we broke out of the prison, the guards, they were shooting. They chased us in the desert. I just lie down where they throw the dead people. When the hillocks with the guards went the other way, me and my friend got up and ran the other way. It was February 2017. Only a few people survived that escape. Even people who were escaping died because everyone was weak. I escaped. I was soon captured, and I was put somewhere else. The man in charge was a military guy, a big man. He stands on the street and buys and sells black people. His brothers, they are all working as a team. This other prison, Tajura, the Arab people used to come there and carry the women away. Most of the girls have encountered such things. I was in Tajura in November. I saw MSF team there. The prisoners do not know who the MSF people are, do not know if it is a trick. We did not trust the MSF people. If a man speaks with the MSF people, they have a beating after when the MSF people are gone. Many of the blacks had to work with Arabs by force. When I was captured at the sea the first time, the Libyan Coast Guard boat intercepted. I was taken to Tariq al-Matar. The rescue boat was there to rescue us. It was just there beside us. We were going to be rescued. Then LCG appeared and opened fire. That day was too bad for us. We cried and cried. That rescue, I was there. And even there are some people here who was there with me on the boat on that day. When we were taken back to prison, we were hoping that they would deport us. But we stayed there for many months. They take me to work from Tam. They did not pay me. It was forced labor to go and work as a slave for one of the big men from the prison. They, LCG, jumped inside our boat. There was 6 people in the boat. Forcefully, they jumped inside the boat and started beating us. We just gave ourselves to them and they carried us. Even when the rescue boat first came, we were sinking. Many of us were weak and injured even in the rubber boat. They were beating us. Many things happened. Even on the LCG boat, they were beating us with iron and rubber pipe. The rescue boat, we saw them turn their back. Maybe they don't want any force, because we are harmless. We are civilians, and they don't have any gun to fight, because they are humanitarian people. They are there to save lives. Any confrontation, people may lose their life. They just turned their backs. It was very sad that day. We cried in that boat as if we lost our parents. Going back to Libya is like going back to hell. To cross the sea is like saying bye-bye to suffering. That is why when you see people fighting for a life jacket, it is because they want to be the first to be rescued. Because anything can happen. The Libya people, they can come from nowhere. They might shoot the balloon on the boat, so everyone is fighting for his or her life. So you may not blame those fighting, because they have gone through a lot of things in Libya. They carry us to the port. Some journalists came as if they had done a rescue, just to say to the media, LCG rescued people from the sea. We were there a long time. They give us bread and other things. We are not happy. That is not what we want. They wanted to take us to an underground prison because Tam is full, but we went to Tam. I didn't stay long there, like before, like the other prison, because the work. I volunteered to do it, so that is how I escaped. The man left us to buy materials. On his way back, we all ran away. In Tajura, I was at the sugar ground to go work, clean, carry. If you're lucky, you get some small money. If you are not lucky, they beat you or sell you to a prison. There was a day the soldiers came. They gathered everybody there, all the blacks. We told them we were there for work, and they let us go. Within a week, at night, the police came, captured us, and took us all to that place, Tajura. I think in Tajura, it's like they just go out to find black people. They are enemy to them. They carry us to prison. The logic is that every time they carry blacks, they give information to the UN how many people are in prison. I don't know if the UN is giving them money for the blacks. So even to feed people, they get money, but they only give us 1 bread a day. Also, sometimes the macaroni. They seat us 5 to 5. If you are lucky, you get 2 hands. If you are not lucky, you get 1. That is how we survived. I was there in November. Even to see people was difficult. We see the MSF people there, but mostly we think they are part of the Libyan people. For them to see us in that condition and to come and see us like that, we know they cannot come and ask us directly any information because the Libyans are looking. When the MSF are gone, they deal with you personally. If you are lucky, you stay alive. If they see you speaking to MSF, there was a case, a representative from the United Nations body, from the EU, went to the prison, and on that day, when he went there, all the big men were gathered around. In the prison, he was interacting with us. I was fortunate to speak with him. One of my brothers was behind me. He was trying to show these men the problem he had on his body, the scar. The Arab man that owns the prison just came and asked what happened. The EU man saw that this man is inquisitive. He said, "It's not about your prison. It's about another prison where a village guard used to push people. We are talking about Sabratha." The Arab man was very angry that the boy was showing the United Nations men this. People are very nervous to speak with MSF. Even to deport is a problem. We slept there. No blanket, no medical care. Tajura, the same way I left the prison. They don't have the mind for a human being. They have no sense of feeling. A man come and ask for people to work. When you have to go and work, you find yourself in another prison, and in that place, they keep you and ask you for money. The Arab man tells us we are going to work and not to prison. This place they were giving us to is another prison. The man there knows me since Bani Walid. He said, "You are still in Libya. You have suffered." That was me. I was set free. And other boys were put in the prison. All of my brother from Bani Walid is here. Abu Bakr. They put a current in him, a thing that was sparkling. When he came out now, I was the one to rescue him. I raised money to rescue him and another brother. 2 of us entered this boat. The other is still in Libya. This is my second time crossing the sea. There is the one female I met on the rubber boat from Libya. We met again here on Aquarius. When we saw each other, it was like a dream. We embraced each other. She is from Sierra Leone.
Al Ryan Clinic, Libya, 31st December 2020. Male, 16 years old, from Eritrea. I have been in Libya for the 14 months. I came with a friend. We walked in the desert from Sudan to Libya. My family paid $10,000 to send me to Europe. I was in Sudan for 15 days. Then we entered in Libya, and they left me in Bani Walid. It was a group of Somalis who took us and then left us to the Libyans. I stayed in Bani Walid 8 months. In the place where we were staying, there were around 200 people, mostly from Somalia and Eritrea. People were dying every day. One night, they took my friend, and I have not seen him anymore. He is in the hospital. Every day, they were biting us. They also put my head under the water. The people in the basement where we were staying were not Libyans. They spoke French. They were from Niger. The Libyans were staying upstairs. They were sending videos and photos of the beating me to my mom. She sold her all gold and the house to free me. 2 months ago, I managed to pay to get out. My mom paid $10,000. They did not release me right away. Some days after the payment, they put me in a taxi. The driver was Libyan. This Libyan took me to Sudanese in Tripoli. Then I was sent to Amari in the shelter in Gargarash. My mom wants me to go back home, but I want to work before to buy back her gold and her house. She now lives in the street because they spent all the money to free me from Bani Walid. Al Ryan Clinic, Libya, 31st December 2020. Male, 17 years old, from Ethiopia. I did not want to come to Libya. I'm from Tigray region in Ethiopia. I was working in an agriculture area in Eritrea, close to the border with Ethiopia. A person from Sudan came and told us he had a place where we could sleep, and then we were kidnapped. We were in a group of 8 people in total. During the trip in Sudan, they were beating us, asking for money. We passed Sudan in 2 days, and then we were handed over to Libyan in Bani Walid. Interviewer: I asked if he saw an exchange of money. He did not. In Bani Walid, we were 200. They beat us 24 hours a day and gave only 1 piece of bread per day. I saw many people dying while I was there. They would put me on my belly and beat my back or my feet with a stick. Sometimes they hang me from my feet and hit everywhere. The people beating us were not Libyans, they were black. They would call my family, but they are in a camp at the border with Eritrea and there is no reception. So they called friends in Europe. They collected $8,000 to release me. I do not want to go back now. There is war. I want to move forward and reach Europe. Any country would be fine as long as I can feel safe and be out of Libya. I want to feel secure and not live in Libya.
Detention Center, Libya, 18th March 2018. Female, 26 years old, from Ivory Coast. The interview took place near to the clinic. After her consultation, she requested to talk to me and wanted us to know what happened to her in Juara. The Libyans arrested us at sea on 4th March. I had belly pain. I was pregnant for already 9 months. We were taken to the prison of Juara. I was complaining a lot. I felt like I had contractions. They took me to the hospital on the same evening. I was put in a room, but then nothing. I was alone. I lay down on the floor and started to deliver alone. I screamed. I wanted the doctors to come. At one point, I felt the head of my baby with my hand. The baby didn't cry. The doctors finally arrived. I was still delivering. They were filming me. They cut the umbilical cord. The child was dead. I don't know if he was already dead in my belly. They took out the placenta and packed my baby. I understood that they put the video on Facebook. They were making fun of me by always saying, Italy, Italy. They were laughing all the time. The day after, I went back to the prison. I explained everything to the policeman. Every evening, I cry. I lost my appetite. I don't manage to take the medicines. My husband is in the other cell. We want to go back to our country. Detention Center, Libya, 21st March 2018. Male, 21 years old, from Somalia. The interview took place outside of the cell after the distribution of PP5. I am here in Libya for nearly 2 years, but I don't even speak Arabic. I was locked in a hole all the time. My country is in war. People keep fighting against each other. Migration is a common thing, and we all use the same road. I wanted to take a boat to Europe. I spent 1.5 years in Sabah. I was in a hole during all this time. They were spraying us all the time with cold water. We had to take out our clothes. We were lined up in the room and they sprayed us with very cold water. They used to beat us with sticks every day, especially under the knees. I was beaten so hard that I couldn't even walk. People had to carry me to go to toilets. They were calling my mom all the time. She had to pay $7,000. After Sabah, I stayed in Beni Walid for almost 6 months. I'm not even sure of the time. I stopped counting the days one day because it reminds me that I was lost somewhere. People in Beni Walid were like the people in Sabah. They were always beating me. They used to tie my hands with rope all the time. Sometimes they bound me with plastic sticks. They did the same to the other people. We were about 15 to 20 persons. People were coming and leaving. My family did not have money. They told me to pay with Hawala. I gave them $700. They took me to the Rona police station and I arrived here in Kasir this after. Here it is okay. It is quiet and the food is good. I didn't see the UN. I don't know if they know about the new people.